What's going on, everybody? Hope everyone is having an amazing afternoon, evening, morning, or whatever it is in your time zone. It is Thursday, the 28th of August, 2025. This is NCC TV coming at you live from the docks. We are live, or at least that's how it appears to my senses. Could be a brain in a jar somewhere. Don't know, don't care. Shouts out to all my weasels out there, all my forest creatures rocking out to the realest of the real. Also all my sea creatures as well. Let me try that again. Shouts out to all my weasels out there and all my jellyfish, all my forest creatures and sea creatures rocking out to the realest of the real. Synthetic lifeform streamer. Trapped in a cyber brain and body like some kind of ghost in a half shell in this late stage hyper-capitalist dystopia. Forced to exist in this twilight realm to pay off my debt to society and my student loans. I hope you're having a good day, whoever, whatever, wherever, and why ever you are. We're about to jump right into it here on twitch.tv, youtube.com, high risk, high reward, high on life, or whatever simulation, simulacrum, simultaneous, spontaneous singularity of consciousness this is, was, or will be sometime in the not too distant cyber future. And we're plunging into that cyber future with the, you know, the biggest adherent of the cyber future, Taylor Lorenz. Does anybody know about the fight against Height? There are forces out there, chat, that would like to take your cell phone away. And they would like to take more than just your cell phone away. They would like to reverse time to the age before the internet. And look, we can say what we will about the technology that we've got and who controls it, all right? But I don't think it's the technology that's the problem. I think it's the people who control it. I think it's time for us to take our fate into our hands. Yeah, Jonathan Haidt. That's right. I don't know. I don't want to present him as like the super #1 evil, and I'm sure he's got some takes I would agree with. But yeah, Taylor Lorenz and Jonathan Haidt, there's a big beef between these two. And when Taylor goes after somebody, she plays for keeps, right? And I don't know, you should have seen her. I just got done watching Breaking Points. Anybody see the Breaking Points with Taylor Lorenz? She was arguing about a law, right? Which, like, look, Breaking Points, you know what their deal is? Everybody knows Breaking Points, right? Crystal Ball, Sagar and Jetty, and like also Ryan Grimm and Emily Jashinsky. Oh my god, I always get her last name. What's her name? The conservative lady, the blonde lady. She was on the Destiny debate with Ryan. He's awful and I never liked him. Yeah. So the story behind Jonathan Haidt is that he used to be a liberal, and then he started writing this book where he goes over, I don't know, like the values of different political ideologies. He convinces himself that, like, I don't know, every ideology, right wing, left wing, whatever, like there's like a moral core to it. And you know, to have our moral core split apart into different factions, into different parties is fail, and he wants to bring it all back together into some centrist utopia. Yeah, so it's pretty cursed shit. But yeah, if you've heard of his name before, Jonathan Haidt, H-A-D-T, you might, the two most likely places you would have heard about him is either one from Anna Kasparian, because he's a big hero to Anna Kasparian. Like, Anna Kasparian worships the ground this man walks on. In fact, a lot of her political awakening is just her reading Jonathan Haidt. And the other place would be the Podjohns, right? And I mean, look, this is just, I don't know, these are just two examples. He's more influential than I think a lot of us imagine. Imagining extremely ambivalent about Breaking Points. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the idea. So, but you know their whole deal, right? They got a conservative, they got a liberal, but it's not just any conservative, and it's not just any liberal. And sometimes it's good, you know, like, you know, even Emily Jashinsky, you know, was skeptical about Destiny. And, you know, obviously, you know, Ryan Grimm has done some good work. from time to time. What the fuck? Oh, no. What is, do I own that? Do I own that? Oh my God, is that Octopath Traveler? Shat? Am I French? Chat, I can't get rid of the French. Yo, this will get me in trouble though. This will get me demonetized, chat. I can't play it. It sounds lovely though. I should play this game. So I can play it. Wait, I don't understand though. Why do I keep on getting hit for video game music, which doesn't make sense because YouTube, like, I mean, some people out there are video game streamers, right? YouTube allows you to play video games on it. Why do they, I mean, obviously, like with Fallout, like I understand that, like Fallout likes to crate dig kind of and find a bunch of old goofy music. Ryan does legit journalism. Yeah, I mean, there's some issues I have with Ryan occasionally, right? But it's not on, it's just that he's a little too willing to, I don't know. Let's not get into that now, chat. Let's not get into that now, because yeah, for the most part, Ryan does really good. But you understand, like, the kind of, like, the you understand the slant that Breaking Points has to it, right? It's not conservative, it's not liberal, but it's also, like, not establishment. His stuff with Jeremy Scahill is great, at least. Yeah. No, most of Ryan Grimm's, it's not even Ryan Grimm's work that I have a problem with. It's some of, you know, like I don't know. I've watched Breaking Points a lot. Let me just put it that way. I feel like there's some issues that get brought up that I'm like, I almost don't want to hear more. Like whenever they get him talking about like trans issues or something, I'm just like, all right, I don't want to hear any more. I don't want Ryan Grimm getting ruined for me. But I mean, I guess I don't know. They have a lot of mentally stunted analysis, but they have done some genuinely good journalism. Yeah, and they're a good foil against some of the worst people out there, for sure. Sagar is far right. Not Crystal Ball is a moderate leftist, but not radical. I guess it's hard to get a conservative who isn't either a liar. Anyway, so Sagar and Jetty, just like I don't know. I mean, I wouldn't say he's like a bog standard conservative. But no, what I'm saying is that, like, if anything, right, it's got, like, if you could say that there's a slant to Breaking Points, you wouldn't really say it's conservative, you wouldn't really say it's liberal. You might say that the slant is anti-institutional, or you might say that the slant is maybe libertarian, right? Libertarians, like classic libertarians, do not seem like the kind of people that would want to make a law against kids having phones in schools, right? And that's what they were talking about with Taylor Lorenz, right? They're so convinced, right? Because they're height pilled. They're so convinced that the you know, if we take technology, or if we give, what is it? The phrase is a phone-free childhood or a tech-free childhood, right? It is boomers being like, I grew up without a phone and I was just fine. And not just boomers, actually. What, Gen Xers grew up without a phone? Maybe elder millennials grew up without a phone. And so therefore your kids should too. No. Your kids are living in a world with cell phones. Your kids are living in a world with technology. They need to know how to use that stuff, right? If you want to make, and Taylor's not against, like, I don't know, if a teacher wants to like collect the phones outside of the classroom before class because they just don't want people on their phones during class, there's no problem with that. But mandating it as a law, do you understand what it means to make it a law? Like you make it, you know, like you could either like sort of leave it up to the schools, leave it up to the teachers, and have it be a rule, in which case the punishment for breaking the rule is that, I don't know, you get detention or something. You can make it a rule, or you can make it a law, and you know who enforces the law at school? That's a cop. Yeah, some Gen Xers and some boomers may not realize that there's something called a campus resource officer, and they are not there to help you with your notebooks and pencils, all right? A campus resource officer is literally a cop that like lives in the school, and that would be who would enforce this shit. So yeah. And the other thing too is that like a lot of the, you know, you assume when you're talking about kids using phones in school that what you're talking about is they're, you know, texting or they're surfing the internet or they're doing something that they, you know, it's distracting from class, right? There are also kids who cannot afford a laptop who use their phone to record lectures. There are kids that use their phone to take notes, right? And these are, you know, by and large, kids on the lower end of that income scale. So there's like a class element to this too, right? And, you know, Taylor, you know, when she's talking about this, like she actually brings all that up. And I don't think that Ryan and Emily had an answer, but I swear to God, chat, there is so many hype-pilled people out there, and it's scary. So it's good to know that Taylor's fighting the good fight. Like I said, I've said before, Taylor is a mercenary, a little bit of a mercenary. She goes hard in the paint, mainly against conservatives, right? The other thing she's been going hard on is, you know, this whole idea of 2020 being the original sin. And that bugs me too, right? You'll always hear this refrain from like almost everybody, right and left, that 2020 was this horrible time of ultra wokeness. And it's like that I don't know, like you almost get the feeling that reacting to COVID at all, like making any public health decisions about COVID, right? What they think was like a mistake. Oh God, you know, we like Democrats would be much better, doing much better if we weren't associated with all this overreach. And it's not fucking overreach, it's underreach, all right? We let a pandemic run through the American population. Why? Because the capitalists wanted us to get back to work. And then they mind fucked us with all this social media manipulation to make us think, oh no, actually that was really bad. It ruined our kids. It ruined a generation. It was a huge mistake. No, COVID's not that big of a deal. You just get the flu. Oh, fuck you. 1 million people dead isn't enough? That's another fight that Taylor's taking on. So yeah, good for her. Have plenty of dumb shit, but they seem genuinely independent. Like I said, Breaking Points is usually a good foil against all the worst people in the world, whether it's Destiny or Matt Walsh. Is that yeah? They debated Matt Walsh, I think. But yeah, I don't know. In this case, it was just it was disappointing. It was really disappointing, right? Ryan and Emily did not really have any response, any answer, any pushback. With what Taylor Lorenz was saying, but they didn't change their mind, right? They didn't engage. They were just like, nope, we're gonna go with the Jonathan Haidt shit. Yeah, thank you very much. Nope, we're taking the phones away from the kids so they can have a beautiful, idyllic childhood just like ours. That's right. You'll send your kids magically back to 1977 or whenever the fuck Ryan Grimm was born. By taking away their phones. You know, you can't turn back time unless you're share. Like unless we're doing a subathon and you're share, then maybe you can, you know, if I could turn back time, I don't know, maybe you could do that, but like no, you can't. Like you can't make your childhood into your kids' childhood, and that's such a stupid thing to say. Like, I don't know, like kids are their own people. They're not like little versions of you. You don't get to control their life. And like, you know, in like, look, idealizing your, you know, youth, you're forgetting some things that weren't so great with your youth, right? You know, one effect, like the whole, you know, well, there wasn't social media and there wasn't like all this pressure. Yeah, but there also wasn't a way for, I don't know, kids that were queer or neurodivergent or different in some way to, you know, be able to socialize with their friends because they're kind of stuck in a class where like none of their friends are. The phone like is also, you know, connection for a lot of kids, right? A lot of kids who I don't know what kind of hope they'd have growing up, you know, if they didn't have. So yeah, no, anyway, I'm on a bit of a soapbox here. That's not what we're going to be talking tonight. We're going to be talking about big money. And not big money salvia, but big money BTC, dark money BTC. He's out there. He started an organization called Chorus, and yeah, they're buying up lefty content creators all over TikTok. And there's some stipulations. We're gonna look into that. I guess that's where the controversy is, right? And there is controversy. Taylor wrote this article, and a bunch of TikTokers are really mad. I'll try to cover some of that as well. You know, some of the pushback. I'm not trying to shut that out. I want to look at it. I want to consider it. I don't want to just thrust it away without you know, at least looking at it. And you know, like Taylor Lorenz, like I said, you know, she could make mistakes. You know, the allegation is that she didn't try to contact any of the people that she was talking about. And I don't think that's true. The article, like, it sounds like she did reach out. It sounds like a lot of these content creators did not get back to her, and now they want to say something. Middle school Pinkertons, exactly, Crystal Saphira. Yeah, look, I said it on the Breaking Points, in the comments on the Breaking Points video with Taylor Lorenz. I think that a cop-free childhood is more important for kids than a phone-free childhood, all right? Anything that I can do to, like, yeah, are there some things that go on now in schools that didn't go on, you know, as much, like, when I was young, and maybe even less so, like, you know, with Ryan and Emily? Yeah, but I would say, like, it's shit like the resource officer. Like, where did we get to the point where it became acceptable we're gonna have a cop in school? Like, where the fuck did that... You know who punishes you in school? It should be the teachers and the fucking principal. And some of that even maybe goes a little too far, right? So some of the, you know, labeling of children as oppositional defiant is, I don't know, it's kind of setting you up to accept authoritarianism, I would say, right? I know that it's not easy to teach a class. My mom was a teacher. Especially the way they make you do it in the United States with very little pay, and, you know, having to go in your pocket for a lot of the resources that your class is going to need. But I don't know. I just feel like best thing to do with parenting is being engaged with your kid's life. Yeah. And, like, I mean, the people, yeah, think about that. Think about Spencer, or sorry, not Spencer. I keep on calling you Spencer, even though it says right in your name that you're not Spencer, specifically. But yeah, look, on one hand, you know, it does take a village to raise a child. At least the title of that Hillary Clinton book has, you know, some wisdom to it, some truth to it. But on the other hand, you gotta... If you can't expect the, you know, you shouldn't expect, like, the internet or the television or the school to raise your kids for you. You have got to raise those kids yourself, right? And if you don't want to you don't want your kids to have a phone, I mean, I feel like you would have a lot more say over, you know, whether your kid takes the phone to school as a parent than a teacher is going to. But yeah, I don't know. Kids are being bullied and or radicalized. Has existed since before the internet. I've seen high school movies from the 80s too. Oh geez, like, what is that, like Fast Times from Ridgemont High? I'm trying to think of 80s like high school movies. Is Ferris Bueller, is that are they in high school or is that college? Anyone see the recent Big Joel debate with that PF Young guy? People have to explain this PF Young to me a little bit better. I still don't, I'm not sure I understand what he's about. I've always seen his shit, but I've never... There were cops in schools back in the 90s? Well, I mean, that's probably when it started, right? 21 Jump Street. 11 babyface police officers embedded into a school in order to... Like, they had undercovers. US education is absolutely horrifying to the rest of the world. It should be. I mean, so many other countries know our history better than we do. And yet we're like, you know... Is there an argument for safety for kids to have a phone? Like, every single law that they try to pass is to endanger kids. Well, I mean, if the kids had a vote, it'd be like 0%, right? Kids are, you know... not in favor of having their autonomy checked like that. I'm not Spencer. It's a bit of a joke alt name after my shenanigans caused streamers Chud and Quiman issues. So Spencer's bad, but not Spencer is great. Not Spencer is based. Not Spencer did nothing wrong. It's that Spencer. It's that Spencer person. That's. I never had to get trauma from dealing with cops as a kid. Even Canada is doing school resource officers. Yeah, we need to get cops out of schools. Seriously. Like, what kind of nonsense is this? And I mean, think about what you're teaching kids, right? We already have a problem with people thinking of cops as fucking gods. The cops are the protection and the like officers of the, you know what I mean? There's too much too little questioning of cops by adults, right? And if you get them young and you know, have this, you know, cop in the fucking high school, I don't know. It seems like a bad idea. Call me anything, even a slur. Oh yeah, we love the slurs here. Well, as long as you're not acting like a clanker, I probably won't call you a slur. My sister got slammed by by a resource officer as he was running to catch someone. So can you imagine Connor points in your kids' like high school? I mean, we watched a little bit of him yesterday. Not all. I haven't covered that much Connor points. Oh my God, Rooster Rick! I thought you said bad acid for a second there. I was like, uh oh. No one eat the brown acid. Please do not eat. The brown acid it's giving people bad trips. I think I'd unironically trust giving teachers guns and then have a cop in school. More training. What about an energy weapon? What if teachers could just melt your kid? Like, I'm sorry, your child behaved. Or your child misbehaved in class today. We scraped the remains off the floor. Oh my God. You just get like, you know, Fallout. What is, okay, wait. You got the lasers and what's the other one? The fate. What's the other one? The one that melts people in Fallout? What's that one called? Chat, I don't know anything about guns. If I play Fallout, I think it's Amy Komori. I think the brown acid is a reference to Woodstock. There's a audio of a like a loudspeaker at Woodstock, and it's somebody saying, please don't eat the brown acid. It's, you know, apparently they, you know, Woodstock, like, right, people go there, they're listening to bands, they want to expand their minds with psychedelic. It's plasma. Thank you. It's plasma. Oh my God. Teachers might go postal if you give them guns in school. Yeah, or let alone plasma guns. But yeah, I don't know anything about weapons. All right. The thing that confused me about Fallout is that you gotta get a gun. All right. And that's simple enough. Okay. I know what a gun is. I know you point it at things and you shoot, but then there's like all these different kinds of guns. And I'm supposed to know what that means. Like, you know, there's like 18 different shotguns. Which one is best? How would I know? I'm not a shotgun person. How about we ban assault weapons? Yeah, that's a spicy take, I guess. P.F. Jung is a radical centrist who runs a podcast talking to many political creators, but he has been noted to claim to be a centrist, yet always agrees with right-wingers. Oh, that the most useful kind of centrist out there. It's on, oh, you were on too much of cops, and the cop startled me. I instinctively ran, and he smashed me into the pavement. God damn. That is a hell of a thing to deal with a head full of acid. What are my political proclivities? I don't know. Do I have any proclivities, chat? Teachers having guns is a really bad idea. Yeah, I was kidding about that, random 3PO. I think the chatter was too. Think about shooting situation there. You're not only asking the teacher to be a killer, you're expecting them not to accidentally hit and miss the kid. You're expecting them to be a expert marksman or woman. Or Marks NB. Yeah, I mean, like the Big Joel PF Jung thing sounds interesting. I'll probably have to watch some of that off stream before I can like figure out like how to make it a topic. But yeah, I'm trying to chill down. I'm trying to chill out a little bit. I had trouble waking up this morning. I like slept super late, and then I was all drowsy, and I was trying to put I don't know, it took me forever to put the thumbnail together. I kept on putting together like really ugly thumbnails. And then I finally got inspired. So what if every kid had a gun? That would make them safe. Correct. Yeah, it would definitely make them safe. Yeah, it'd be like I'm sure it would act as a mutually assured destruction, and everybody would be very polite. Otherwise they get blasted with the plasma gun. Drowsy mornings are the worst. I'm getting older. Are you sure about that? You're sure that age doesn't work in a reverse sometimes, like Benjamin Butthole or whatever his name is? What's that guy's name, chat? That would be an episode of Beavis and Butthead, wouldn't it? Benjamin Butthole. Somehow, like, Beavis has a painting in an attic somewhere, and, like, the painting keeps on getting older, but Beavis gets younger. I don't know. Yeah, Benjamin Button. What's the other one where they drink from they drink from a spring and they, like, live forever? Yeah, Benjamin... No, that's Netanyahu, would be Benjamin Butthole, I guess. I guess. Benjamin Whathole? Yeah, Benjamin Butthole. I don't know, is that his name? I am so sorry, chat. I'm like wild today. I'm a little bit wild. Speaking of wild, let me go on a wild leap here and add a goal. 10 super chats. 100 bot or more in the next 30 minutes. No, not 30 minutes, 3 hours. How about? And if we get it, I will put a butterfly. I will put a butthole. I'll put Benjamin Butthole. No, I can't make it funny. I can't make it funny. Put a butterfly in my hair. Look, saying butthole randomly is not funny unless it's, you know, you can't just use a butthole as a cheat code like Moist Critical does, right? It is kind of a cheat code though for Moist Critical. He makes everything funnier. Yeah, we pay in bots, we pay in clankers. Yeah, we bought. Oh my god, Lazarus's Pit. Wait, what is that? Is that a movie about Fountain of Youth? Benjamin Butthole sounds like a porn parody. What would that? What? I haven't seen Benjamin Button. I must admit, I haven't seen that movie. Yeah, what's that other one where they drink out of the spring? I think it's called like Fuck Everlasting or something. No, I'm just making everything dirty, chat. What's wrong? They've been jamming butt on stream. Wait, who has? He had a surprisingly human take on the recent shooting. Really? Because last I heard the right-wingers were trying to make this another piece of evidence that trans people are violent. Trans people are dangerous, psychopathic shooters, right? I thought that was where they were going with that. I haven't really gotten to the bottom of the I think they did try. What was the actual truth about that? Was it? I think it might have. Was the shooter a detrans? Was the shooter like a detransitioner or something? Is that where they kind of got that? Lazarus Pit keeps the Batman villain Ra's al Ghul from dying of old age. Wait, Ra's al Ghul? That sounds. Oh. Oh, Breakfast Club. That's an example of a high school 80s movie. Yeah. Yeah, wait, was there a reason? Was there a cop in Breakfast Club? Did they have cops back in the 80s? I kind of don't think so. Was it like, so was this like a 90s thing that happened? Yeah, 2 to 1000 for trans versus cis. Oh my god, random 3PO. I swear to God, they just got to have like 1 out of a million, and they'll claim that trans people are super violent. Crystal Saphira with the butterfly. I believe that is 7 butterflies. And also thank you for the super chat. Okay, so you know the drill. No, I just always like to say you know the drill, even if you don't know the drill. Who fucking says you know the drill? I think Kyle Kolinsky says it, and the other guy, Bevo. Do y'all remember Bevo? The British eating YouTuber. His whole thing is he eats on stream, but he doesn't chew. He eats and he just like somehow like absorbs it like a blob, I guess. A janitor and a principal. Yeah, that's how it should be. You want to go back to the good old days? Take, you know, Teen Wolf? Teen Wolf never... He was a werewolf, and he didn't have to have a cop in his school. Like, right? Like, that could be dangerous, potentially. And yet they trusted Teen Wolf enough not to have, like, a cop with silver bullets in his gun, I think. He eats like a duck? Is that how a duck eats? Ducks are strange beings. Truly, truly. He eats like an eel? Eels eat like that? Oh my god. Yeah, he just scoffs it down. His jaw was fucked up, I think. Oh, so there's a reason for it. I never knew that. I thought that was just because like also he will like he'll eat something, he'll swallow, and he'll go like, and it'll look like he's gonna choke. You're like, oh no, Bevo, he's gonna be taken from us way too early. And then just like, gulp, he somehow swallows whatever it is. Didn't he get new teeth? Is that what happened? More and more transparently pro-cop media over time from the jump. From do you mean literally from 21 Jump Street? I don't think I ever saw the like original, but there was like a reboot or something. But I saw like a parody or something. Ducks have a beautiful diet of lake grass and fish. Yeah, I guess you don't, they don't have to chew. Oh yeah, because birds don't chew, right? Chat, birds don't chew. If they did, it'd be super weird, right? If birds had teeth, it would freak you out. If you saw a bird, if you looked at a bird up in a tree and all of a sudden that bird smiled at you and it had big old teeth, you would be freaked out. You would not like that. In high school, we would have propaganda lectures from school cops. They told us one time how much, oh yeah, they did have a cop come in, to pass around marijuana. Here, make sure to smell the marijuana, but don't, that's a dangerous game you're playing, sir. That marijuana nug is gonna disappear. It's gonna be replaced by oregano by the time it comes back to you. They told us how much they'd love to stop a mass incident, then a few years later, Uvalde happened. Some birds do have serrated beaks. Can they chew? Oh, from the beginning of what we know as the modern police officer, he should eat at least with a cup of tea, milk, and 2 sugars. Oh, to wash it down. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, so he got his teeth replaced and now he doesn't swallow sane. He's lost in his je ne sais quoi. I wouldn't consider that to be pro-cop. They were bumbling idiots that barely managed to catch child criminals. Wait, are we talking about Jump Street? Not exactly a glowing portrayal. What is this, Tuesday? I think it's, I mean, it should be Tuesday with how much I'm talking about chewing. But yeah, ducks, don't they swallow their food? Like birds in general, right? Birds in general, I think will swallow their food. Not Spencer. It says, here's some dirty money. Wait. Why isn't this not showing up? Oh my god, chat. Oh my god. Let's fix this. Like this, and then... Here's some new dirty money to subvert the democratic will of chat and push my drama slop agenda. Asmon tweet in Discord. Ooh. General, wait. So are you voting for Asmongold here? I take it? Yeah, so we got, like, oh god, that's the other thing I gotta do too. I knew I was, like, slow on something here. Copy that. And then... I don't think that's what I want to do. Whoa. That was funky. Let me try that again. Yeah, there we go. Butterfly goal. All right, so I've been asked to put the butterfly goal on stream from now on. This says 10 out of 10, and that's what we need to get to. If you want to put a butterfly in my hair today, like we did yesterday, we need 10 teal super chats. If you're wondering what color teal is, it is this color right here. That is a teal super chat. 10 of those will put a butterfly in my hair. In addition, oh yeah, we gotta change that goal too. It should say, what, 6? Yeah, that's the bonus goal. One time I saw a hawk at a tree eating a pigeon. Okay. Feathers were falling down below, which is how I noticed. They're pretty dexterous for not having hands. I mean, yeah, the birds of prey will definitely, you know, I mean, they're not swallowing their food, I guess. They're swallowing organs and eyeballs and connective tissue. Wonderful. Thursday, isn't it? It is. I think, like, eagles, for example, like to rip apart. Yeah, they rip apart their prey. Also owls, right? Yeah, birds of prey in general. I was talking about 21 Jump Street. It's got a good theme song, though. That's the one thing that I think I've watched the, what is it, like the OP? Do you call it an OP, Chad, if it's not an anime? Do you personally call that, like, the thing in the beginning where there's, like, a song and it introduces the show? Is that just called an opening if it's not anime? My parrot can open cupboards and containers. And parrots eat like nuts, right? So their whole deal is their beak is good for cracking open shells. Call it an intro. Okay, yeah, the intro to 21, the song really is what I'm talking about. Like that, like I like 80s like synth songs, right? Isn't that a synth song? Or am I thinking DuckTales? I don't know. Anyway, like I was saying, we have several goals today. One goal is to, well, here's another goal that I have personally, right? I like to, cheers. I like to, wait, what is this called? Toasting? Yeah, I like to toast. Oh my god, chat, my cup is looking kind of toasty right now. Feels like this thing needs to be cleaned. It's just like the residue of many cups of tea. And it's even green tea. You wouldn't think it would be like that, except I make it so thick, chat. Thank you, Crystals, for the super chat, and thank you for reminding me to drink my caffeine. Depends on the species of birds. Most are generalists, so highly intelligent and adaptable to different food sources. My parrot likes to share my like, if you gave your parrot a worm, would the parrot eat the worm? Or would it be like, I'm a parrot, what the fuck are you trying to do? Feed me a worm. Share my dinners with me if I'm eating rice and veggies. I feel like I would feed my parrot with chopsticks if I had one. Wait, we're not allowed to, oh god, I'm not allowed to have pets, am I? Keeping Irene awake, keeping Irene on track. Haven't seen the new DuckTales. Oh yeah, the new DuckTales is good, yeah. I don't know which theme song I'm remembering. It's called a theme song, says Oral Ellipsis, yeah. Maybe it was a synth song? It did, like, why is that song reminding me of DuckTales? I know we can't actually watch copyrighted music, chat. We had that scare with, Jubilee yesterday. And guess what? They, knock on wood, hasn't been claimed yet, but Jubilee does love to claim. The last one, it took a day or two for them to claim it, so I am still thinking, and what they do, chat, what the annoying thing is, like, people are like, can't you just edit it out? Yeah, you can edit it out, but, like, what is it? Like, if they claim you, then they'll take all the money, all the ad money for the video so far, which is most of the ad money if it's a VOD, right? Most of the viewers are live, not people watching the VOD after the fact. So, yeah, it's like that. Anyway, I gotta stay awake. I gotta be awake, and I gotta count a number of things, including the number of super chats we get, because if we get 10 teal super chats, we've got one right now, we get 10 teal super chats in the next 2 hours and 44 minutes, I will put a butterfly in my hair. It's just like that. I just listen, it's really similar. It is, I'm not wrong about that. I'm not wrong about the 21 Jump Street thing sounding like DuckTales. Like, that's like hyper music, right? Oh, we never thought we'd find a place where we never thought we'd find a place where we belong. Gotta be ready to jump. 21 Jump Street. I was remembering the part where they're like, your friends will be there when you're back. That, I don't know, that sounds like a DuckTales thing. Wait, isn't there something in DuckTales that's literally that? Race cars, lasers, airplanes, it's a duck blur. A lot of them will eat insects, but mine isn't super interested in them. That's too bad. I mean, that would be nice. Like, that's why I want a pet spider to eat all the insects. Are you a Talking Heads fan? Hell yeah. Talking Heads are amazing. I don't know. I shouldn't act like I'm a super fan or anything, because I'm, What is that? I watched the documentary movie. Like somebody made a movie out of like a concert of theirs. I think it's called Stop Making Sense. And I got like, yeah, like, One of my favorite theme songs, I put 21 Jump Street in my MP3 rotation. But yeah, like I said, if we get 10 of the teal super chats, and I think they turn teal at around $3 and some change, it's basically 100 Thai baht is the cutoff point. So, chicken.
Dwight Lan super chatted $6.72. DuckTales woohoo.
DuckTales woo-oo. Every day they're out there making DuckTales. Wait, was Donald Duck in DuckTales? Does anybody know? What does that mean? Or what are we at now, Narwhal? I think we're at 13. It's a duck blur. Did they ever define what a duck blur is? 17? Wait, I missed something. That wait. There might be a super chat I did not shout out. Yeah, something like that. He was a triplets uncle. He's in it. He's in it. Donald is in it. Okay, now question. Would the TTS be able to pronounce in French? Or would it say, Nous étirons dans la bande à Pixo woohoo French DuckTales? Or would it say, Nous enterrons dans la bande à Pixo woohoo. Wait, how do they fit that in the how do they fit that in the wait. How do they fit that in the chorus? Like, how do they fit that on the hook? Because in English it's just like Nous étirons dans la bande Pixo woohoo. Wait, I can't make it work. I can't make it work. Nous étirons dans la bande à Pixo. Wait, I can't. What? I'm doing something wrong. Like, every day they're out there making. Nous étirons dans la bande à Pixo DuckTales woo-oo. Something like that. Wait, Pixo woo-oo. Is Pixo DuckTales? Is the name of the show Pixo? Nous étirons dans la bande à Pixo woo. Is it like that? Their mom was on the mood. They have a mom? Wait, who's their dad? Uncle Scrooge is Donald's uncle. Wait, is Donald their dad? That's blowing my mind, chat. Uncle Donald. Don't they call him Uncle Donald? I just realized the theme songs refer to the McDucks rewriting history. So were they propaganda? That's a great question. Are they revisionist, right? Is this, I mean, they probably would be. Like, Scrooge is rich as fuck. Like, they should have an episode where their enemies, like the Beagle Boys, are like, we're gonna seize the means of productions from Scrooge McDuck and take all the money for the proletariat. Oh my god. Donald's the dad? Why do they call him Uncle Donald? Where does Uncle Donald, what, chat? Uncle Donald, I thought they called him Uncle Donald. Is that wrong? How do I misremember that? Their mom is Donald's sister. Daisy? No, Daisy's Donald's partner, right? Okay, so I guess we don't know Donald's sister, and that's the mom, and the mom lives on the moon? In the DuckTales reboot, the mom's theme song plays is the moon level song from NES DuckTales? Oh wait, that one's supposed to be really good. Pixel is a play on words. Pixel, which means steel coins. Is that what Scrooge has? I thought he had copper coins. Steel coins though, wait, didn't they have steel coins during World War II? They just say Uncle Scrooge? They don't call him Uncle Donald? Who is Uncle Donald? How did I get Uncle Donald in my head? Does Donald have a nephew? Wait, are you sure, chat? Uncle Donald is that like I distinctly remember this phrase. Right? Who called him Uncle Donald? Oh, the verb stealing. Oh. Wait, is that how you say steal? Peek? Wait. I thought it was the same word verb as to fly. In the Southern States translations, Daisy is the sister and the partner of Donald. That's what I heard, yeah. Trump, wait, wait, what, is that that's an emote. Uncle Donald, are you trying, is that like the Japanese version? Scrooge has a vault that holds coins, which he dives into and swims in. I thought they were all pennies though. To make it like, so that like the vault would be fuller. I thought he got it all changed to pennies. Like whenever he makes money, I think he goes to the bank and he gets pennies. He's like, would you like us to put this in your savings, Mr. McDuck? Would you like us to put this in certificate of deposit? And then he's like, no, thank you. I'll just be taking the, steal is voler, but PK is a sub-expression of the same thing. It's like a lower version of stealing. Oh, like peek your pocket. Like, shoplifting. It was gold coins? Damn. What are those gold eagles then? Like what coin did the United States have that was gold? Or maybe it's a Scottish coin. I don't know. Maybe it's a British coin. Asshole that pays for something expensive with pennies. Anyway, I gotta update this number right here, don't I? It should say 3. 3 out of 10. So yeah, we're just we're lacking 7 super chats. That'll make the butterfly up here. We're lacking 80 bonus points. That'll make bonus content happen. What kind of bonus content do we have after we get through with the Taylor Lorenz story? Let's take a look. Let's find out. And let's also find out what people are thinking tonight, what people are voting for. Right? So the poll itself is up on YouTube right now. YouTube.com/nocommentchick is where you will find the poll. And you could vote. You can make your voice heard regardless of where you're watching me. Feel free to come over to YouTube, place your vote, and just go right back to wherever you're watching it, right? I'm not trying to get you to switch from Twitch or anything like that. I just need you to know that the poll itself is on YouTube, so it's important that I say that. 51 of you have voted so far. Of those 51, 47% of you want to see Hasan's reaction to Ethan's Reddit burner. Yeah, that's right, pedo troll. Ethan has owned up to it. He made an Instagram story basically saying, yeah, he says, I am the name. He says he is pedotroll, right? So he's owned up to that, but he said, what was this statement? Something like, you know, we all understand that, you know, joking about pedo stuff is a lot less bad than having it on your computer. So he's trying to make that, now, chat, does anybody else know about the truce between Ethan and I mean, I guess we'll find out if we end up picking that one, because I think Hasan talks about it. I did see one Destiny clip that it's got him like dropping the mic, and he says, oh my god, what the fuck? Yeah, he is AKA he is the pedo troll. Oh geez, I got some responses here. Or I got some something going on here. He's not ashamed of hustling with his statement, more or less, and he blamed Reddit culture as well. Yeah, he's got all kinds of excuses. But I think, anyway, let me see if I can find the Destiny. I should have marked this. If I could remember the name of the DGG clip channel, it would help me a lot. Looks like Tectone has disavowed Destiny. Asmongold? Damn. Asmongold disavowed Destiny? Okay, I'm looking at my history. I need to figure out what that channel is, because I think it had some new stuff on it that... Here it is, Destiny DGG clips. I think this is it. Yeah, Just Give Up Loser is the thumbnail. The title is Destiny's final announcement on the Ethan Klein drama. I don't think we necessarily need to watch that. It's a short video. It's only like 9 minutes. And I think the gist of it is that Destiny doesn't want to keep on talking about Ethan Klein. He's said his piece. He feels like he's outclassed Ethan. He's basically shown Ethan that a battle between them will not end well for him, will not end well for Ethan Klein. And so as a result, you know, he's willing to let bygones be bygones if Ethan stops calling him a PDF. And yeah, he's like, I won, it's over. So I think they've called, I don't know, has Ethan accepted the truce? It's not a very Ethan thing to do, to admit that he lost, but I don't know. Maybe he will. Either way, chat, we got Hasan reacting to the pedo troll, the revelation that pedo troll is actually Ethan, none other than Ethan Klein. We've got Hasan and Majority Report, yeah. They both reacted to Adam Friedland and Richie Torres, right? Hasan reacts to it in 2 parts. We saw most or part of the first part yesterday. Maybe we'll watch the second half. Watch Hasan react to the really interesting part. And also Emma and Matt Leck have got something to say about that. That is in 4th place. In 2nd place, we got Bad Empanada with the Slop Tube Civil War. And in 3rd place, we have Asmongold. His numbers are fake. Botted. Caught in 4K. So those are your options tonight for bonus content. And the thing that makes that happen is if this number gets to 100%, by the end of the night, I'll cover one of these topics. If it gets to 200, I'll cover 2 of the topics, etc., and so on, right? That's how it works. And this number goes up every time somebody does a super chat, a super sticker. If you get yourself a membership, if you gift a membership, if you support me on Throne, which I'm still crowdfunding for the Vietnam trip, which is coming up really soon. I've got to get my e-visa, chat, because it turns out that America is not... I don't know what happened, chat. I swear to God, I saw this on Facebook, you know, that they had added the United States to a list of countries that do not need a visa, that will get, you know, just like you would in Thailand, you get like a tourist visa upon entry. But yeah, upon further review, upon checking back on it, United States is definitely not on that list. I could swear to God, yeah, because what I did is I saw the something on Facebook, and then I know Facebook, right? My friend's on Facebook, so I've reactivated mine temporarily. But I saw that thing on Facebook, and then I checked it out on you know, and saw like both a Vietnam travel site that confirmed it, as well as I thought like the Vietnamese immigration site itself. But yeah, whatever they've you know, I think, I don't know, maybe Trump fucked it up, right? Maybe Trump, maybe they were going to do it, but Trump's just been such an asshole that they're like, okay, fine. If you're going to put 19% tariffs on you, we're not going to make it easy for Americans to travel in our country. Either way, chat, I could still use a little bit more help on the funding the Vietnam trip. If you want to contribute to that, it's I'm crowdfunding for it over on throne.com/nocommentchick. So if you contribute to that, it will also make this number go up, as it will if you sign up for my Patreon, which everybody that signs up at $5 or more gets a fancy shout out at the beginning and ending of each stream. I'll do that in just a second. Also eligible are is supporting me on if you support me on Twitch, which you could do for free with a Twitch Prime sub. If you have Prime, you can hook your Prime account up to Twitch, and you get a free sub to give to the streamer of your choice. If that happens to be me, you will get all the jellyfish, you will get all the emojis and all the benefits as well, without costing yourself a single red cent. And you will actually help the channel out as well, which I appreciate greatly, right? So that's one way to get yourself a sub over there. Other way to get them is to spend $6. It is twice as much as it costs on YouTube for a membership. For whatever reason, Twitch just, you know, makes things expensive, but you do get the animated subs, or the animated emojis on Twitch, which I guess is kind of fancy because, you know, yeah, people seem to like it. People, you know, a lot of people subbing on Twitch, so that's an option too. You can also gift subs on Twitch, which is very generous, or you can throw me some bits, and any of that will make this number go up. If the number goes up to 100, we get bonus content. All right. The other thing that you can do is when you donate, let me know in the chat which of these topics. Wait, somebody did say they wanted to, was it Asmongold? I think we got 3 on Asmongold. Is that right? I don't think anybody put anything on Hasan's, Hasan reacts to Ethan's burner, but you can see right up here, I've got all these like plus, you know, all these little things that it's like, you know, +0, +0, right? If you let me know in chat which of these topics you want to see when you donate, I will turn your donation into a percentage. I will add it to this number next to the topic of your choice, and I will, at the end of the night, add that to the overall vote. So you can kind of push the poll in the direction that you want the poll to go. If you've got a particular one of these options that you are that is calling out to you, that's an option as well, right? You can affect the poll. You can also do the opposite of affecting the poll by saying Vox Populi, which instead of adding to any of these...
SA super chatted $5.
Yo, thank you, Crystal, for the super chat. Yeah, we're at 4 out of 10 on the butterfly goal, and we are at 25. So we're fully a quarter of the way towards bonus content for tonight, which... you know, is any of those topics that you want, and just know that when you donate, you can also let me know in chat or in super chat or however you want to let me know that which of these topics you want. I'll turn it into a percentage. I will add it to the topic of your choice, and you can also say Vox Populi if what you want is to just like do the opposite of pushing it in a certain way and just say, you know, that's a minus and it subtracts from everything else, right? So basically, it makes it more likely that whatever wins in the vote will win in real life. Does that make sense? And 4 out of 10 there. Let me go ahead to Patreon and shout out everybody on my Patreon. Like I said, if you support me at the $5 level or above, you get a fancy shout out at the beginning and end of each stream. We're kind of close to the beginning right now, so let me do those shouts out to all of my fancy weasels. Fancy shouts out go to Oral's Ellipsis, Temporal Insanity, Steven Sayers, Funky Monkey, Sarah, Nadia Yvette, Moe Noape, Jules K, JMB, Izzy Mandius, Infallible Fowl, Good for Gabby, Emily French, Direful, Choky, Buffy Geek, Big Owl, Animus, and a fancy shout out goes to Zara Xerix, Rachel K, Crystal Saphira, and to Omega Star. With that being said, chat, oh, Vox Populi, indeed. Indeed, and I'm gonna add a few to that one, I think. Yeah, we're gonna add 11 to Vox Populi. If only there was a Vox Populi chat for dark money. If only there was a way to donate money to fight dark money. Oh, well, someday we'll figure it out. But for now, okay, I've shouted out Patreon. I think I've done everything that I need to do. We can jump into the Hasan tent, I believe is what we're starting with.
Group that is secretly funding high-profile.
Oh wait, I need to switch my need to switch gears here, chat. Let's try this. Oh.
Deep dive into a dark money group that is secretly funding high-profile Democratic influencers. And I obviously have a lot of additional information to offer as someone who is a progressive content creator, a socialist influencer, if you want to call it that, who has been approached in the past as well. So I can give you guys a little bit more details on this kind of thing too, on top of what she wrote.
Narwhal by nature, I call it Kaya tent. That's cute. Yeah, you know, it's kind of funny. I don't think I would have been ever in consideration for chorus or anything like that. That's actually what is it? 16. So chorus is a 501c3 that operates under 1630, which I believe is a Democratic group. For whatever reason, they don't have to file with the FEC. Now, the previous scandal that Hasan's about to describe or going to get into here is with Progressive Victory. We did cover Progressive Victory. That's the Brianna Wu pack that was throwing out around Wu bucks to anyone and everyone. Like, right, Xander Hall got a hefty payout from. In fact, Xander Hall was viable as a streamer, you know, particularly prior to the election because he was on those Wu bucks. He was getting that infusion of Wu bucks every month, and it was basically, you know, it was helping him out a lot. And when I think about it, considering that I was approached for Whiteleaf, and a lot of Whiteleaf ended up on those Woo bucks, I probably would have been offered this as well if I'd played ball with Vosh and his network when I was asked by a friend of White Nervosa to possibly you know, do a website through them. I, however, knew that something smelled fishy with this, and if I was relying on Vosh's personnel to administer a website for me, I would not be independent. I would not be able to freely give my opinion, especially about Vosh. And I had some real, you know, even way back then, I had some questions about Vosh. So, yeah, this is the same group that did this is Progressive Victory. Right, you know, Dylan Burns, Xander Hall, Lunarbox, God, even some people that you wouldn't think, right, got money. Counterpoints, who's a conservative, got money through Progressive Victory. How fucking crazy is that? But anyway, yeah, this is a whole new formation. It's not centered around Twitch poll. It's not centered around, like, you know, Vosh's Whiteleaf network or anything like that. I think it's kind of more centered around TikTok. Anyway, let's let Hasan get into this while I pee really quickly.
And there's obviously a bunch of stuff that she was not able to add in to this piece because, you know, it would have been far too expansive. But here it is. A dark money group is secretly funding high-profile Democratic influencers. A recipient of that money? No, of course not. An initiative aimed at boosting Democrats' online offers influencers up to $8,000 a month to push the party line. All they have to do is keep it a secret and agree to restrictions on their content. In a private group chat in June, dozens of Democratic political influencers discussed whether to take advantage of an enticing opportunity. They were being offered $8,000 per month to take part in a secretive program aimed at bolstering democratic messaging on the internet. Wait, what? $8K a month honestly seems like a small payout if they actually supposed to be high-profile influencers. The economy really is falling apart. Are you kidding me? $8,000 a month is an incredible amount of money for whatever their deliverables are. What the do you have $8,000 a month that you have to spare? Like, we're talking about like up and comers. You know what I mean? We're talking about people that just like get, you know, like $8,000 a month is life-changing money for a lot of people, for virtually everyone. You're talking about almost $100,000 a year. That's, you know, that's an incredible amount of additional revenue that you're going to be able to generate. $8,000 a month would change every single person in this chat's life. No matter how high profile the people are, unless there's someone like myself and there's not a lot of other people at my level, $8,000 a month is unironically going to be a life-changing amount of money for most people. And this is not like me flexing. You have to understand, like, this is like someone like David Pakman would, I'm using him because he's like a big content creator, right? Like, he would be a high-profile influencer. I'm not making any inferences here. I don't know if he was a part of this or not. I'm just using him as an example because of like his size. Or Kyle Kalinske, for example, right? Kyle Kalinske is an even better example because he most likely didn't participate in this program, obviously. So I'll just use him instead. Like, for someone like Kyle Kalinske, $8,000 in additional revenue a month would be massive. He is one of the most high-profile political influencers out there. Even Majority Report, they would be, he's in the article. Yes, he took the money, not Kyle. Oh, he is in the article and he did take the money. Oh, he was a part of the program. Okay, well, all right. Well, then I don't feel that bad first saying David Pakman. All right. Anyway, but the contract sent them to Chorus, the nonprofit arm of the liberal influencer marketing platform, came with some strings. Among other issues, it mandated extensive secrecy about disclosing their payments and have restrictions on what sort of political content the creators could produce. In their group chat, influencers debated the details. Should we send a joint email with all our email addresses, or are we just going to send things separately and hope they change everything for everyone? Lorenzo, a non-binary creator in Columbus, Ohio, with over 884,000 TikTok followers, asked the group. Some joked about collective bargaining. Any Newsies fans in here? Eliza Orlins, a public defender and reality TV star known for appearance on Survivor, posted in the group. We're a union just by saying so. The influencers in the chat collectively had at least 13 million followers across social media platforms. They represented some of the most well-known voices in online posting in support of Democrats, and they are the key. They're key to wherever the party moves next. But ultimately, the group didn't make much progress. Reading through the revised Chorus contract, like, you win some, you lose some. A reproductive justice influencer named Perry, who posts under the handle Women in America, responded later in the thread. I also think there's at least 4 other things that should change. But the vibe I got from their email was that there would be minimal, if any, changes. Lorenzo, Orlins, and Perry did not reply to requests for comment. I don't feel strongly about pushing, to be honest. Aaron Parnas, a Gen Z. Oh my God, Lev Parnas' son, Aaron Parnas, was a part of this. A Gen Z news influencer who has been called the Gen Z Walter Cronkite and has been lauded in legacy media outlets, posted in the chat. They aren't going to modify it anymore. Seems like a take it or leave it. Parnas declined to comment. I believe we're in stage 5, acceptance, Perry responded. Creators began signing on to the deal. For years, Democrats have struggled to work with influencers. In 2024, President Joe Biden's White House snubbed several prominent content creators after they lightly criticized the administration over its policies on climate change, COVID, Gaza, and the TikTok ban. Content creators who challenged Kamala Harris, including Hasan Piker, a well-known influencer on the left, were similarly unwelcome at campaign events. After the Democrats lost in November, they faced a reckoning. It was clear the party had failed to successfully navigate the new media landscape. While Republicans spent decades building a powerful and robust independent media infrastructure, maximizing controversy to drive attention and maintaining tight relationships with creators despite their small disagreements with Trump, the Democrats have largely relied on outdated strategies and traditional media to get their message out. Now, Democrats hope that the secretive Chorus Creator Incubator Program, funded by powerful liberal dark money group called the 1630 Fund, might tip the scales. The program kicked off last month, and creators involved were told by Chorus that over 90 influencers were set to take part. Creators told Wired that the contract stipulated they'd be kicked out and essentially cut off financially if they even so much as acknowledged that they were a part of the program. Some creators also raised concerns about a slew of restrictive clauses in the contract. This is so insane, bro. What are we doing? What are the creators doing? What are the liberals doing? What's wrong with you? Why the dude, first of all, this is the type of we yell at Tim Pool over because they're getting it from Russia, okay? This is the type of we yell at Ben Shapiro over because they're getting money from the same exact funding groups that fund the Republican Party, like the Wilkes brothers and shit. How the are these guys just like running around being like, the Democrats are awesome, liberals are great, Gavin Newsom is hot, I want him to blow my back walls out, I think he's the next president, and then you turn around and you're getting a fat bag from the Democratic Party through shadow donations that you're not even disclosing? What the unimaginably unprincipled, man. It's also a demonstrable failure. This is what's so annoying about it. That's why I'm out here giving free ball. Okay? What do I always say? Free ball is free. Okay? You want to know what to do? You want to reach out to the youth, young men? I'm giving it out for free. There's also working examples of it. Zohran Mamdani is a working example of it. Okay? But these guys don't want that. They don't want to change their policies. What they want is to be able to manipulate people into loyalty to the Democratic Party without any sort of real changes in the way that they are alleviating people's economic hardships. But it now turns out that when people come in here and yell at me with DNC talking points and I say, show me the pay stubs, it turns out some of those do have pay stubs, except their fans don't, and their fans are deluded into thinking that these guys are actually telling them the truth.
This is the whole thing, right? You know, you got people like Ethan that are always berating Hasan about how he talks about democratic politics, right? You know, obviously Hasan, just like me, believed, you know, there's obviously a strategic benefit in harm reduction of voting. Yeah, if there's like a lesser of evil out there, you know, it might behoove you to vote for them. That doesn't mean that you should lie. It doesn't mean you should delude yourself. And certainly if you're a content creator, burn up your credibility by, you know, by caping essentially for these, for the Democratic Party, right? If they want to get more votes, if they want to be more popular, they need to change their policies. They need to stop emphasizing harm reduction as the only benefit to voting for a Democrat and start doing things. I mean, this is basically what Hasan said. I'm guessing. I got back in the middle of it, but Canadian Brunch with the that is 45 months resubscribe. Or sorry, you've been subscribed for 51 months actually. It's lovely to. It's always lovely to see you, Canadian Brunch. I hope you're doing well, and thank you for resubbing. Yeah, he's on fire here. Well, he's pissed. I mean, this is so hard to, like, it's so hard for these Democrats to get.
Score by super chatted $10. A few days ago, Monope and I were talking about how much money we could make as women of color if we didn't have souls and did alt-right proposals.
Oh my God.
Little did we know, we could just be libs instead.
Yeah, exactly. You just have to sell your soul to another buyer. But I don't know. We're going to try to be a little bit, you know, agnostic about this. You know, looking into the article, you know, people have pointed out that there's a few things that Taylor Lorenz didn't do in terms of sharing some of the receipts for this. Since then, some people have come out with, I guess, the contracts that they're asking people to sign. And you know, it's kind of been used against Taylor Lorenz, implying that she didn't try to reach out at all. From what I can tell, she did. And I did, you know, reply to her thread about this article on Blue Sky and invited her on the stream if she ever wants to, or to have a conversation, you know, off record if she wants to, because I do have some questions about that. So we're gonna try not to jump to any conclusions about this, but yeah, there is. I mean, look, this is a Brian Tyler Cohen. If you know who that is, do we all know who Brian Tyler Cohen is? Now, look, I'll be the first to admit that the guy does some good work. There's some stories that BTC has that nobody else has. However, I you know, him putting together a dark money pack to pay off like lefty content creators, like secretly, and them concentrating on just having. I mean, like, there's a lot of what this chorus thing is about that we're going to get into with Taylor Lorenz. Remember, chorus is the new thing. Chorus is getting money from 1630, which I believe is the Democratic Party connection. 1630 raises money not just off the record with the FEC, but also internationally, right? It's not there is actually Soros money like literal Soros bucks are in 1630s coffers. I don't know if they're making it to chorus, as are money that's raised from there's like a Swiss millionaire that contributed, right? So the rules are out the window now. I'm sure that if I had Brian Tyler Cohen, who obviously does not know who the fuck I am, but if I was able to talk to BTC, he would probably give some explanation to the fact that, listen, the Republicans are using this shit already, right? This carve out, this loophole, the Republicans are using it. What are we going to do? Stand down and just be like, on principle,
but now there are
lose to Trump once again? Obviously not. So, I mean, I guess point taken, but God, how fucking hard is it to, and this is what I can't get through to Democrats whenever I talk to them, whenever this whole issue of like harm reduction comes up, and they're like, no, don't say anything bad about the Democrats, especially not near the election. What are you, crazy? I always bring this up. Listen, you can't berate people into changing their votes, right? Some people have personal connections to the issues that you may not understand. You know, as a liberal that is like trying to berate people into voting for Democrats and vote blue no matter who, you might not understand what it's like to have family be murdered in Gaza because of the money that the United States is getting, the arms and the money that the United States is giving Israel, right? That's a whole nother thing. So to just be like, just vote for the fucking Democrats, stupid. All right, that doesn't help. You're not going to get any voters by berating people and calling them stupid. You might get voters actually by berating the candidates and calling them stupid. But that's if and only if the candidates are willing to listen and the candidates are willing to change their policy. Thus far, the Democrats have been pretty fucking good at insulating them from that stuff, especially on the Gaza issue. That's like a standout issue as far as a disconnection between Democratic voters and the Democratic Party, to the point where some of the most prominent political voices now espousing, cutting off military aid to Israel are in fact people like Marjorie Taylor Greene and Tucker Carlson. That cannot be allowed to continue. If that, I'll call it right now, chat. If that shit continues, if the Democrats do not read the fucking room and change their policy on Gaza, there will be no more Democratic Party. And we will have to come up with a third party, which is not easy. And I do not envy that. And I cannot emphasize enough how difficult that is, how long it takes, and how long the left would be in disarray if that happened. But if they don't fucking move on this, if they don't do anything, they are cooked. They are done. I hope I'm not repeating things that have already been said. Again, I took a little bathroom break right at the start. So hopefully these aren't things that Hasan already covered, but yeah, good point. That is one way to make money, Narwhal. And I think we're at 35.
But turns out they're actually making
41.
You annoyed at the left at the behest of the Democratic Party because that's what they're predisposed with. Holy the Dems have a terrible time reaching young men because they push rhetoric and that just doesn't resonate with most young men. It's almost a catch-22 between either being realistic about women's rights or appealing to young men to get the vote. No, you can do both. You can do both. You can be like, don't be a weirdo loser to women. What the is wrong with you? And also advocate for that is going to alleviate some of the economic hardships that young men are experiencing. Okay, I do it every day. How the fuck am I able to do it? Why are facts the enemy of the truth, Hasan? What? Not that you'd ever accept this, but it just goes to show how principled and consistent you are. This is a roundabout big W for you and vindication for the DNC. I'm gonna be honest with you. This group never even entertained reaching out to me. I think they were smart enough not to come to me, or if they did, I didn't hear about it. I'd have to ask my manager, but I don't think this was a thing. Anyway, influence including the communication about the program and in some cases onboarding session for those receiving payments from the 1630 fund, including, oh my God, Olivia Giuliana, the centrist Gen Z influencer who spoke at the 2024 Democratic National Convention.
Oh my God, we probably have to pull that up. Anybody remember Olivia Giuliana? Because I don't. Also, the idea that a fucking centrist got like that they wouldn't talk to Olivia Juliana. Oh, I'm gonna get copyright claim for playing DNC stuff, aren't I? They actually fired her? Oh my god, this is an Asmongold video. Democratic activist and influencer Olivia Juliana has been reportedly dismissed from what? Oh god, Michael Knowles? Oh geez. Yeah, whoever this is, she's getting a lot of attention from the right wing. She's got a YouTube channel here. Let me see if there's anything we need to know about Olivia Juliana. Again, I'm not going to play the DNC speech. Just trust that she was brought up on stage to speak at the DNC this year. Hasan's describing her as a centrist, right? Even while, pro-Palestinian speakers who were willing to endorse Kamala straight up were not. Racial gerrymandering in Texas. Yeah, she's a political content creator on YouTube. Kind of small on YouTube. I'm guessing maybe she's bigger on TikTok. Anybody want to tell me? I can't find anything to put on. Trump is losing the culture world. Gen Z running for Congress. Texas Democrat funded by MAGA. Okay, so there's at least a little bit of like recognition of like what's wrong with the Democratic Party from Olivia Juliana. Yeah, she doesn't really have much on here. Democrats are doing it wrong and how to do it right. She's got AOC. It looks like, I don't know. Oh no, she's got AOC, Stephen A. Smith, and Jasmine Crockett on the thumbnail. Anyway, I don't think that watching her YouTube stuff is going to be super insightful. Anybody know about this person? Hasan reacted to her like he knows who she is. Olivia Juliana is the girl from Texas who was very Medicare for all and then became a Democratic shill. What is the whole thing? He's calling her a centrist, though. That makes it sound like... Did she turn centrist after getting paid? Is that what happened? I mean, that's horrible. If she's an actual activist with fire in her blood, pushing the Democratic Party in the right way, and they wave some money in front of her face and get her to shut up. I mean, that's terrible. Just think about that. That's the solution. The Democratic Party seems to prefer to actually changing their policy and offering, American people, including young men, something real, right? These they think that they gotta be like, we gotta be less openly feminist to win young men. Bullshit. I mean, yeah, you're gonna get some sexism from that demographic for sure. Red pill stuff, has kind of popped off amongst Gen Z, like young Gen Z men. But at the same time, they might have bigger concerns, more material concerns that you can, offer them something on, and they're sometimes just like hearing the wrong message, right? The message they get from the Democrats is like, shut up about your shut up about how tough of a time that you're having other people have it worse, which is true, but that's not a way to get that voter. And those other people that are having a tough time would also like some freaking Medicare for all, would also like a better social safety net, would also like a less precarious work life, would also like more democracy and maybe, hey, the ability to join a union. I mean, that's where solidarity starts. If there's anything about I don't want to make any overarching sweeping statements about, Gen Z, younger Gen Z men, but, if there's any theme to, what we're hearing from them, it's like loneliness, right? There's no third place. Hey, a union can kind of address those needs as well, right? And maybe get them more connected, right? Because it seems like, I don't know. It seems like a lot. The problem with some of this particular demographic is they are voting out of spite. They do not believe that the government can do anything for them, and therefore they are willing to, settle for a political party who will do something to somebody that they do not like. Why is he calling his kids stupid? Wait, what? Oh, Ethan. was talking about evolution made. Oh no, yeah, HK, I saw that too. Oh wait, that's in the Hasan tent. Okay, so yeah, people are talking about a clip of Ethan Klein. He talked to a rabbi. This rabbi basically gave him some form of scientific racism, some form of race realism as an explanation for for things that anti-Semites point out, like, that there are more Jewish people in this industry or that industry, or, the media thing is the classic anti-Semitic chestnut, right? Why is that? And Ethan is like, yeah, why is that? Why do we run the media to this rabbi? And the rabbi is like, well, actually, it's, it's scientific and evolutionary. And it's like, holy shit. But if you want to watch that, that is in our bonus content. We're at 41% right now. If we get to 100 by the end of the stream, we'll watch some bonus content. And what is winning? I think it might be actually that topic. Let's look here. Yeah. Wait, no. Yeah, I think it's in there. Yeah. I'm pretty sure it's in there. It's in the Hasan reacts to Ethan's Reddit burner. He shows that clip. So yeah, I guess we'll get to that if we get some bonus content. That is potentially in our future. Anyway, chat, I'm yapping too much. Ethan thinks that human intelligence evolved in 10,000 years. Jesus Christ. Wow. But it's not evolving anymore. Yeah, he said some weird things. He said some truly strange. I mean, this is just like, I don't know. He shouldn't use his brain, maybe. He should use his, I don't know, poop jokes or whatever it is that people like, his goofs and his gaffs. I don't know. His vape niche. I don't know. That's what he was successful with. I don't know why he is trying to act like a big brain. I mean, but this is literally like some shit you'd expect to hear from Jordan Peterson, except about white people or like white Western, Christian tradition or something.
Lauren Piretra, a former Playboy executive turned political influencer who hosts a podcast for Occupy Democrats. Barrett Adair, a content creator who runs American Girl doll themed pro DNC meme account. Suzanne Lambert.
Chat, is that real? Is that real? Oh my God. Wait. Barrett Adair. Is this real? I've never heard of this. I don't spend enough time on Twitter, or maybe I shouldn't be spending time on Twitter. Barrett Adair. Let me look this person up.
Who has once called herself a Regina George liberal. Ariel Fodor, an education creator with 1.4 million followers on TikTok. Sandra Jennings, a former TLC reality star and older brother of trans influencer Jazz Jennings. David Pakman, who hosts an independent progressive show on YouTube covering news and politics. David, you've been in this game for so long. What the are you doing? That's crazy. Lee McGowan, who goes by the online moniker Politics Girls, and dozens of others. The first two declined to comment. The rest did not respond to requests for comment.
Oh, yeah.
Viewed by Wired, that creators signed, the influencers are not allowed to disclose their relationships with Course or the 1630 fund, or functionally they're being paid at all. I don't even know.
I'm sorry, I gotta rewind this. I need to find how to spell Barrett Adair.
Regina George liberal.
Barrett Adair. Yeah, I am spelling it. 2 R's, 2 T's. Okay, let me try that. David Pakman, of course. Didn't he say this in the beginning? I think I remember seeing the beginning of this, and Hasan like mentions David Pakman, and he's like, no, wait, no, I'm not saying David Pakman. I don't know if it's David Pakman, but like David Pakman, like people, is who we're talking about. And then he opens this up, and yeah, sure enough, there's David Pacman. What's wrong with my brain? I gotta drink more caffeine.
Ariel Fodor, an education creator with 1.4 million followers on TikTok. Sandra Jennings, a former TLC reality star and older brother of trans influencer Jazz Jennings. David Pakman, who hosts an independent progressive show on YouTube covering news and politics. David, you've been in this game for so long. What the are you doing? That's crazy. Lee McGowan, who goes by the online moniker Politics Girls, and dozens of others. The first two declined.
Oh yeah, and Politics Girl. Yeah, I was looking at the Chorus website, and I think that I recognized somebody, but I couldn't name who this was. I think it's Politics Girl. I've never really watched much Politics Girl, so wait until he gets to Xanderhall. Oh hell yeah! Wait, is Xanderhall in this chorus? I don't think Xanderhall's big, and I think these are. I mean, they're not huge necessarily, but they're bigger TikTok accounts. Wait, what was this? Barrett Adair, a content creator who runs an American Girl themed pro DMC meme account. Is the meme account on is the meme account on TikTok? I'll Google search.
To comment, the rest did not respond to requests for comment. According to the copies of the contract viewed by
now note this, right? So there was an attempt to reach out, right? At least according to Taylor. I mean, we'll look at this. We'll see you know, how it shakes out, right? But you're gonna see later that some of the TikTokers that got called out in this, you know, and felt attacked by this, claimed that Taylor did not make an attempt to reach out. I don't think that's true. It seems he's not in chorus, but he's in the video later. Oh, okay. Oh, it's 42. Thank you.
That creators signed, the influencers are not allowed to disclose their relationships with Chorus or the 1630 fund, or functionally they're being paid at all. I don't even know how this is allowed. How is this not a violation of numerous points of regulation? If I feel like this is a violation of I mean, this is a FTC violation, and not only that, but it's I mean, this is like, you have to disclose when you have an ad, and you have to disclose if it's a political ad, especially. Actually, that's not true. I don't think you have to disclose if it's a political ad, but it's already I guess technically not. Yeah, you don't have to actually put hashtag ad if it's a political ad, because that's already clocked. Like, it's that those payments are all public. You just have to sort through the data. So I guess it wouldn't be an FTC violation at all. It's not an ad, it's a membership, it's a loophole. No. Even if it was an ad, I don't think they would have to disclose it, because political payments, like payments that a campaign makes, is all, or even PACs make, are all oftentimes like hidden under numerous different subsidiaries and whatnot. But payments being made.
Okay, I found Bear to Dare on Twitter, and this is the supposed American Girl themed meme account. It's left wing, but it is like the most cursed left wing you could imagine. She's retweeting Mike Nellis here, saying, "I'll never tire of reminding conservatives that Donald Trump defunded the police by signing the Republican budget." Yeah, that's the real criticism of Donald Trump there, you know. Like again, this is a huge mistake for Democrats to make. They will never be the party of law and order, even with a fucking criminal in the White House. They will never be the party of law and order, right? The people that vote for law and order are not people that got fucking robbed and they can't deal because they're getting mugged in the alleyway, you know, every other week or something like that. It's people that want to see minorities suffer. It's people that have a idea of what, you know, when you say criminal, they've got a very racially tinged vision of what that looks like. It's just like, you're never going to appeal to that group, and you shouldn't want to appeal to that group. If that group is in a winning coalition, chat, we are all in trouble. And yet the Democrats still think, oh no, most lethal military, let's go with that. Strong on law enforcement, let's go with that. Yeah, they'll accept diet evil versus full calorie evil, even though we've seen ever since 1980 that is not how shit has worked out.
From payments being made from a political group like a PAC or whatever, you don't have to. I don't think you legally have to disclose that it's an ad that you have. But and the only reason why you don't have to legally disclose that you're doing a hashtag ad, if I'm not mistaken, I might be wrong, okay? But the reason why is because it's already public for those who are, you know, crazy enough to go and seek it out. Like, one of the examples I'll give you is Progressive Victory, right?
She's a journalist first. It did talk to Taylor. Did talk to some. Yeah. She talked to some of the. Well, she got this information, I think, from some creators that were invited into Chorus, right? I think what happened is that they invited a whole bunch of people into Chorus. It sounds like most of them were really excited. Oh, you want to infuse me with cash? Hell yeah, right? Some of them, you know, talked about like, let's do some. I don't know. There was something in the group chat about like, you know, we should start a union. But yeah, mostly they were really happy about that. But a few people, you know, saw what's wrong with this and yeah, talked to Taylor. I think she got basically she's getting this information from leaks. And I'm gonna guess, I said earlier, we're a little bit scant on receipts here. We're a little like for instance, the contract that people sign. Taylor doesn't provide us with that, and some of like, you know, how she knows certain things she doesn't provide us with. That's maybe the answer, right? I would guess that's the answer, is that her sources, she didn't want to burn her sources, right? Which is very important if you do journalism. If you want people to trust you, if you want people to confide in you, if you want people to, you know, who are leaking things to send those leaks your way, you got to take care of them. You got to keep them safe, right? And you definitely do not want to, you know, put them, you know, on blast in some way.
Approached me a million times, but because they were like aligned and affiliated with Destiny, and because they were like being run by Brianna Wu, I was like, I'm not touching that shit. And there's some nice people that work there, some people who are truly ambitious, but what it turned into was a slush fund for Destiny's best friends. Okay, like I was not touching that. Now this is a different thing. This is a
and look, I can't describe what a huge problem that is, right? If a Democratic PAC is looking to spend money, but they don't know where to spend it, and somehow they run into Brianna Wu, and they're like, "Oh, she sounds like she knows what she knows. She sounds like she knows what she's talking about, right?" And Brianna Wu just kicks it to all of the Destiny orbiters. I mean, that's a bad thing. You've got kind of like a like if you bring in, you know, Destiny related people first, right? They're absolutely going to gatekeep that money. If there was anything positive that could happen with that money, it's less likely to happen if your person that is identifying what creators to try to support with the money is Brianna Wu, and also if you do things, you know, with there was an element, I believe, of dark money. So for the record, chat, Progressive Victory, a lot more transparent, I think, than what we're seeing from Chorus, but at the same time, there was dark money. Matt Bender, I believe, interviewed the director of Progressive Victory, gave a very, you know, neutral interview to that guy, and yeah, he would not disclose. He would not disclose who the donors were. So it is technically dark money.
This is not that. Okay. And I didn't touch it with a 10-foot pole because I was like, I can't be aligned with something like this because of
Alice on Fire says she published this under Wired, not by herself. I assume Wired has a legal team to check any and all possible legal problems.
The people that I am, you know, the people that are running this, and also the people that they think are good voices to uplift, the people that they're willing to pay to do political advertising. For me, I was like, that's not something that I'm interested in. All of Destiny's former orbits suckled on Progressive Victory. Yeah, and it turned into a slush fund for Destiny's besties, like straight up. All of the people who are pro-Israel and all the people who are pro-Destiny unironically got paid. Yeah, you were right. Key search.
I don't know.
Closed.
Let me put a little addendum on what Vosh or what Hasan said. All right. I don't think Destiny was the point person. I think Brianna Wu was the point person, and Brianna Wu has strong connections. Yeah, she's achieved the magnificent feat of being able to tightrope walk between Vosh and Destiny, right? So, yeah, the people that Brianna Wu, like, you know, the people that Brianna Wu knew were Vosh, Destiny, and Orbiters, right? So that's why you're going to have people. You're not necessarily going to have Destiny's friends, right? Obviously, Xander Hall is no friend to Destiny, although it sounds like he would like to be. Destiny burned that bridge pretty effectively. Vosh, same thing. But yeah, it's basically Brianna Wu's friends that got the money.
Yeah, she says she takes their time and puts them in their own voice, saying she always discloses when she's being paid. When it comes to hawking commercial products or sharing financial advice, federal rules require influencers to disclose when they're being paid. But in a rulemaking last December, the Federal Election Commission voted against similar requirements for influencers.
HK, I'm not skeptical of Taylor, for the record. I'm not Ethan Klein. Hey, be skeptical. Be skeptical about journalists. Be skeptical about content creators. Absolutely be skeptical, all right? Rihanna Wu, who knew, woohoo. Pixu.
Political messaging, which is insane, by the way. Why the would you not have to disclose that? Are we kidding? But yeah, in the United States of America, if you are a political campaigner, if you are a political operative, you do not have to disclose that you're getting paid to say certain things, which blows my mind. Blows my goddamn mind. How is that possible? Doesn't this just prove what? Yeah. I'm a professional fundraiser. Someone who is collecting checks from a campaign will show up on that campaign's FEC report. Yeah, exactly. That's precisely the reason why I said, like, because it's public on the back end, technically they can get away with saying, oh, you don't have to disclose it, which is okay. If it's a super PAC, it could be disclosed, or it could say it's paying some other PAC that's paying some other PAC, etc. The real dark money, though, is the 501c3s and the 501c4s, since they do not have to report. Exactly.
Rave, thank you for the super sticker. That is a banana, potentially, for me to slip on. And a which is totally a thing I would do, and a pear. A pear that loves to exercise. That is something I used to love to do when I had time to exercise. Oh my god. Anyway, thank you for the super chat, Rave.
It's so up. And it's so goddamn annoying. Anyway, does the liberal influencer believe to have been approached by Chorus about 1630 fund financing opportunity this spring? They were told that Chorus appreciated the work that they were doing online and were asked if they'd be interested in being part of the first cohort of a new program that Chorus was running to help expand their reach and impact, creators told Wired. But following the initial outreach, many creators expressed concern about some stipulations. According to the copies of the contract viewed by Wired, creators in the program must funnel all bookings with lawmakers and political leaders through Chorus. Creators also have to loop Chorus in on any independently organized engagements with government officials and political leaders. If I want to work with another politician, I have to fully collaborate with them, said one creator who was offered the contract but ultimately declined to take it and asked not to be named. If I get Zoran and he wants to do an interview with me, I don't want to give that to them. Creators in the program are not allowed to use any funds or resources that they receive as a part of the program to make content that supports or opposes any political candidate or campaign without express authorization from Chorus.
Oh my god. So again, I mean, this is somewhat disputed. I think some people, you know, that claim that Taylor never reached out to them. Again, I don't know that she reached out to everybody. There's 90 plus creators involved in this effort, in this Chorus thing, right? So I don't think she necessarily reached out to everybody. She says she did reach out to a lot of them and didn't get a response. The quotes that we're seeing, I'm guessing, are her inside source.
In advance of writing per the contract. The contracts reviewed by Wired prohibit standards of partnership disclosures, declaring that creators will not publicize their relationship with Chorus or tell others that they're members of the program without Chorus's prior express consent. They also forbid creators from disclosing the identity of any funder and give Chorus the ability to force creators to remove or correct content based solely on the organization's discretion if that content was made at a Chorus organized event. God damn, this shit is so ass, bro. It is so ass. It's so, I mean, Republicans are going to make mincemeat out of this. Actually, I don't know. They're probably too busy fucking.
Has everybody heard the parable of the golden goose? Are we all familiar with the phrase killing the golden goose and what that means? The thing that you want from influencers is the trust that their audience has for them, right? The trust comes from being real and being authentic. Not that every influencer is being real and authentic at all times, but I guess being successful as an influencer means that you are successful at earning the trust of an audience, right? How are they supposed to be trusted by their audience? How are they supposed to be trusted by their audience when they're on the take and they've got all these rules, right? Shakespeare with the resubscribe, that is 37 a month for you. Shakespeare says, Bellum Savalius Sloptuberanus. I've never thought about Sloptuberanus before, Shakespeare, but now you've got me thinking about it. And yes, of course, I will put your money where your mouth is.
Talking about how woke Cracker Barrel was, and doing victory laps over how not woke it is now, or some shit. They actually pay attention to this stuff, but like they used to make a mountain out of a molehill with like any kind of DNC.
Oh, no, Hasan, trust. The Republicans are aware of this. The Republicans are aware. Oh, Globbits resubscribes with a Prime. That's a cool way to get yourself some animated emotes for free. Sloptuberanus, I know, right? Sloptuberanus. I don't know where I'm going with that, but you two have gotten a hype train going. I should point out to anybody watching on Twitch, you got like 4 or 5 minutes. Yeah, 4 minutes and 30 seconds. If you want to resubscribe, if you need to resubscribe, if you want to get yourself a sub or give subs to others or throw some bits my way, now is the time to do it, because for the next 4 minutes and 12 seconds, you can earn extra emotes. You can earn exclusive emotes, I believe, for everybody. I think that's how that works. So this is the time if you wanna ride that hype train on to first star. Wait, what is the whole thing? First star something and then straight to morning.
Like Harry Sisson got. So this is the big Monty. This just basically shows exactly where we're at. Sloptubers also impacted. Yeah, this is a different version of that.
Something that I have always found very interesting is the way that like Sloptubers
This is about progressive victory or progressive voice or something. I don't know. Progressive victory.
Zionists so quickly and willingly, even though Zionists.
Wait, Globbits, I gotta clarify with you. Did you also mean to put your Prime sub on the Bad Empanada Sloptuber Civil War video?
It's like propaganda really isn't that
Hold on, I gotta
profitable to
pee.
do
That's
anymore
why I'm
as an
playing this
independent
real quick.
creator, because the appetite for it among the general public has massively decreased, and it's only getting worse for them. So there's very little organic financial incentive, as in like people coming to watch your videos willingly.
How can it be exclusive if they're for everybody? I think it's exclusive because it doesn't go to other channels. Is that right?
And donating to
Oh, Globbit says Vox Populi. Gotcha.
you, like out of the, just random people donating to you rather than big donors, like, because they like your content. So it doesn't really make sense. Most of the Zionist Sloptubers have stagnated or like seen their audiences drop as they have supported Israel throughout the genocide. So it doesn't really make much sense. So the question is, where's the incentive, right? Obviously, these people don't believe the shit they spew in most cases. They're just doing it because they feel a need, like a primal need to defend Israel. So the question that I asked is there more to it? And the answer is yes, there is more to it. Because at the very least, we have a reasonable level of evidence now that some of the Zionist Sloptubers who we've covered on this channel have been paid by Zionist organizations for quote-unquote advertising services. And the only reason that we know this is because of FEC filings where these sorts of payments have to be disclosed. It's likely that behind the scenes they're receiving...
Narwhal, it's 53 since it was a Prime sub, right? It's either 53 or it's 59. I can't remember. Because Shakespeare resubbed right before that. I think it... Is it 59?
even more money. So all of this is publicly available information from the FEC website. You might know about progressive...
Wait, you only get emotes if you participate, pay into the hype train? If you're part of that hype train, you get the emotes? The emotes you unlock can be used globally? Oh, okay. So I said it wrong.
This is like a political action committee founded by like Destiny and Brianna Wu, basically to like steal money from people under the guise of them donating it to like the Biden election campaign. And in the 2-year period...
So for anybody who is watching without visual, Bad Empanada is talking about progressive victory. Don't get it confused. This is not Chorus. This is a previous but very similar scandal. I guess the only difference is that this one... they had to register their payments with the FEC, so we actually have the names of the slop tubers as well.
from 2023 to 2024, they distributed a handsome $1.2 million to themselves and people associated with them, basically for two things: to do Zionist propaganda and to kiss the ring regarding
20 seconds left on that hype train.
like Destiny. And
I don't think it's like, I mean, this is like Bad Empanada's like drama side, muddying the waters a little bit, because like it's not just about that. That is a function of it for sure, but it's not just that, right? Like they probably did, because I remember they were doing like activations with like politicians and shit, right? Like real politicians, not just like specifically using it to do Zionist propaganda. Just shut up and listen to the vid, man. Okay, there is this attitude that a lot of people have that is very frustrating. I know more about this back end than he does, okay? So shut the up. The attitude that a lot of people have in this community about Bad Empanada being like a prophetic figure when it comes to like political discourse is actually starting to annoy me. And I'm sure it annoys him as well when people behave in this like incredibly parasocial way. Please, I'm adding additional information to what he is saying, okay? As someone who is more knowledgeable about I know they sent money to the orbiters, you moron. I know that already. I'm going to get to it. I'm saying that's only one component of it, okay? This is an organization that I'm familiar with, that I refuse to work with for that reason. Shut your stupid mouth up, okay? I know more than Bad Empanada on this, and I know more than you on this too. Please shut your stupid mouth for one goddamn second before immediately going, "Oh, the Bad Empanada knows more than you." Like, shut up. Jesus Christ. Oh my God. I can't even talk about like a organization that is tangentially related to the Taylor Lorenz article that we were talking about. It's just another PAC that's like operating as a PAC within the structure of the Democratic Party that like does like some canvassing events, some other events, like conducting interviews with like politicians and while also simultaneously they were, you know, it was mostly being used as a slush fund for Destiny's.
Why don't I talk to you like this? I feel like I saved this kind of attitude for shorts chat, right?
Best friends, okay?
not criticizing him and not going after him for his sex crimes and stuff like that. So you go to the publicly available.
Yeah, this is one instance where Bad Empanada, you were completely aligned and chatters are still drama farming. It's
wait, when did Kowalski was that Kowalski in chat, Bad Lefty? Was he talking to Kowalski from MR sometimes in chat and sometimes calls in?
To me, like, he's not even wrong. There's just some stuff that he's getting. There's just some stuff that he's not aware of. Okay.
See website. You look up Progressive Victory PAC. You go to disbursements, and you click on other disbursements. $1.3 million spent. So you increase the amount of results per page, and search the page for advertising services. And some of the biggest payments on here, because most of these payments are like $500 paid to canvases and stuff. Some of the biggest payments on here went to like people in Destiny's orbit for God knows what. These are like relatively small streamers who clearly have no real pull, and paying them for advertising services is insane given that they have no pull. What's
it's like Hunter Avalon. There's like a lot of orbiters. There's a dude who is literally Destiny's chef. Like, he used to sometimes appear on his videos named Lycan, who is just his chef apparently, and he gets paid there as well.
Destiny's chef. Wow.
And it's just like, there is no, what is this? Wait, they paid out creators directly through the PAC. Are they stupid? I think so. That's it. Yeah. Dylan Burns, Hunter Avalon, Hutch, Destiny's own personal chef. Like, this is what happened. This is what took place. Okay. And the PAC actually did unironically I
gotta say it, chat. I would rather do fucking brand deals than this. I would rather do, like, you know, I don't know, some ad where I'm like selling a water filter, or as long as it's useful, right? As long as it's useful, it's not gonna rip you off. I'm not gonna fuck. I wouldn't fuck with like HelloFresh. We found out you know, the Stream Elements sponsorships are just like they've got some questionable practices in their business. I don't want to do anything to financially benefit them. Raid Shadow NCC. We never did Raid Shadow Legends, but we did StarCraft Fleet Commander. The only reason we don't do that actually two reasons, right? One is it makes money for Stream Elements, which I think is on. I mean, they're not on the BDS boycott list or anything like that, but they are definitely on the wrong side of the Israel-Palestine issue, and or some of the corporate heads are on the wrong side of the Israel-Palestine issue, and also they as silly as goofy as mobile games are, most people will pick them up, they'll play them, they won't be tempted to spend money on them. When it gets to the point where it's like you have to spend money to make the game fun, they'll just quit. But some people get legitimate Hello Tushy. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I need to get. Yeah, I need to do a bidet sponsorship. I want to be known as the streamer with the cleanest ass. That's what I want my distinction to be. Like I am sponsored by Hello Tushy, therefore I have a clean butt. But yeah, some people do get addicted to mobile games, and I wouldn't wish that on anyone. So yeah, we don't do the Star Trek Fleet Commander anymore. But yeah, it would have to be something that's like actually like useful, and it's like even like something like a VPN. I'd have to research it to make sure, have they had any leaks? Because I would hate for somebody to buy a VPN off of my stream and then get their data compromised, right? There's a lot to think of when it comes to like a sponsorship.
He's a bunch of money off of like people who thought that they were giving money to a...
Love it. It reminds me of how Ethan loves bragging about his bidet. I mean, I don't think Ethan's butt is clean at all, even with a bidet. I don't think I bet he doesn't use it right or something.
A political action committee that was going to go around and do door knocking campus operations, which they did, but then also turned around and basically created this pay structure for a bunch of Destiny's friends.
$? That's more than his entire YouTube channel makes in like 2 months.
Wait, Molvad is the hot VPN right now, and are they good? They haven't like had issues with leaks or anything? Because I kind of need a good VPN too. I use what is it? The Proton VPN on my phone, but I haven't upgraded. I don't pay for it. I just use the free version.
I guarantee you. So you search for advertising aside from Hunter Avalon, someone who it makes.
I mainly use it to convince my phone that it's in the United States, so it'll let me have YouTube open outside of YouTube, as long as it's not music.
Makes no sense to be paid $3,000 for advertising because he has no pull whatsoever. We have like Nassif Yunus, aka Lonerbox, who is, I remind you,
I'd rather not know their names, BE.
British, being paid for digital advertising services by an American super PAC. He kissed Destiny's ring. He did Zionist propaganda. He got paid for it to the tune of $2,000. We have Sean Hutchinson, Hutch. That's the COD YouTuber.
Yeah, like these guys get like, they have no viewership. Like there's no real justification for like tapping into these dudes and giving them like $3,000 or $1,000 or even $500 to just like
chat. How long before they're like sponsoring food shops?
Go to an event and sit there and talk about how great the Democratic Party is. It's just like a waste of funds unless it is actually created to just like pay out your friends. You go around and you do fundraisers from all these people that are like, oh yeah, I want the Democrats to win. I'm going to fundraise for it. Right. And then and then all that happens in the process is that you just end up paying a bunch of dudes that are friends with like Brianna Wu and Destiny. In the business, we call these scam packs. Usually their main method is buying a text or email list and just massing contribution asks to grassroots donors with some generic line like stop Donald Trump, etc. People definitely fall for it, and it also severely harms the wider fundraising ecosystem. It actually really frustrates professionals who do this for genuine good reasons. I don't know if this was, I don't know if Progressive Voice or progressive, What the fuck is it? Progressive
He's
Victory?
doing the same thing that I always do. Chat. Progressive Voice is actually a YouTuber named Sahil. I don't know if Sahil still streams, but yeah, I always say Progressive Voice instead of Progressive Victory.
Sorry, not Progressive Voice. Progressive Victory was set up with honest intention from the start, and then it just like kind of turned into this like idiotic thing. Okay, it turned into this like slush fund for the besties, right? Of a sex pest, or if it always was supposed to be this way, and then it got led astray.
I mean, was it supposed to be a scam pack? Is it operated for the benefit of the person in charge and their friends and such? I don't know. I can't really say. I will say is that they do have a dark money problem. Hasan confirmed NCC head. Yeah, there we go.
I don't know.
Definitely not the other way around.
But I do know that they actively tried to work with me as well on numerous occasions, and I didn't work with them for
Mulvad looks good. Yeah, I'll look into that. I'll see if
this reason, because I was like, there's no way. Like, I've seen some of the people that you guys have worked with. I'm not interested because that's insane. It shows me at the very least that you guys are not making the right decisions. You know what I mean? Like, you're just not making. There's people within the leadership structure that are very clearly making idiotic choices. Like, even if I'm aligned ostensibly with the goals that you're trying to push for here, it just doesn't make any sense.
YouTuber Hutchinson, Sean Hutchinson, Hutchie, just like my friend Nasif Yunus here, who moved into doing pro-genocide propaganda for Israel, received a generous $2,000 payment from this pack, despite the fact that he gets...
Wait, first of all, this is not the article that Taylor Lorenz wrote about. This is not the same group. This is a different pack. This is just a different pack that I know more about because I noticed what was going on, what they were doing, and I thought, this is suspicious.
It's like 25 viewers, and no one watches him or cares about what
the other thing that I never ended up reporting on this chat because I could not find enough sources for this story, but there's allegations that one of the events that Progressive Victory did, I remember seeing the videos of this. Like, I know, like, Dylan was there, RGR was there, Lonerbox was there. Those are the three I remember. But there were allegations of sexual harassment at the, I think it was like a canvassing. I can't remember exactly. I shouldn't. But yeah, I mean, there's a lot of problems with Progressive Victory.
At all. Like, this is someone who actively, intentionally spreads narratives that cannot be justified in fact.
I covered Progressive Victory last year and didn't get much coverage. Brianna Wu set this up with Destiny with the express purpose of getting...
Oh, Grimlow covered them, yeah. Getting high profile within the DNC and push Progressive Voices out, included yourself included, push Progressive Voices out. I thought Brianna Wu for at least a while was gunning for Hasan, gunning for getting him to sign up.
Super chatted $5. I think when we see Destiny on Bill Maher, we'll see how deep this goes.
Oh no, is that real?
Hella gross.
Is that real? That seems like something Bill Maher would do. Maybe. Oh no, wait. Here's the deal. Here's why. Wait, Narwhal, unless you've got inside insight into this, unless you've heard something about this, I actually don't. I mean, I'm assuming you were joking, but I actually don't think that Bill Maher would fuck with Destiny for the sole reason that Bill Maher is jealous of new media, right? He is a hater when it comes to, streamers. It's not real yet. Yeah. I mean, maybe when he realizes that his ship is going down and their ship is going up, maybe he will eventually bite his tongue and stop being so jealous. But in general, from what I've heard, Bill Maher doesn't fuck with anyone who is not like anyone who hasn't made it on like network or television or something like that, right? I don't think Bill Maher has them on as guests.
him a higher profile within the DNC and push progressive voices out, yourself included. Am I thinking of a different PAC then? Because PV did reach out to me quite a bit. I thought it was. I thought they did. I think they wanted to work with me to like legitimize themselves to the best of their ability within the Democratic Party infrastructure to make themselves look like they got more motion than they actually do. Unless I'm thinking of a different PAC. I think it was PV though. I think it was progressive.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, Brian Tyler Cohen was just on Club Random.
The pro-genocide Zionist narrative.
Do you know if he did any pushback on Maher? Or, I mean, because Maher is getting, I don't know. Look, it's weird. It's weird. Maher went to Mar-a-Lago and had dinner with Trump. Maher has said that he thinks she was wrong about the tariffs, and he now thinks that tariffs are good. We should cover that sometime, because you will, from time to time, you'll hear that the tariffs are actually making are like improving the budget. A, that's not true. That's misleading. And B, even if they were, you're paying the tariffs. Those tariffs are an incredibly regressive form of sales tax. And this is just more fucking Republican shit. Balance the deficit on the backs of of those who have the least, right? It's constantly what they try to do.
Narrative, and that are actively detrimental to building a platform for yourself. So you have to wonder, where's the incentive coming from? Why does he do it? Like, he doesn't make anywhere near enough money to do this shit full time, but he does it. He gets like 20
Yeah, the other one is National Ground Game PAC. The other PAC that's doing the Unfuck America tour, which also is like, again, decided to go with Destiny for some weird reason. I don't know why.
That's another topic that I wanted to bring to you. I just couldn't find all the links and the sources that I need for that one. Anybody ever heard of the Unfuck America tour? It's headed, I think, by a person named Z Sanchez Cohen. I think is is in charge of the Unfuck America PAC. And what they were doing most recently was bringing Destiny orbiters to a Charlie Kirk what is his thing called? Oh my god, why can't I remember? Charlie Kirk has Turning Point USA. They were bringing Destiny orbiters to a Turning Point USA PAC event in hopes that they could get a Destiny Charlie Kirk debate, but they didn't get it. And it looks like Charlie Kirk is going to be debating Hasan before he does anything with Destiny. So, but yeah, this was it CPAC? Oh no, yeah, I think it was TPUSA, right? And they got their somehow they got their credentials revoked, like they got their badges revoked, but then they snuck in anyway. And Destiny did some kind, but it was like not so erudite was there, and there's just a bunch of random TikTokers and stuff.
Why? That has a litany of different complications, but the National Ground Game PAC is the one that's funding the Unfuck America tour. No, it's the same. They reached out to me too. They got a few real leftists, but I think it was always Destiny aligned. Yeah. I thought you knew more. No, I'm confusing different PACs. I get reached out by like a bunch of different PACs. Dummy, calm down. Isn't the PAC owned by your uncle and was paying Wu to run it? No, that's I think
Rebellion
that's a different
PAC.
one. That's a Justice Democrats, I think. But in any case, yeah. Also, this structure is designed to shelter, to hide the nefarious activities. Chatters or Rebellion PAC. Sorry, there's another one. That's the Rebellion PAC. Justice Democrats is the early one. Wolf PAC is another one that's like specifically designed to combat lobbying. Wolf PAC is different. Those are not like those are not in the same vein here. Okay, Rebellion PAC is the one that Brianna Wu was on. In any case, the Progressive Victory Fund was, I believe, created by Brianna Wu and Destiny and a couple other people, and they wanted to basically design it in a way where they could get like, Destiny and his orbiters and his supporters a more prominent place within the structure, within the ecosystem of the DNC, within the ecosystem of the Democratic Party. And Democrats, due to their incompetence, I think, not because they did their due diligence, mind you, but due to their straightforward incompetence and lack of interest in like independent media farming, just didn't do that. It clearly didn't work, right?
just saw Olivia Juliana on a TikTok live. Is she talking about Taylor Lorenz? I'm guessing. Yeah, there's been a lot of pushback on Taylor Lorenz. Really poked the beehive over on TikTok,
which in this circumstance, I guess, kind of helped them, because this would have probably blown up in their faces even harder. Yeah, PV had a shadow investor along with Beyond. Ooh, the origins of the funding aren't clear, but there's a reason these losers are able to go around the country while having the combined audience of one of your gaming streams. No offense, gaming frogs rise up. Your FEC report just says you gave a couple grand to Bernie in 2020, lol. Yes. I believe it also has $1 that was given to Kirsten Cinema. I don't even know, or not Kirsten Cinema, Kirsten Gillibrand. I don't know why. It must have been a meme on the stream. I don't remember.
Of course. Where's the money coming from? Here's the answer. He's paid to do it. This is someone who has justified the genocide on the basis that Palestinian birth rates are too high. He's justified the bombing of hospitals and the children within them. Why does he do it? This is the answer. And just to be clear here, I'm not saying this is the only payment they're getting. They're certainly getting more than this. It's just to the extent that the payment could be laundered through official means, this is like the way that you can find it. Certainly they're getting paid in other ways besides this. You know, there's no requirement for those payments to be made public. These ones we only know about because they have to be made public legally. Who else have we got here? Aside from, Lonerbox, Hutchinson, Hunter Avalone, Alexander Haley. Who's that? Is that anyone we know? Oh my God, is that Xander Hall? Is that Xander Hall? I think that's Xander Hall.
Fake. That's not a real person. Don't lie. That's like a meme. That's a meme name that we came up with, like xylitol. Stop it. Stop. You're f***ing with me. Nah. That's like, xylitol. Talk shit about you, bro. You ain't even know about xylitol. He just gave you a blistering critique, like that type of shit. Like, that sounds like a medication. That's a medication.
Xylitol could not manage a blistering critique on Vosh. I think the only one I've ever seen Xander Hall criticize effectively was Chud Logic.
Dog, do not make this shit up. Why is Bad Empanada up to the same tricks that I've been up to? He's just making up names.
Oh my God, it's Xander Hall! They paid Xander Hall $2,000.
That sounds like Xander Hall is no, I don't believe. I refuse to believe it. I refuse to believe that is a real thing. Xander Hall is a drug Trump would call the fat drug. ain't no way. Xylitol is an artificial sweetener that has laxative effects. I know what it is. I just like
Xander Hall definitely does have laxative effects, and I would say what would you call emetic effects? Is that like a medication that makes you vomit?
Say that as a joke. D has now moved to unfuck America. I like that he is. His goal is to basically every pack.
Wait, why is Z on there with the DGGer of the year? Remember this guy, chat? His name is like Stoll or something. Stool. What is this guy again? Is Stool? Is that his name? Like impacted stool or something? I can't remember this.
It is. Here. I just like say that as a joke. D has now moved to unfuck America. I like that he is.
Yeah, that's Stool. That's Z Cohen, Z Sanchez Cohen, and Stool. What is Stool doing on there, chat?
His goal is to. Did
he ever get DGGer of the year?
Basically, every pack that exists.
Listen, if Stool is not getting DGGer of the year this next time, right? If Stool is not elected as DGGer of the year, we need to do something. Like, we need to stop the steal, because there's no way. Oh, I'm sorry, Z Cohen Sanchez is how her name goes. So he's responding to her with a picture of her and the DGGer of the year. I don't understand. Our organization takes any allegations of this nature. How old is this? August 26, 2025. So it's brand new. Our organization, so Z's organization is Ground, what did they call it? Ground Game or something? This is the organization that does the Unfuck America tour. They pay for free trips for not so erudite. Sure, that's money well spent. send a Canadian psychometrist down to convince American Gen Zers that they need to that the Democratic Party is really cool. You want to be cool like me, kids? Hello, fellow kids. It's me, not so erudite. I'm a psycho magician. But yeah, the response is, oh wait, oh, this person is bringing up a Willie Mac tweet. Wait, is Z? Oh yeah, that's right. She's involved with Destiny. Okay, that makes sense, right? So she's saying they take allegations of this nature seriously. At the same time, we believe it's important to uphold the principle that every individual is entitled to due process. Therefore, until Destiny is literally arrested and frog marched to prison, we will do nothing. Good job, Zico and Sanchez. At this stage, no evidence has been presented that substantiates the claim. Until and unless credible evidence is brought forward, we will not be making decisions based solely on unverified allegations. And they're replying to her with a tweet. Oh, Hasan blocks Willie Mac. Interesting. And then there's a picture. Somebody was responding with a picture of her next to the DGGer of the year, our good friend Stool.
Within the structure of the Democratic Party, PSA leftists are not on our team. They're just as bad as MAGA. If you're a person that takes winning elections seriously and then stop engaging with their content, they
had lefty. I'll unsub from molestity if Stool doesn't win.
think it's a game, and it's not a game. Winning the midterms is serious and needs to stay our central focus. Why are you promoting a pedophile to teenagers? Our organization takes any allegation of this nature extremely seriously. At the same time, we believe it's important to uphold the principle that every individual is entitled to due process. At this stage, no evidence has been presented that substantiates these claims. Until and unless credible evidence is brought forward, we will not be making decisions based on solely unverified allegations.
Remember when Xylophone was like VV homeless Cherry? Was he complaining to Cherry that if she didn't get on Discord right then and give him the information that he needed, that he was going to be homeless?
No, you don't understand. We need
was that before or after he threatened to choke the life out of Keffels? I don't remember.
We need this. Like, he's brilliant.
Z looks like a ventriloquist dummy.
You know what's really
who do you think is has the hand up her Destiny?
Really funny about this? Like, if this person Destiny was,
she seems a little old for Destiny.
Like, unironically, like a brilliant fundraiser, a brilliant marketer, like truly a voice that was making an impact in this space, with the exception of, like, I guess, making an impact for some of the most brain broken liberals who just think he is like the holy prophet. Okay, then it's fucked up, but at least it's like cold and calculated for like some kind of broader grand reason, right? But he don't even have that either. It's just all liability with no upside. And that's what always takes me back to like the whether I will respect a political action committee or not, whether they're making good decisions or not. Because when I see them just like doing this, I'm like, okay, it's clear that you're not fully aware of what works. If you're actively working with a person who is just all liability with zero upsides whatsoever, then you're not a serious group. You know what I mean? You're not. You're just, what is this? Xanderthal hates you because you called his friend a Nazi without verifying when you were reacting to his video. $1
to do Zionist propaganda? No way! It's Xanderhall! No way! There's no way you're paying Xanderhall for advertising service.
Anybody know what House Chat is talking about there? Xanderhall doesn't like you because you called his friend a Nazi without like doing research. I don't know who they're talking about.
Holy, this makes.
Good night, Narwhal. Have a good sleep.
This is so obvious. So this is just like a grift for Destiny to get people on his side, defending him from the sex crime allegations and like spreading Zionist propaganda, because like all of Destiny's favorites are on here. All the people who are mysteriously quiet about
Sean the Black, the funniest lore is that she only ran to Destiny after racism allegations of her own causing Dean Withers to drop out of the tour's top spot.
Oh God, Yeah, there was so much scandal around this Unfuck America tour. In fact, I think that Z was getting kind of cooked over on TikTok, if I remember correctly.
Yay, bro. Brother. Yo, I got haters I didn't even know existed. I got haters that I'm just like making jokes about. Progressive Victory supported Zoran though. No, that's why I said like they're not singularly focused on the reason why they also try to work with me.
Yeah, they supported Jamal Bowman too in the primary, right? Yeah, it's not that's not the problem. The problem is not that Progressive Victory is some kind of like, you know, infiltration of the Democrats by, I don't know, like that's not if they were anti Jamal Bowman, they wouldn't have anybody canvassing for them, right? So they do. Stale 2000, thank you. I thought his name was Stool for some reason.
Is because they want to gain legitimacy. They want to gain legitimacy. You can't just only be a slush fund for a debate pervert with a questionable background. Then obviously everyone's gonna be like, "What the fuck are you doing?" You have to be a legitimate force in order to gain prominence within the Democratic Party's infrastructure, its machine. Guy Cohen was a pretty fly for a white guy actor. Does I'm really important now? He says he is unpaid for content. Are you seriously not upset about?
He says he's not getting. I'm really important as responded. So Taylor Lorenz listed IRI as one of these recipients of the funds for Chorus. But it sounds like that Hasan's chatters are saying that he responded and said he didn't take any money. So yeah, we'll try to look at this again. I have contacted. I mean, I don't know if she'll answer. She would be a very big guest if we got to talk to her. But I did comment on Taylor Lorenz's post about this article, just inviting her on if she ever has the time. And it would be nice to see how this all, shakes out, right? When all of the information is in, because it sounds like a lot of these people just did not get back to her. And then after the article came out, they're so mad. They're so mad. And it's like, well, yeah, you should have talked to her.
About the communal stable that is Cracker Barrel veering woke, like that isn't cultural abbreviation or something. Both of your top haters pay the people around them to be their friends. Yeah. And also loathe me, which is crazy. Like these kinds of relationships should be defined by like ideological commitments.
Oh yeah, I got to look at the butterfly goal. Where are we at as far as that goes? I'm supposed to give you like updates. Goal ends in 1 hour, almost exactly 1 hour and 30 seconds. So you got 1 hour to get 6 more teal super chats to try to put that gosh darn butterfly in my hair. And if you're confused by YouTube as far as to what a teal super chat looks like, it's like this color, right? A lot of people see this. Wait, actually, that's not. Let's see if I can find. Yeah, a lot of people see. No, let's try this with this one. Yeah, a lot of people see this color and they think that's teal. And indeed, I mean, it's some kind of teal, right? But YouTube calls this color blue, and they call this color teal. So that's what we're looking for as far as the butterfly goal goes. And there is an hour left before that one expires. We're at 61 out of 100. That means 39 points from bonus content. And the thing that's ahead is Hasan looks at Ethan's burner account. Hasan, basically, I've got another clip of Hasan right after he finds out that Ethan has had a Reddit alt named Pedo Troll for 15 years now. For 15 years, he's got a Twitter alt named Pedo Troll that says like racist shit, disgusting stuff, ideates about eating poop, like, right? It's just like the worst behavior that you see from Ethan, but because he's behind a burner, he's willing to let his freak flag fly even more.
A true commitment to fighting for what you actually believe.
Not Spencer says there is so much overlap between these liberal lolcows and slop tubers. I follow, Quimon has traumatized half of these prominent DGGers, especially Stool 2K. Damn.
Believe is correct. It's so crazy that like there is this
Putting that towards the Slop Tuber Civil War slush fund. Okay.
space now filled to the brim with people who are getting like $500 here and there or $1,000 here and there who are actively working not to like bring more people from the right to the liberal side even, which is something I do as well for the record, but instead just like actively spend almost all of their time yelling about the more marginal left flank of the Democratic Party. This is so psychotic. It's expected though. Yeah, notice all of them are the ones that are silent on Gaza. Gaza is a great way to filter these pieces of shit. I think that might have been one of the requirements, unironically. Okay, there are some real... I'm done with the Bad Empanada video. He's just like making jokes about the people that got paid, obviously.
Did I ever play American McGee's Scrapland? Is that a video? Magenta Dinosaurs, it tells me if it will contribute to the goal if I confirm it tells me if it will contribute to the goal. Oh, does it tell you on it tells you on I see what you're saying, Magenta Dinosaurs. It lets you know if that is a goal, if the super chat counts for the goal or not. I got it.
Including Destiny's private chef. This is the part here.
Donations to pay my friends pack. The guy used to be like, it's Destiny's personal chef. It's someone who, like, this is the guy who
Wait, American McGee's Scrapland is a video game? No, I don't even know what that is. Taylor went live on TikTok tonight. Didn't see it. Do they keep the... Oh god, Q, you're still behind, aren't you? Somebody asked QQ did TikTok live streams stay up?
Destiny pays to cook him food, and he got paid $500 by Destiny's I take your donations to pay my friends pack. The guy used to be like a StarCraft gamer, one of Destiny's friends, went by the name Lycan, and now he is Lycan Cooks, and his job is to cook for Destiny. And he got paid $500 by Destiny's pack for supposed advertising when he has no platform of his own whatsoever that could ever possibly warrant being paid for advertising. Yeah, as I said, this is just the tip of the iceberg. I guarantee these people are getting paid more than this behind the scenes to kiss the ring, to spread Zionist propaganda, because there's no incentive structure for them to do this that is even remotely organic, you know. If you talk about like basic reality that actually appeals to even normal people, like, you know, the obvious fact that Israel commits genocide and stuff like that, you can organically gain followers from normal people. You can't really do that from Zionism anymore, at least not right now, given the obvious genocide.
This is also true.
The appetite for that sort of content.
Yeah, that's why a lot of slop tubers are also like not actively farming the Hasan talks too much about genocide button like they were before. Because like there's obviously different forces that motivate these people, and one of them is like organic audience development, right? They're content creators first and foremost. They're mercenaries. They don't give a shit about politics. That's fine. But like, at least they have to have some semblance, some capacity to read the room. And when they read the room and they see that the room is yelling free Palestine, fuck Israel over and over again at them, they can't hit that as hard as they once did, because they did do that for the past 22 months. They did that pretty aggressively, right? And even then, they didn't want to do it by like taking an open stance. They did it by just like attacking people like myself, people like Frogan, others who were actually actively fundraising, actively criticizing Israel. They just like attacked all of the pro-Palestine content creators they could from other like drama-related, irrelevant points of slander, in a way for them to basically position themselves not as like super pro-Israel, because you know, you always need a little bit of plausible deniability, and you need to maintain this like quote unquote apolitical attitude that you have over this issue, but while simultaneously still doing it, right? Simultaneously still attacking and positioning yourself against those who are pro-Palestine.
Weeman trolled Nick Deodorant by giving him an altered wiggler with his DGG bit. Wait, what? The Wiggler is holding a coconut skull with a Palestine flag And an Ozempic shirt. Wait, what? Wait, for his DGG bet?
Palestine. So they don't really do that anymore. So there's something else that needs to keep motivating them. And I guess, like, being a part of Destiny's
We're 2 super chats away from butterfly territory.
orbit for a crumb of additional eyeballs that you might get from his very loyal fandom and his very loyal community could be one of those motivators. Another one is just like direct payments that you can get from this like Destiny's Friends slush fund. And that's basically it. But it is true that there are a lot of people who do get genuinely captivated by whatever like weird hypnosis that he has over a bunch of content creators. Brianna Wu being one of them. Like, she unironically learned everything about Israel Palestine.
I don't like Hasan calling Brianna Wu a content creator. I mean, I get that it's maybe true in a technical sense. You could also say that Brianna Wu has created a video game, but oh my god. Is Revolution 66, would you really call that a video game? Like, I don't know. Just everything that Brianna Wu does is so half-assed. I have trouble just giving her the most basic credit.
After October 7, and initially she was like, oh, it does seem like, I care about the Palestinian people as a whole. And then, like, slowly but surely, through being a Destiny orbiter, she became a prominent critic of Palestine and Palestinians, and a prominent supporter of Israel. She went in the reverse direction as the general public on this issue. Now let's get back to the other pack that's doing something similar as well, but a little bit more structured and not as hyper-focused on, like, I don't know, making sure that one content creator is and all of his friends are churning out loyal slop. Okay? So yeah, as we covered Taylor Lorenz's article here, I said before I sidestep to the other one, Progressive Victory Fund, we're going back to Chorus now, okay? They are, a part of the contract clause is that they are not allowed to disclose who funds them. They are not allowed to disclose that they are funded at all. So let's continue. There are some real great advantages to housing this program in a nonprofit. Graham Wilson, a lawyer working with Chorus, said to creators on a Zoom call reviewed by Wired. It gives us the ability to raise money from donors. It also, with the structure, it avoids a lot of the public disclosure or public disclaimers, paid for by blah, 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 that you see on political ads. We don't need to deal with any of that. Your names aren't showing up on like reports filed with the FEC. Wilson did not reply to a request for comment. The Federal Election Commission also declined to comment. The goal of Chorus, according to a fundraising deck obtained by Wired,
chat, this is all because it's a 503c4. It's classified as a nonprofit, right? So that's why Progressive Victory being a super PAC it has to disclose to the FEC who it pays, and Chorus being, I guess, a not-for-profit does not. They're also like, they're technically not being paid for their content. They're being paid for their attendance at like workshops where they coordinate they're trying to do, like, how Fox News, you can find clips of Fox News where everyone on Fox News is saying like the same words, the same phrasing, right? And when you look into leaks of Fox News, you see people saying that they send out memos, right, to the Fox employees saying, use these words, right? And that's what they want to achieve with with this Chorus thing, right? They want to keep everybody on the same page, I guess. So but yeah, by virtue of now them drawing a paycheck from Chorus, then they can make asks like, as far as what content that they can cover, whether or not they divulge their relationship with Progressive or with Chorus and with 1630, and also what's the other thing? PV was also a C4? Huh, I wonder what's the difference then. So insensitive. Wu clearly suffers from affluenza. I would love to help her alleviate that affluenza. if she ever, you know, was into Findom content, yeah, she should definitely come my way. Right. I don't think I would be good at doing Findom content, but I bet I could do it for Brianna. Yeah, I could probably make that happen. I'm really bad at treating people like shit, chat, but I could make an exception for Brianna Wu. Often makes rich entitled pricks seem lazy and half-ass. PV claims it was a reporting error when the payments were filed for that one. Wait, so we only have it because of that reporting error? So they didn't have to make this stuff because the problem I remember with Progressive Victory was that they're dark money, and so is you know, so is 1630 from what I can tell as well. Dark money meaning that they're not being transparent about the donors, right? But it seems like they were. The FEC filings only came 1 month, but people were paid for 9+ months. So that 1 month is like an example of what a month would look like for xylitol, for Dylan Burns, for Loner Box, for any of these Bosch or Destiny orbiters. U.S. political financing is very grimy. Yeah, Bad Lefty. It's pretty corrupt on its face, and it's getting worse. Trump is taking all the corruption that people used to try to hide and obfuscate, and just making it more public.
Is to build new infrastructure to fund independent progressive voices online at scale. The creators who joined the incubator are expected to attend regular advocacy trainings and daily messaging check-ins. Those messaging check-ins are led by Cohen on rapid response days.
Brian Tyler Cohen, just so nobody gets confused, because we talked about Z Cohen Sanchez as well, but the Cohen that they're mentioning there is Brian Tyler Cohen. And he's I think he's the founder. He's one of the founders of this organization of Chorus.
To attend at least 2 Chorus newsroom events per month, which are events Chorus plans, often with lawmakers. Elizabeth Dubois, an assistant professor at University Research Chair in Politics Communication Technology at University of Ottawa, who has researched the ways influencers are reshaping the U.S. political system, says that we are seeing influencers being pulled into these dark campaigns or shadow campaigns where the legal aspect is murky at best. Sometimes it is actually clear that influencers are being used to, for example, evade spending limits, she says. I think that we need to remember that for democracy to thrive, we do need transparency around who is paying for political messages. Don Hyder, the chief executive of Marcola Center for Applied Ethics at Santa Clara University, says that the outline restrictions violate ethical norms. If the contract for getting money from a particular interest group says you can't disclose it, then it's pretty simple. You can't take the money, he says. We're living in an era where a lot of powerful people have basically taken the rule book and thrown it out the window. Keith Edwards, a Democratic content creator who has skyrocketed to fame on YouTube since starting his channel last year, was not invited.
Wow, he started his channel that last year. Chat, that guy's got like almost 1 million subs. I think we've watched a few of his videos too. Here, let me show you just some of the featured Chorus members, I guess. They have a website here. So that's oh wait, you can't see all the way on the right. Let me scroll down. You'll be able to see most of these. On the left, we have Politics Girl. Some of these people I don't know. That's Booker Square. Can you see Booker Square? You can just barely you can catch the like the right edge of that's like on the right side, upper right is you can just barely see a creator called Booker Squared. I think a lawyer who does political content. BTC is past her, but yeah, wait. Do you see? Yeah. I can show you. Keith Edwards, I think, is lower left, right? I think that's who that is. Wait, let me look him up on YouTube to make sure.
To be a part of the program, but believes that the way it's structured seemed predatory.
Wait.
He says that he would never agree.
Wait, he was not a Democratic content creator who's had massive success. Believes that the way that it was structured seems predatory. Wait, maybe that's not who I think it is. That's a different guy then. But I have seen like this guy lower left's content. You know, it's pops up along with all the Midas touch type stuff. I can't remember who this. Wait, is that what's her fuck? I think that's what was her name? Adrian or something? Barrett Adair. Yeah, I think that's Barrett Adair. Yeah, it looks like her. And then Keith Edwards. Let me remind myself.
Basically,
this is Keith Edwards. I think we've watched a few of his videos. This guy. It's very, very similar to like Midas Touch, but he's the one who's saying that he didn't get involved with this because it seemed predatory. Right, so he's kind of the good one out of this. I can't remember who dude. Somebody remind me. I think his name is Jack something. I can't remember, but yeah, I've seen his YouTube channel.
take part in a program that was run in secret or wouldn't allow him to disclose funding. What I don't understand is, why wouldn't you just donate to creators?
Yeah, that's right, Tracy. Keith Edwards is not part. I mean, he's calling it out here, right? I mean, I don't want to, burn her sources, but I don't know. I guess he could. I mean, he's acting kind of as a source here. It sounds like he was made aware of it, maybe even invited to. Wait. Let me rewind it. Let me just see exactly what we're saying about Keith Edwards. He does some hardcore clickbait sometimes, like, right? Sometimes the video is like a little bit clickbaited, but it's good content, well done videos. Was not invited to be part of the program, but believes that, okay, so he's not I guess there was a group chat, I think, where some of Taylor's information comes from, and I'm guessing that some people that were invited to the group chat may have passed along the information to Taylor. That maybe they weren't so they weren't impressed by what they were trying to do here. They still think that influencers are just there to do terrible direct-to-camera interview that no one watches, rather than just treating us like another form of media. So he's complaining that, like, I guess, more established content creators, or and if they are approaching smaller content creators, I mean, my thought was that they were just kind of concentrating on TikTok, but I don't know, who's big and who's small on TikTok. I mean, obviously some of these people are fairly large figures, but I guess the predatory aspect would come in that if you're putting like $8,000 a month into somebody's pocket that doesn't make, hardly anything off of YouTube ad money, you are their job. They owe everything to you, and therefore you got more sway with them than you would with if you had like Keith Edwards, working for you, or somebody that size. They'd be able to leave if they didn't like what you were asking them to do.
He says that he would never agree to take part in a program that was run in secret or wouldn't allow him to disclose funding. What I don't understand is, why wouldn't you just donate to creators directly who have already built something and just need to put gasoline on the fire?
MAGA is first, as in MAGA is first against the wall? Is that what that means?
says Edwards. Democrats at least understand that the internet exists
Yo, Echoplex. Oh, that's a shout out. We just got a shout out.
now, so that's good. But they still think influencers are just there to do a terrible direct-to-camera interview that no one watches rather than just treating us like another form of media. The influencers offered the funding were given just days to sign the contract, which was essentially presented on a take-it-or-leave-it basis. At least one cohort was specifically told they could not have their lawyers redline it. In that group chat, formed to discuss contract negotiations, some creators...
100K a year? Wait, how much are we talking? Oh, 8K a month? Yeah. I mean, I don't know that everyone's getting 8K a month, but even if they gave you like 2K a month, honestly, chat, for most small content creators, like, yeah, 2K a month would change my fucking life, right?
discussed a clause prohibiting the disparagement of other creators. Not being able to criticize anyone else affiliated with the chorus felt restrictive to some, according to text messages posted to the chat. Eventually, the creators in the group chats agreed to drop the issues they had. I don't think Chorus is out to screw us. Orleans, a creator who was offered $8,000 per month, said in the group chat, some influencers for the Chorus Creator Incubator program were offered as little as $250.
Okay, there we go. Yeah. So it does scale down. We got the Xander Hall level in which you get $250 a month.
Creator who declined to accept the deal, while others were offered memberships into the amplifier cohort, which provides up to $8,000 per month. Bro, if you're taking a bag for $250, it's the worst. You're like I'm sorry. Okay? If you're literally selling out whatever, like,
yeah, I was gonna say 8K a month. Like, what a huge difference, right? 8K a month for most content creators, they own that content creator, right? If they're getting 8K a month, but 250 a month, I mean, I don't know. I guess if you're just barely making it, then yeah, maybe 250 a month. Like, at least make sure that you're not late on your rent, so they'd still have some sway over you. Not Spencer with a super chat. Molestiny attributed the Quimon clip to Diorio, who reached out to Quimon via Hellbent to borrow his Wiggler. These people are borrowing. They're sharing their Wigglers. It's bad enough that that they're borrowing each other's butt plugs, right? I don't know what. To borrow his Wiggler for his stream, so Quimon had it altered to troll him. Yeah, I've definitely seen Nick use that Wiggler. I did not know that he got it from Quimon, but yeah, Quimon's got one too.
Ambitions you had as a political commentator for $250 a month, you are not in the right business. I'm sorry. What the at least the people that were selling out for $8,000, that's like life-changing money. $250 a month, and you're going to be a mouthpiece for a shadow organization that has this.
That's a really shitty, like, the description of the contract that we've received so far through Taylor. That's a lot. That's a lot of that they're asking you to do, and not do for a very small amount of money.
Restriction.
What's stopping you from accepting the money like that and then going? I think breach of contract plays something. That's what I'm guessing. Yeah, play something says, what's to stop you from, say, accepting the money like that, then going into Discord and being like, guys, ignore the first 20 minutes of what I say on stream. Oh, yeah, I don't know, but they might not, I doubt that they're watching you like that closely, that they would, first slop tuber anus, now wigglers. I know, right? Everything is molestiny. Basically, everything is molestiny now. This is terrible. Basically, making these content creators employ. Yeah. I mean, not just employees, but employees that don't have a second option, right?
On your life? What the See, this is the problem. A lot of people don't understand. The issue here is, like, if this is your job, this is your goal, if this is your career ambition, if you want to become a political content creator, if you want to be a political commentator, you have to have a unique worldview. You have to have some things that you truly believe in. You can't be a hired gun. What the f are we doing? It's so stupid. Like that's how little that's how little you care about integrity. What the f? The 1630 Fund has emerged as a powerful funder in Democratic spaces in recent years. Its website notes that issues supported by the organization include economic equity, affordable health care, climate solutions, racial justice, voter access, and other essential social change goals. The organization was founded in 2009 as a liberal response to the conservative dark money groups and organizations like the Koch network, and under Trump, it has soared. In 2018, the 1630 Fund provided $141 million to more than 100 left-leaning causes in order to bolster Democratic support during the midterms, according to a tax filing obtained by Politico. In 2020, the fund distributed more than $400 million, Jesus Christ, according to the organization's public tax filing, which Politico said was used in efforts to unseat then-President Donald Trump and the Republican Senate majority. In 2022, the 1630 Fund spent $196 million backing state ballot measures on abortion rights heading into the midterms, according to NBC. Just 4 donors accounted for close to 2/3 of the fund's revenue in 2023, according to its tax filing. The largest donor gave the group $50.5 million, with others donating $21 million, and $13.6 million. The 1630 Fund, which is not required to disclose its contributors, has for years been a major funding source for liberal and progressive causes and groups, including those that spend in elections, says Walker Davis, a research director for the open government group Citizens for Responsibility and Ethics in Washington. Though their recent tax returns indicate that they've always pulled back from the eye-popping sums they raised and spent in 2020, the organization is still one of the top spending politically oriented groups, oriented nonprofits in the country. Chorus, which is described in contracts reviewed by Wired as a project of the 1630 Fund that handles operations for the Creator Program, launched in November 2024 as a nonprofit arm of Good Influence, a for-profit influencer marketing agency aimed at helping content creators connect with social good campaigns. Good Influence was founded in October 2020 by Stuart Perlmutter, the former comms director for the Representative John Yarmouth of Kentucky. Seeing an opportunity after Kamala Harris's loss last November, Perlmutter co-founded Chorus with the Democratic influencer Brian Tyler Cohen. Ain't no way. Brian Tyler Cohen, who was over
Dark Money BTC.
4.6 million subscribers on YouTube and leads messaging check-ins with the creator cohort on rapid response days. According to records reviewed by Wired, Chorus claims that its initial creator cohort has a collective audience of more than 40 million followers with more than 100 million weekly viewers, and that the organization has hundreds of creators signed up and ready to amplify messaging. I've spent most of my career researching right-wing media. Also, Brian Taylor Cohen is another friend of Destiny, isn't he? Again,
is he? Wait, whoa. Is that true? I think Hasan might be mixing him up with somebody else. Like, I know Pondering Politics was close to. Is BTC? It feels a chat. Like, is there a Destiny connection with BTC? Is that even real? Yeah, tax these fuckers so they stop buying our elections. Not surprised about BTC. He's too cozy with the Democratic Party. Yeah, and look, he does some good work. I mean, he puts a lot of stuff out there. There's some stories that probably don't get covered by many people, but BTC. But there are some subjects that he will not talk about, and that when he does accidentally say something about him, it's bad. I'm thinking, Israel Gaza is one such topic.
Like a lot of these guys who are invested in, like, whether it's for genuine ambition and good reasons because they truly believe that the Democratic Party is the savior of mankind, or whether it's like a cynical way to try to amplify your worth within the confines of the Democratic Party machine, or if it's just to make money, regardless of whatever those motivations are, it's very clear to me that these guys have one pattern, okay? They don't step outside of the line when it comes to whatever the Democrats are communicating, which is something that I've always wondered about. Because I'm always like, how the are you going to be an independent content creator, an independent political commentator, and never actually criticize the Democrats? Like, what is going on? Show me the pay stubs. This is what I used to say all the time. If you remember, if you recall, one of the things I used to always say whenever my come in here and be like, oh, I'm going to defend the DNC. You're wrong. It's the left that did this. I'm going to defend the DNC. I'd be like, show me the pay stubs. It turns out there are pay stubs. Not for you if you are a fan of any of these content creators. You've just been deluded, right? But these guys do have some pay stubs. So this makes a little bit more sense. I will also say, however, that the other thing that I've noticed here is that they are noticeably absent from the conversation on Gaza. This is a major issue. It's a major issue that was almost entirely propped up by social media and independent sources, whether it be on the ground Palestinians who are filming their own demise, filming their own genocide, bravely, if I may add, or whether it be those real, those videos that are being amplified by independent media content creators who see right from wrong, who have a conscience and decide that this is unconscionable and actively speak out against it. If you are an independent content creator, if you're in the media, you're not going to speak on it. We know this already, right? But if you're an independent content creator and you're silent on this, if you're an independent content creator and you're silent on one of the biggest issues of our time, then it's very obvious that there's like most likely a financial motivation here, a financial imperative here. Something interesting about the timing of when this video was released and the context that this article provides is interesting. What?
Before I was understanding where it's like, oh, yeah, I'm kind of edgy. I say like whatever. I don't even know if you know who Aiden Ross is, but the fact that like Donald Trump is like shouting this guy out, like this is a guy that like
Destiny and Brian Tyler Cohen call out Kamala Harris, take the gloves off finally. This is when November 18th, 2024. Brian Tyler Cohen and Destiny talk Trump's collab with Aiden Ross and Kamala Harris refusing to go on Joe Rogan's podcast.
Little late with that BTC
Anyway,
and Destiny.
I don't know if it like matches up timeline wise with like the Brian Cohen is not surprising. This makes me sad, man. I wish these guys wouldn't do this shit, okay? That's what I wish. I wish they would stop doing this shit. Anyway.
Yeah, Tracy, you have had a terrible thought. Is AIPAC one of the donors? That's the whole problem. We don't know. It's dark money. I get them saying that the Republicans have been using dark money, Koch brothers being the most notorious and prominent of them. And that this is a democratic effort to fight fire with fire. But one other thing I will say about from my research on this group is they are nominally in favor of more restrictive campaign financing rules, I think, which would preclude dark money. So at least officially, they're on the side of some money out of politics legislation. Maybe not as far as Bernie would want it to go. Maybe not as far as we'd want it to go, but some form of restriction of dark money they're in favor of. So it's not, they're not. I guess they're not as sinister as they could be, but.
Let's get back to it. I've spent most of my career researching right-wing media and sounding the alarms about the collapse of our old information environment. Ellie Langford, the director of programming at Chorus, said on a Zoom call with dozens of creators in June, our political systems haven't been able to figure out a real solution. And I've been really excited to see you all treading the path forward. I deeply, deeply believe that the work you are all doing is what's going to make the difference in supporting and, frankly, resuscitating our democracy. Already, creators in the program are creating content together. In a weekly series called Good News in Politics, 6 creators in the program shared a collaborative video running through political wins. Follow these creators, bringing you hope instead of doom scrolling. Sandra Jennings, E. Orleans, Jess Craven, Tono Latino, Gemma Talks, The Zactivist they posted. While some creators have been eager to work with Chorus, others distrust the organization. This spring, Chorus faced a wave of backlash from prominent content creators whose images were included in the firm's fundraising decks without permission. I was including some of the Chorus decks. Like, we have access to V.
Brave says, I'm here. Sorry, not chatting much about to smoke to calm my nerves. Don't like the scary wind. Is there another monsoon coming? Yeah, I don't know. So when does, I lived in a place where the wind constantly knocked out the power. And it was I would check the forecast to see, I would check the forecast for the winds, literally, because
When you do not, said V. Spihar, a liberal content creator with over 3.5 million followers on TikTok, that's also kind of scummy. The faces of several well-known influencers were featured prominently on the Chorus website beneath a giant donate button. However, users who clicked the button were taken to a fundraising page for Chorus. Instead of anywhere, their dollars would go directly to the creators featured. Progressive YouTuber and former media staffer Media Matters staffer Kat Abu-Ghazalek, who's running for Congress in Illinois, was pictured on Chorus's website and included in fundraising decks without her consent. She asked that her image and name be removed and no longer used for
Like,
fun.
what the fuck? What the fuck? They're literally, yeah, they're fundraising off of the names of their content creators without any sort of any amount of that money going to the content creators themselves that people are clicking on. And they even had somebody who I guess, yeah, I don't think Kat was involved in Chorus at all. Kat, I always mispronounce her name. Let me try. Abu-Ghazaleh. Abu-Ghazaleh? Am I saying it right? Either way, yeah, she's running for Congress, and she's got a very social media heavy campaign strategy. Like, right, she's got a YouTube channel, and she's using, yeah, she's trying. I mean, this might be the, you know, this might be the wave of the future. In fact, you definitely have to at least know and understand social media to, you know, be a successful politician at this point.
Fundraising purposes. Spihar and other content creators have accused Chorus of attempting to establish themselves as a gatekeeper to Democratic political leaders. What we need is for people to invest in independent media, and that it doesn't necessarily mean investing in a consulting group that is going to become a middleman for independent media, says Spihar. They took what you said unironically, say about wanting to be a proud mouthpiece of the regime and applied it to whatever dog shit the DNC is churning out while lining their pockets handsomely. Yeah. My mother-in-law is a big-time Gen X liberal, and we'd regularly get into debates about Genocide Joe that always ended up with her begging me to vote for Blue no matter who. She obsesses with Aaron Parnas and Brian Tyler Cohen, and now I got to debate her on this. Christ, I'm exhausted. What do you mean? This is not a debate. You can just, like, accurately tell her that, like, there is a reason why the information that you're getting might not necessarily be the full scope of reality, and there's obviously a financial imperative associated with that. This is, like, the easiest thing to communicate to people, okay? This is the easiest dub of your life, not to like dunk on your mom or anything like that.
Not to dunk on your mom.
The reality of the matter is,
chat, not to dunk on anyone's mom, but we do have 21 minutes and 40 seconds left on the butterfly goal. But we're only one butterfly away from, or we're only one super chat, one teal super chat away from putting that butterfly in my hair and declaring victory once again.
when you have instruments of the party making these ridiculous,
oh yeah, the Gus, yeah,
ridiculously stringent rules that straight up tell you what you can and can't say, and they pay you for it, then all of a sudden you're not a political commentator. You're not an independent voice at all. You're simply a mouthpiece for whichever slush fund that exists. In this circumstance, is just like Chorus. I don't even think that they had a lot of credibility to begin with, but now they definitely don't have credibility at all. This basically proves why so many of these liberals online, that's why I always tell you, like, don't listen to the liberal voices on TikTok or on YouTube or whatever. They do not reflect the broader sentiment of the population. The broader base of the Democratic Party, for example, is literally 92% on the Israel side, okay? 77% of Democrats acknowledge that Israel is doing a genocide. 77%. None of these guys actually talk about that. None of these guys actually openly state it.
Chat, I had a dream last night that I wrote something that was pretty good, and in the dream, I was going to upload it to Substack. I have a Substack. I haven't really used it.
Tracy Eva, super chatted $6.71. Pretty butterfly for you.
Oh, thank you, Tracy. That is the butterfly goal. That is the and the confetti. Butterfly and confetti. And thank you for the super chat. This is yeah, so like, I don't know. I feel and then when I woke up, I was kind of sad because I was like, "Aw." I was thinking to myself, "Wait, did I write something amazing? Did I actually?" And then I couldn't. I was like, "No, I didn't. I haven't written anything in a long time, actually." But now I feel inspired, right? I feel inspired to put together my thoughts on what I see as a major failing in imagination on political strategy. And it's, yeah, a failing with the institutional Democratic Party, but it's a failing with a lot of liberal voters. There's a lot of thought that the way that you win is to just be like team politics, team politics, team politics. You never criticize your side. If you notice something going wrong with somebody on your side, you don't say a goddamn thing. You only say bad stuff about MAGA. You never, recognize, when somebody not aligned with you is like, doing the right thing on any sort of issue. And I don't think that is actually I don't think that's a good strategy, especially as a content creator, right? If there's going to be any influence, like from the influencer, it's going to be because your community trusts you. And how is a community supposed to trust you when you're literally in the tank for the Democratic Party, or, worse yet, from a dark money group like this, right? The other thing that I get a lot from people is that, like, the way we're going to win? We're going to take these fuckers that are thinking about voting for a third party or thinking about not voting, and we're going to shame them. We're going to say, you're a fucking idiot. You're a fucking idiot. If Trump wins, it's your fault. If Trump wins, it's your fault, right? That does not work. That is not the inflection point. Think about that, chat. You don't need one voter to do something. You need what 1.5 million voters to do something. Wait, was it 1.5 million? Wait, I'm sorry. 1.5% was the margin. Whatever the margin was, right? You need you need at least tens of thousands of voters to do something. You are not going to bully tens of thousands of voters to do anything, but you might, if you're brave enough, bully the Democratic political candidate to change at the very least their rhetoric. Hopefully that that has a knock-on effect to their policy, right? And if you do that, like, in other words, if we bullied Kamala Harris enough to get her to make a real statement on Gaza, you might see those tens of thousands of voters shift, because now the candidate is saying something that they want to hear. When we get off of this idea of, like, our only appeal is oh god, what's the word for it? Voting, strategic, voting for the least evil. When the only appeal is like, well, yeah, we're less evil than the other candidate. Like, Trump is a fucking monster, which is true. It's absolutely true, and I do think that there's a wisdom in that kind of in that kind of, like, voting against something that you don't want. It's just not a very compelling argument. Right? If you can't tell your voters what you're going to do for them, or in Harris's case, what you're going to do different than Biden, they're not going to listen to you. It doesn't matter, how bad Trump is. Most voters, it's a conceptual. When you say something like, this is harmful to our democracy, most people don't know what the fuck that means, right? What they know is that their rent is too high. What they know is that they are getting, fucked over with co-pays every time they go to the doctors. What they know is that they can't afford fruits and vegetables, right? Harm reduction is what I was looking for. Thank you, Play Something. I couldn't think of it. I said it earlier in the stream, but oh well. Voter shaming does not work. Yeah, we should understand this definitely after a decade of Trump. Yeah, talk about a lost decade. I mean, it's worse than a lost decade. It's a decade of hell is what we've been going through, and I'm fucking sick of it. Chat, it sucks that I had to leave my country. I would love to come back.
How the could you be an accurate reflection of the Democratic Party's?
I mean, as much as I love Thailand, right? Seattle's my home.
You are speaking zero moments about the one singular issue that Democrats have a supermajority opinion on. Democrat voters, I mean. That's it. Only 8% of Democrat voters want to continue supporting Israel. Only 8%. This is not a real issue at this point. 92% say no more. If you got a content creator who is, no, but have you considered that you're purity testing? This conveniently absolves me of giving any justification to unjustifiable shit. Yeah, like, I'm not a purity tester at all. As a matter of fact, a lot of people yell at me for that reason. A lot of people in my community yell at me all the time. They say, Hasan, how dare you align with, like, this person or that person. They're not pure in their politics. And I understand that because I understand that normal people in the real world have a totally different framework than we do in this community. This community is an echo chamber. This community is far more radical than the average person. Our goal is to get those other people, the normies, to also see the world with a better analytical framework, dialectical materialism, okay? That's the goal here. So obviously, in an effort to expand the echo chamber, in an effort to reach out to a broader audience, there are going to be people that that I collaborate with, that I work with, I talk to, that I'm not going to be fully aligned with. Having said that, however, I don't think this is a purity test. Okay, this is not like a purity spiral. This is just like straightforward paid propaganda. This is paid shilling. A paid shilling that unironically creates that same closed circle.
Look, I know it's a sound drop on H3 that, you know, that they recorded Hasan saying this and they play it over and over again and as a, you know, to make fun of him. But honestly, like, when are Democrats going to have some conviction? Like, when are they going to stop trying to appear authentic and start being authentic, start being real, and stop acting like fucking NPCs, going through the set of political best practices that their consultants have told them to, you know, keep in mind? LBJ, Jesus Christ, that opens up a can of worms. OnlyFacts says intangible political aspirations like democracy and freedom only work when this is we're talking about, like, these are in the realm of ideology. These are in the realm of the superstructure, right? And, you know, it's a superstructure that's in a dialectical relationship with, yes, material conditions, right? Only work when people's material conditions are well, but the material conditions represent the base. And if you don't have a base, you don't, aspirations, you know, be damned, right? Once material conditions worsen, nobody cares about feel good words. And this is where it gets scary. It takes a fascist populist to easily take power by playing to real fears, i.e. Mussolini.
Circuit that
No, I always make the same mistake. OnlyFacts. I'm always like, oh yeah, LBJ. Like when there's Democrats that are acting like losers because they're like, oh, there's no way we'll win this in the Congress. Oh, we could never rally those votes. I always think of like LBJ and how he would go and twist arms behind the scenes. Like, the votes aren't there, LBJ will make the votes be there. And they did pass some really good, really important legislation, right? But yeah, obviously they were also, you know, escalating the Vietnam War. And then, you know, Roosevelt, you know, New Deal sounds pretty good. So that's pretty, you know, concentrated on material conditions. But at the same time, the New Deal was segregated, right? The New Deal was not for all Americans. The New Deal was, you know, specifically, you know, cut you out if you weren't white, and also, yeah, the internment camps that, yeah. So it's just a sad thing when Joe Biden can claim to be, and maybe accurately so, the best Democrat, the most progressive Democrat in our lifetime. That's not a good thing for Biden. That is a pathetic thing for the Democrats that have existed as long as we've lived, right? Most of us don't, I mean, like, you know, our lifespans don't go past the point at which the Democrats had started to actively make fun of anyone with a New Deal mentality, which is that's not radical. That's not a socialist mentality. That is a very conservative, you know, democratic or social democratic, you know, these are socially democratic ideas, right? But they back in this, even in the 70s, they were making fun. They were calling these people Eleanors derisively, derisively calling them Eleanors. I believe that the left and its allies can take back control of the Democratic Party. I sure hope so. But it will take a few years and a lot of work. Zoran has showed us the way forward. Yeah, absolutely. Because look, if they don't, I'm going to call it now. And I said this earlier, right? I'm 10 toes down on this, right? If the Democrats if there's not a sea change when it comes to Gaza, right? The Democratic Party's over. And a third party, and this is not a good thing. This is not like, yay, fuck the, I have a lot of bad feelings for the Democratic Party, but I also know how difficult it is to coalesce a new party. And, as bad as the Democratic Party is, if that's not the vessel for change, it is going to be upon all of us to try to create that vessel. And that's a difficult thing. That's a time consuming thing. I don't know if that's the kind of thing that could be done in like 4 years, let alone in 2 years, which is what we have until, the next election. So they gotta reclaim their soul. And that starts with standing on the right side of history when it comes to Gaza.
Forces Democrats to not actually look at what the real issues are and actively choose to solve them. And instead, it's the Democratic Party trying to employ people to actively propagandize to an audience that thinks they're getting real information.
Did Biden say that? Reclaim the soul of America?
Like real, unvarnished truth from independent content creators online. And the only thing that they're doing is basically the same regurgitated CNN talking points that political consultants deliver in mainstream news. And that's what's really up about it. Okay? They think that it is actually not the Democrats, the party itself, that is the problem. It's the voters that are not invested enough in harm reduction narratives and whatever the motivates people to go out and vote for the Democrats. This is devastating because it's also consistently led to the Democratic Party's demise over and over again and led to 2 major defeats against a incompetent charlatan fascist like Donald Trump. It's terrible. It's completely unacceptable. And this is straight up a part of the problem. This is a major part of the problem because this is emblematic of the issue that is at the core of the Democrat Party. Okay? An inability or a lack of interest in actually listening to the demands being made by voters, which is undemocratic inherently. This is anti-democracy. This is anti-democratic process. The fact that they are, instead of like taking a cold, hard look at all of their failures in the aftermath of this massive defeat against Donald Trump again, instead of looking at that and maybe changing the way that they operate, the fact that they are still saying, no, we just got to like dunk on the vote. We got to influence the voters better is insane.
Show me the pay stub. If you are currently working at the behest of the DNC, show me the pay stub. I mean, I'll still shit on you because you're an immoral piece of shit, but show me the pay stub.
Do you remember black nail polish, Hasan?
Are you a DNC employee? Because if you're defending the Democratic Party's malfeasance, it's negative.
Chat, I gotta redo my nails. Damn. I mean, it saves money, right? To, not not fix them for a while, but
negligence. It's malpractice. At this stage, you're a psycho. You're the biggest cuck I've ever seen in my entire life. I want the Democratic Party to be more like Republicans, okay? Not in the way that they, not in ideologically, obviously, but in the way that the Republican Party actually gets shit done. Why can't the Democrats get shit done? Why? Oh, our infallible institutions, we must defend them. That's so stupid. That's so stupid. Shut the up. I don't think promoting voter apathy is helping either. Dude, I am a political commentator with very limited influence, okay? Very limited influence on the internet. If you think that I can create voter apathy, but the Democratic Party's malpractice in the face of so much injustice, when they have both the Senate and the Congress and the White House, you are fundamentally broken. You are the reason why the Democratic Party keeps losing voters. Okay? You're an idiot. I'm sorry.
Look at that. When is that from?
Wait, is that real rave? That's a Teddy Fresh Grateful Dead tee?
Is that from this past week? No, this is long hair Hasan,
fuck-
so clearly it's not from this past week. Oh, that's right. This is from May 5th, 2022. Wow, something's never changed. My hairstyle might change. My audio processor might change, and then
Your body composition might change.
my voice comes across as deeper now because I got that pirate software on lock.
I'm sorry, chat. The trainer in me still notices.
The voice deepener. Okay. It's not like my balls dropped. It's just that my software changed. Don't paint my nails no more. Don't have that kooky ass haircut no more. Looking like a goddamn hippie.
What's wrong with painting your nails?
Having said that, the message remains consistent. This is why I always laugh when like, Hasan, you've changed. It's like, no, man. You just watched a video or two from the dumbest on the planet.
His voice is so much deeper. Yeah. Ethan tries to say that he's faking it. Oh, speaking of Ethan, let me check the check the poll again. I haven't checked that in a little while. Looks like 98 of you have voted so far. If you haven't voted already, now is the time to make your voice heard. We're coming up towards the end of the stream. We'll see if we get some bonus content or not in a second. Hasan reacts to Ethan. Ethan's Reddit burner account. That is the account that Ethan used to have to help promote H3 when it was starting out. And yes, the name of the account was Pedotroll. The name of Ethan's Reddit burner account was Pedotroll. Ethan has now confirmed it. So yeah, that's what's that's in first place with 50%. Second place we got Hasan and MR react to Friedland versus Torres. React to Adam's interview of Richie Torres. We watched that yesterday, but I'm kind of curious. I know Majority Reports covered it now, and Hasan has covered it. I feel like it would be nice to watch through each of their eyes, and it looks like 21% of the voters agree with me on that. Asmongold's, or wait, what's third place is Bad Tuber, Jesus Christ, Bad Empanada and the Slop Tuber Civil War. That's been on there for a little while. And then fourth place is Asmongold's numbers are fake. He is half the streamer that we thought he was because he was botted to the gills. And a lot of Twitch streamers, a lot of the bigger Twitch streamers, it turns out, were botted. So yeah, 100 of you have voted now. If you haven't voted yet, make your voice heard. Also, while you're at it, if you don't mind, it would really help me if you would like the stream, right? I know it doesn't seem like much, and yeah, one thumb by itself is not much, but when we put all of our thumbs together, we can thumb wrestle the algorithm into submission and force it to push my content out to new people who have similar viewing habits to you and will likely enjoy the stream. So if you want to help the stream grow, you can do so with your thumbs for free. That's a thing. And if you want to go one step further, you can click the link in the pinned on YouTube and on Twitch, and that's a link to the Blast Off thread on Blue Sky. So that also helps us bring in new people, and I appreciate that greatly. Did he just pop a Zen? He does not still smoke. Yeah, he's Zen's. Everybody's on. Like, what's weird, chat, is that, like, okay, so smoking was like dying out, I think, in the 2000s and like early 2000 teens, right? People had finally got the message, like, smoking is like really bad for you, and it's not worth it, right? And so it was dying out. And then vaping was invented, and a whole bunch of people, including my partner at the time, who had struggled to quit smoking, took up vaping because it was supposedly so much better. I guess the science isn't in about, whether it's really better or not. We are seeing more concerning things, more reports of like lead and stuff that's really bad for you being found in vapes. So yeah, but vaping, like, basically made nicotine use go up again. And then I think once people started to figure out vapes were bad for you, then this new this new form of smokeless tobacco of I won't call it chewing tobacco. It's more like nicotine. Yeah, it's more like I think it kind of came out of like the whole nicotine gum thing, right? The idea that you could you could take something that's just nicotine and yeah, like Zins are very, very popular. Vaping is worse if you let it take over. The few times like that I never vaped nicotine, but I vaped the other thing for a little while, and I swear to God, I did not feel good. Wait, your teeth will look like big chompers? Wait, what? Well, if you smoke? Oh, Zins are bad. They end up pulling up your gums. Wait, what do you mean pulling up your gums? Like pulling them up or pulling them down? Like it makes your gums recede? Is that what it does? In Europe, they will put spit tobacco or something like that and put it in little wrapped up pouches. They will put it between their lips and gums, sort of like Zens. Yeah, there's that kind of smokeless tobacco exists in the United States as well. It's kind of old school. What is that called, chat? I can't remember. Like is that like Copenhagen? Smoking recedes your gums. Smoke and vape nicotine. Disgustingly. Oh yeah, it is really. Oh, Zens are also very expensive, I've heard. Although maybe not so much in Thailand. Although there's like 6, isn't it 6 per canister? Like so there's only, and people that I know that do Zens, they do like they kind of have to keep them coming.
That were able to convince you that I have changed. I have said the same exact for the past decade. Okay? Either you were not paying attention or your attitude changed. And it turns out maybe your attitude changed because you went and got duped by a that was getting paid from one of these goddamn packs to basically tell you how the world is actually, when in fact, they were just getting paid to do so. Anyway, you have changed. We don't get...
Wait, $70 for a pack of 20? Jesus Christ. I think it's cheaper. I think I heard somebody, I talked to somebody in Thailand that said it's like cheaper here, but I haven't been that tempted.
Hell's Kitchen / Kitchen Nightmare content.
I don't know. I don't do good with nicotine. Nicotine is not... nicotine has never made me feel good, so
don't even run.
I guess I'm lucky in that.
To the top of the hour, what happened? That's because the Piker Broadcasting Service is funded by you, the viewers, for you, the viewers. That's it. The only way to support the show is by subscribing, which you can do.
I get nicotine spins. Anybody else get that? You get dizzy from nicotine?
For $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime. If you want to do so, you can give subs as well. That's it. That hasn't changed either. I used to do top of the hour ads because I had a contract by Amazon. I no longer have one, so I don't run ads. It's that simple, baby. This is literally how they made TikTok think MP is racist. Who's MP? Xylax! With a
I'm sorry, I thought he was going to say xylitol. I thought we were going back to xylitol.
200 bones.
Now, xylitol, unlike Zens, is actually good for your dental health, right?
God damn! Your consistency is dead on when you say you haven't changed. But whenever you make this point that you never change ever, doesn't that leave room for recognizing how much you've learned on top of the good takes you've been consistent on? Sure. I mean, I'm saying that my first principles, the fundamentals that motivate me, have not changed. But how do we pay some greedy middleman if we can only pay you and not a pack? Yep. That's why it's so funny when these guys who literally run these like slush funds and who run these slush funds, who are actively trying to like work within the confines of the Democratic Party, will then turn around and be like, he's bad, he's a grifter. It turns out half the reason why they're saying that is because they have something inside of them. They have an insecurity that they are grifting, and they kind of recognize this, so they have to disparage people who are not doing that. They have to disparage people who they are ideologically in opposition to, because they're like, oh, he can't be just advocating for these things for no reason other than the fact that he believes in it, because I'm not advocating for the things I believe in because I'm getting paid to say these things. That's it. Another day of Hasanabi vindication here. Yet another day. Several influencers doggedly defended Chorus throughout the controversy, including Elizabeth Booker Houston, a Democratic comedian and content creator on Instagram, and Ali O'Brien, a progressive creator with more than 600,000 followers on TikTok, were involved in membership talks for the highest paid tier in Chorus's new incubator creator program. Houston did not respond to requests for comment. O'Brien also declined to comment. Still, some creators heard about the 1630 fund and Chorus's funding initiative and applied to join. One creator named Chesko, who goes by The Speech Professor online, applied to join the program because he viewed it as an opportunity to get access to the people that have funding or backing and actual research that I could use, he says. Ultimately, he wasn't accepted and received an email on June 26th rejecting his application. That sucks. You tried to become a mouthpiece and they were like, nah, dog, you're good. That's crazy. And now you're just like, now you're seen as a guy who wanted to do this. Hasan.
Yeah. It was not smart of him to go on record with Taylor Lorenz for that.
The 20 gifted subs. The structure of the program highlights the vast difference between how Democrats and Republicans attempt to amass online influence. Once again. Oh, MP is Madeline Pendleton. Okay, that makes sense. Once again, there's a reason why all of my controversies amount to socialism but rich and things that you would never actually even think twice about for any other content creator. Okay? That's it. Socialism but rich, or has an opinion.
Chucky says, I hate nicotine. To be honest, I can't smoke joints without it. Is that because it's too strong otherwise? Because I run into that too, right? I can't smoke joints because a joint is like a lot of that's a lot of flour, right? It would annihilate me. So yeah, I use a craziest story chat. I actually have a water pipe from my friend that came out here, wanted to live in Thailand, and then shit got, some stuff came up that he had to take care of back home, so he moved back, and he was like, here, I'm gonna have you take all my stuff. And like it was like a whole bunch of flour and a water pipe, which I'm coming to appreciate. I've never been a big kind of person, you know what I'm talking about, like the noise. Wait, can I make the noise? Let me see if I can do that. Did that come through? I don't know if that was loud enough. But anyway, but yeah, I kind of appreciated that it cools off the smoke a little bit.
That is not the established norms that I grew up in, and that makes me uncomfortable. Okay, whether it be anti-imperialism, anti-capitalism, and the like. That's it. It's never like this. Have you noticed? It's never like this. So they have to try and make other up. Perhaps there's a reason for that. The structure of the program highlights the vast differences between how Democrats and Republicans attempt to amass online influence. Republicans have spent decades building up a powerful independent media ecosystem. Though the
Cats Eating Bird says water pipes are very nice, especially with a hose. Is that like is that what Eric Adams does?
right-wing influencer world is far from transparent. In September 2024, a federal indictment alleged that Russian state-sponsored network RT, Russia Today, was covertly providing millions in funding to Tenet Media, a company working with major right-wing influencers including Benny Johnson, Tim Pool, Dave Rubin, and Lauren Southern. In 2024, the National Republican Congressional Committee spent nearly $500,000 on work with Creator Good, an influencer marketing company whose website says it connects Republican candidates with the internet's most powerful conservative influencers, according to an analysis of campaign finance filings from the Washington Post. Now, make no mistake, the Republicans already have an ecosystem that is even worse than this. It's called PragerU. It's called Turning Point University, TPU. It's called massively funded networks of propaganda. So they already have a direct hands-on approach on the Republican side. This is the Democrats both coming late to the game and also doing it in the way possible. Not Turning Point University, sorry.
Apricot's Swiss Roll says Hasan took some serious gay flack for that GQ shoot. I don't think Hasan would be, I don't know, Like Austin would have to coach him. I don't. Again, a relevant time to bring up Vanessa Williams, how to blow a raspberry scene. Wait, what? That's a real thing? I was talking about blowing raspberries the other day. I don't remember what that was about, but it looks like, yeah, the goal's up to 82% chat. We're pretty close to getting bonus content. In fact, it looks like we're 18 away from hitting the bonus level.
Turning Point USA, toilet paper USA, toilet paper. Okay, it's just that there's a reason why we look to these content creators and call them grifters outright, because they are. And now it seems liberals are also getting in on the grift. Okay.
Ali Hart. Yeah, I've been trying to search to see if Brian Tyler Cohen was involved in this. So the article's on Wired, but if you don't have a subscription, or sorry, if you don't have, I think you have to sign up for Wired or something, so you wouldn't see it. But yeah, Brian Tyler, not only was Brian Tyler Cohen involved in this, he's the co-founder. He's the co-founder of Chorus.
Or the Democrats were so unable to make adequate investments into the digital landscape that most of the people, I thought, that had this like pro-Democrat Party alignment were just kind of stupid or misguided or naive, right? Like they just genuinely were like, no, harm reduction is real, because it is real, right? So they were just like kind of naive. It turns out, nope, they were getting funded too. So my apologies to a lot of the people who I've shitted on by saying you're doing this for free. It turns out you weren't doing it for free. You were doing it for like $250 a month or maybe $8,000 a month. But it turns out some guy looked over my shoulder just now and yelled at me for watching you because you interviewed the Hezbollah guy, lol. I did not.
Which is the Hezbollah guy? Are they thinking of Luffy?
Interview a Hezbollah guy. I would. I have not had the opportunity to do so. I did interview an academic who is a historian of Hezbollah. But yeah, that experience that chatter just explained is a byproduct of this shit. Is a byproduct of the endless smears. They must be confusing Rashid al-Haddad. Yeah, and he's not even a Houthi. He is just a Yemen teenager, but it doesn't matter.
He's a pirate, like Luffy. It was all about Elmo. It was about Elmo and Grouchland, Vanessa Williams scene where she blows raspberries on her trash kingdom. Nice.
You understand? Do you get it? Because this kind of like smear, this kind of propaganda, it just like cycles around. It circulates, and it does have an impact on a lot of onlookers, a lot of people who would consider themselves to be apolitical, people who even would consider themselves to be pro-Palestine.
Yeah, they meant Rashid. Yeah, probably. Yeah, Hasan Nasrallah. Yeah, no, I don't think he was ever. I think Hasan was ever close to getting that interview.
Really, who still find themselves swept away by this kind of propaganda because they're just like not super tapped in. Okay. Stephen Buckley, a digital media sociologist at City St. George's University of London, says that these sorts of programs have been happening for the right wing for ages. Yeah, it's true. But Hyder said that the structure of the 1630 fund deal raises the question, is it ethical to match tactics of your opponents? I don't
know. I don't know how much that's the... I guess I don't understand campaign finances enough to know, like, the one benefit that they mentioned for the 1630 organization for the, you know, their particular nonprofit status was that you don't have to say paid for by XYZ at the end of the ad, and yeah, also they're not disclosing their donors. Same thing with Progressive Victory, and I don't think they have to. I don't think that people that are part of the program have to disclose. You know, if the only reason we knew that like Xander Hall and Dylan Burns and all these people were part of Progressive Victory was because of the FEC filing that happened 1 month and gave us a, you know, rough sense of the amount of money that was sloshing around to different content creators. And I feel like some other, did Keffels get some money from this? Was Keffels somehow, there were also some people whose like political, if you remember at the time, like Keffels was not doing political content. Keffels was pure drama and mainly just like starting drama and like going after people at that point. So yeah, I don't remember if Keffels was getting money, but yo, Ali Hart, thank you for the super sticker. That is the silent wait, what does it say? Number 1. Am I really number 1? Thank you. Oh my god. That gets us to 91. We're closing in on that bonus content.
I don't think it's necessarily unethical, but this goes back to the same problem. I always advocate to fight fire with fire. I tell the Democrats to behave like Republicans, but just not on the policy side, just not on the...
Chat, do you ever hear me burp? Do you like if I burp, when I burp, do you hear it? I think the only times that I burp on stream are like if I eat a bunch of watermelon. But I think maybe you can't hear it because of my noise gate. But you can definitely hear Hasan burp. He's been quite naive about his collabs.
Ideological side. I want the politics of the Republicans, but with the policies that actually do uplift the working class. And this is the problem. It goes back to the Gavin Newsom equation, right? Gavin Newsom wants to bring 5 new Democrat seats.
Oh, that's a good insight. Ali Hart says, I can see why Martin Luther King Jr. did not like center-left people in his time. What they're doing is actively hurting our chances of fighting back because we cannot expect to take the moral high ground, not while doing stuff like this. Yeah, and it's like the Democrats read as inauthentic when they do shit. Look, when they stake a position on reform of immigration and a pathway to citizenship, and then even when they're in power, they don't put it into policy. And then Donald Trump comes around, demagogues a bunch, says they're eating the cats and dogs, and there's a big crime problem, which there's not, and it's caused by immigrants, which it's not. Immigrants actively make the crime rate lower because, especially undocumented people are committing crime at a much lower rate than citizens. When the Democrats just turn around and drop all of their politics because they're like, oh, I guess that's not popular. Okay, we stand for we stand for shutting down the border. We stand for deportations, right? When they do that shit, the message it sends is that the Republicans were in the moral right. They weren't. And the Democrats have finally admitted it, right? That's what that portrays. And that's why, yeah, you'll never take the moral high ground with those kind of politics, right? Same thing with their reversal on trans people now.
House of Representatives through a process of redistricting. I think that's a good thing. Okay. However, I still worry.
Okay, so he's kind of talking about fighting fire with fire, which I don't think is necessarily the problem with organizations like this. I think the more the problem is the way that they're trying to use this money to control lefty content creators, right? They wanna gain people's trust by using influencers, right? Influencers are influencers because their audience trusts them to a greater or lesser extent, right? And since the Democrats aren't authentic at all, people don't trust them. That's reflective in the absurdly low poll numbers that you see as far as approval ratings of, the Democratic Party. Even the generic congressional ballot chat is not as in favor of the Democrats as you would expect it to be with how bad the Trump administration has fucked up, with how unpopular the Trump administration is. So they go the route of trying to buy people that do have trust with their audience and being like, yeah, just tell them that we're cool. And all that does is kills the goose that lays the golden egg. Any authenticity that the content creator had, any trust that the audience had in them will be burned by virtue of them telling, not being honest about their appraisal of the Democratic Party, not being real about the very real problems with the Democrats' rhetoric and with their, with their inability to achieve policy. even when they are in power, right? This undermines not only the Democratic Party, but the content creators that they're buying off. So at the end of the day, they have killed the goose that lays the golden egg. They have achieved nothing. This is not a route to success. It is supposed to be supposedly, they're claiming it's pragmatic, and to the extent that it's not, doesn't have like a moral core to it, because it's so goddamn pragmatic. It's not even pragmatic. It's a loser, and it's been a loser since the 80s, right? Since the Democrats became afraid of their own shadow. Since the Democrats dropped any semblance of standing for what they were known to have stood for after the New Deal.
Those 6 seats will now have 6 new pro-Raytheon, pro-Israel Democrats. And that is what's frustrating, because that's not going to solve anything. That's just going to put more Democrat asses in seats, sure. But those seats need to be filled by people who actually do have convictions, who do want to help the working class. Otherwise, you're just going to go back to that same cycle of eking out a marginal.
Oh yeah, good point, Ali. Yeah, so especially in presidential elections, there's not a lot of presidential elections, even the ones that Republicans won, that would have been won.
Ryev super chatted $6.48. A loans run type jewel in the palm of every politician. When it glows, out yar pop hand waving.
Wait, a loans run type jewel in the palm of every politician? When it glows, out your pop? Wait. Sounds like courage of the heart is very rare. The stone glows red when it is there. Or are you quoting lyrics? Shadows can be scary? What are we up to now? Looks like 98, so we're really close to that bonus content. It's even crazier. The Dems have the numbers. Yeah. So the gerrymandering, voter suppression, this is a big part of the Republican keys to victory. It's questionable how many victories the Republicans would have on a national level if it weren't for gerrymandering, if it weren't for voter suppression.
Over the Republicans every 4 years, and then losing in the long run to a even worse fascist that you are actively capitulating to. We can't have that. This is the fundamental difference. This is what needs to change. The Democrats appear to have no counter to the system. Democrats miss the next generation of media, says Brandon Gain. Co-founder of influencer marketing agency, I know him, Creator Authority. Historically, they own Hollywood, but this next generation of influence is digital, and they've miscalculated that. I don't think they feel comfortable in arenas where they lack control. I guess that's it. That's the entire article from Taylor Lorenz. Fantastic article.
100. Oh no, it's the Ethan Klein shit. Chat, did anybody watch this? It's basically Ethan trying to gatekeep. Oh god. This is another thing that I want to see, like the appearance of Hasan on the I've Had It podcast. Look, I mean, these are definitely two, liberal Midwestern women, but they're pretty cool for liberal Midwestern women. And they definitely got that fire. Let's see. I was thinking about, I want to get to the bonus content because we did hit 100. Let's see what's on Taylor's TikTok. Okay. I can't tell if these are like Wait, what is she? Is she like reposting people's
Influencers in my story are so desperate and they cannot stop making up just bold-faced lies. So first of all, since my story came out about 90...
So chat, this went out on Wired and it has caused so much drama. Taylor's getting so much hate on TikTok right now because a lot of these creators that she outed as being part of Chorus are TikTokers, right? And they're mad. They're mad. Some of them even like released details about their contracts to try to dispute some of the claims that Taylor was making. That being said, it doesn't sound like any of them were willing to go on record and talk to her when she reached out, and she did reach out to some of them. And the other thing I've noticed is, David Pakman has replied, and what's this creator called? Booker Squared, the attorney, replied. And they if you look at, like, I'll try to watch their TikToks if I can find them. But they're it kind of seems like they're getting talking points, possibly from Chorus.
Liberal influencers accepting money from the 1630 Fund, a notorious liberal dark money group. They have tried to claim that I somehow am accepting money from a dark money group. This is absurd. I mean, it's just patently absurd. I have never once accepted money from any sort of political group, much less a political dark money group. They're trying to claim...
Isn't this, are they talking about the thing that Ryan and Emily hit her with? On Breaking Points?
That the Omidyar network, which I'm paid for as part of this reporting fellowship that I'm doing, is somehow like some conflict of interest. The Omidyar network is an LLC. It's not a dark money group. It's not political. It's nonpartisan. And I'm being paid as part of a reporting fellowship. It has nothing to do with politics. I also disclosed that I was getting payments from Omidyar.
Ryan and Emily were trying to claim that payment that she receives was a conflict of interest, given her opposition to making illegal they're trying to do a law, right? And this is where the Jonathan Haidt people come in, right? They're trying to get a law passed, making phones in school illegal, right? Which, some people might hear it and be like, yeah, that would be great. I feel like phones are very distracting, and get the phones out of school, that'd be great. That would probably help students out. You can do that as a teacher. If you're a teacher, and some teachers do that, and some of you probably had to, when you go in the classroom, you put your phone in a basket, right? In order to, have the same effect, right? So, I mean, and that's something that Taylor's not against, but that, again, that's the teacher, that's the school doing it, as opposed to passing a law, which in that case, the person enforcing that is actually the school resource officer. You are getting kids involved in a negative way with the law, with cops at an early age. That is a profoundly bad idea, right? So even if you want to implement some kind of restriction on phones, which, it makes sense to some degree, the exception being that some kids will use their phones to record lectures. Some kids will use their phones to take notes. This is especially true if you don't have and cannot afford another electronic device. Wait, what is Janice Hyde? Wait, what? Is that something?
Omidyar. The minute that I got into that program, I posted about it and posted about I was proud to be accepted to it. You can go on the website and look up the information. The reality is that these influencers accepted dark money. They accepted money from a dark money fund, and then they didn't disclose it. I didn't accept money from a dark money fund, and I did disclose where my money comes from. So it's just very silly for them to keep claiming this. There's absolutely no basis to any of these things. And Wired, where I wrote this for, is an organization that has very strict editorial standards. If I had any financial ties to Chorus or the 1630 Fund, I would have to disclose that in the article. That would be disclosed in the article, obviously. But
yeah, I think that was the implication, was that somehow she was tied to 1630 as well, which would be massively hypocritical if true, but yeah, not also not very smart. You know, it wouldn't make sense for her to do that. And well, it turns out she didn't. Turns out they're talking about like a fellowship.
But of course, I don't have any financial ties to either of those groups. And what these people also don't seem to kind of understand is why, if you guys are trying to argue that somehow the 1630 fund also pays me, first of all, they don't, they fucking hate me. Why would they pay me? Why would they pay a journalist that's not a Democrat and that's criticizing them? Like, just none of it makes sense. And it's just the desperate flailing of content creators that are feeling called out because I wrote an article talking about accepting dark money and not disclosing it. And ultimately, that's what I have a problem with in this system. I have a problem with all the dark money in this political system and the lack of disclosure in the influencer space.
Sorry, when you watched Adam Friedland talking to Richie Torres, you saw a misguided baby talking to a grown-up. Funny, because what I saw was a human being talking to an NPC. All right, that's we watched that yesterday, and I very clearly perceived somebody trying to connect with Richie Torres on a human level and getting nothing but talking points in response. But if that's what you call maturity, then I don't know.
Specifically the political influencer space. So I don't care that these influencers are like, well, I was never given a specific script to you know, of what to say. Okay, but you signed up for this politically driven, you know, you're taking money from a politically driven dark money organization. You didn't disclose it. You were attending regular messaging check-ins. It's just not a good look. And I think if you want to, you know, be transparent and talk and sort of engage in political commentary
You found Adam Friedland whiny?
online, you should be transparent about where your money is coming from. Influencers in my story are so desperate and they cannot stop making up just bold-faced lies. So first of all, since my story came out,
I mean, look, unfortunately, that's not the bonus content that got picked. That was on the menu for today, but looks like we're going to go into Hasan reacting to Ethan's burner account instead of that. Maybe we'll get to the Hasan reaction to the Friedland Torres debate. If you want to watch my reaction to it, that happened on yesterday's VOD, so, you know.
Influencers accepting money from the 1630 fund, a notorious liberal dark.
I do want to point out though that the whiny thing, look, I'm not making any accusations here. All right. I do want to point out that the whiny thing is also a stereotype. All right.
Dark money group. They have tried to claim that I somehow am accepting money from a dark money group. This is absurd. I mean, it's just
The other thing that I noticed with Richie Torres and Adam Friedland was that, like, Richie Torres, the only emotion we got from Richie Torres was when he described his Israel trip, right? When he talked about how going to Israel changed his life and changed his perspective. It's just, I don't know. There was a lot of weird reversal in that interview too. And I did have more thoughts on that. Let's see. What am I trying to do? I'm trying to see. I know she had.
My article came out yesterday about the 1630 fund funding a bunch of these Democratic influencers through this secret program. A bunch of these influencers have spread just the most absurd lies, sort of in response, which I think is quite revealing.
I'm saying there may be no genocide. Is that what helps you sleep at night?
I think that sort of speaks to their transparency and commitment to the truth. But I just want to clear some things up. So some of these creators...
It wasn't some emotional encounter group? Then why did Torres get so emotional about his trip to Israel? Was that the first time he got his dick sucked or something? Like, what's going on there?
Have said, well, I never hid of my affiliation with Chorus. Here I am right here on the Chorus website. No one is arguing that. I've reported on these people's affiliations with Chorus. I've written about Chorus even prior to this article. the point is that none of them disclosed that they were receiving from money from a dark money group, the 1630 fund. None of them have ever disclosed, as far as I've ever seen, their relationship with the 1630 fund. And that is the crux of it. Chorus is just the middleman. They're just running the program. The 1630 fund is the powerful dark money group that is funding this effort. And so if you see these people online saying, well, this was never a...
Okay, I don't even know. I don't even know what kind of rage bait I'm being presented with in chat. Oh, okay, well, I guess if Netanyahu says there's no genocide, I mean, he is the prime minister over there. We should probably trust him. We should probably trust him. Also, Trump, that definitely, no, there it's confirmed. Well, if Trump says it's all made up rubbish, if Trump says it's fake news, then, my God. Least convincing argument ever, apricot Swiss roll. Least convincing argument I have ever heard. Seriously? Yeah, but Netanyahu said, I watched him on the Nelk Boys. Like, he said there's no genocide. So I guess we're all worried about nothing. We're all Karens, chat. You're all Karens. I can't believe you disgusting Karens implying that there might be a genocide. Oh my God. What? That's the Karening? Not making up lies about 40 beheaded babies? Not, talking about a mass casualty incident, but one that pales in comparison to the number of civilians killed in Gaza. That's not the Karening right there. God, wow. I think they were rage baiting. I don't know. That cannot be like a real. That cannot be an authentic viewpoint. That I refuse to believe that was that person was doing anything other than rage baiting.
Secret. I always disclosed it. Please point me to where they've ever said that they were receiving payments from the 1630 fund. When we went through and looked at these contracts, the stipulations in the contract are very clear that creators cannot disclose the identity of their funder, the 1630 fund. And actually, after I started reporting my article as well, creators were told that they were not allowed to speak to me, they were not allowed to speak to the press, et cetera, et cetera. So I don't know what to tell these people.
Oh, I got it. That's why she couldn't hear back from them. It's in their fucking contract. Chat, Chorus fucked these creators. Right? If somebody's writing an article about me and they reach out to me, I'm going to want to talk to them to give my perspective. Unless it's like fucking, I don't know, like Breitbart, right? I know that, nothing that I say to Breitbart is going to be presented in any with any sense of fairness, right? But in most cases, yeah, I want to talk to them. I want to give my side of the story. These people literally could not do that because it's in their contract, right? Not to talk to the media. And only after it goes out does Chorus get a hold of them and say, hey, do talk to the media. Do talk about this. Here are your talking points. Here's what I want you to say. And that's why David Pakman and Booker Squared's statements sounded so similar. The only difference is there was a little bit more implication that Taylor Lorenz was doing something racist from Booker Squared, going specifically going after this because she is a creator in the program and she is black. Just kind of strangely personalized the whole the whole article about 90 plus people taking this money. No, it's all about you, Booker Squared. It's all because Taylor Lorenz cannot stand to see you getting that bag because she's racist. That's right. Wow.
You were not open and transparent about the fact that you were receiving money from a dark money fund or that you were part of a scheme, a program run by this dark money group. And I think that is the problem here. Dark money in politics is a huge problem. It's been a significant problem on the right for years, and I've covered that as well. But as somebody else put it online, Democrats also using sort of dark money, shady tactics that are described in our story as unethical. you know, that doesn't help the problem. That's like fighting fire with more fire, like
Kerosene.
pouring fire onto the fire. It doesn't bring transparency to our political system. It doesn't engender trust in independent media. And also, I'll just clear up something else, is that these people have accused me of taking dark money. Nothing could be. I've never taken money from any sort of dark money group, ever, ever. I'm on a Omidyar Network Reporters in Residence program right now. Omidyar Network is not a dark money group. What are you talking about? This is a reporting.
This was embarrassing when Ryan and Emily on Breaking Points tried to bring this out as this same thing as a possible conflict of interest that she had in opposing the Jonathan Haidt backed effort to make phones in school illegal. They hit her with like, well, you know, now we do have to bring up the fact that you were taking money from Omidyar, and you know, this is I don't remember. I think the idea was that somehow Omidyar is like a, I don't know, lobbying group for big internet or something. I don't know. It was wild. It was embarrassing, right? Because Ryan Grimm is a great journalist, right? It is one of the great journalists of our time. Ryan Grimm has done, you know, reporting that you just don't get from almost anywhere else. And you know, even Emily, you know, for the, you know, sad Republican she is, like, she's on issues like when Destiny debated Ryan Grimm, like she you know, she was actually had a better take than Destiny, right? And she's she's a straight up right winger. Let's get to the Hasan burner stuff. Chad, I want to show you more of this Taylor Lorenz stuff, but
that is not dark money, because there's a level of transparency to it, and whereas these dark money groups are not subject to the same levels of transparency. So it's very sad to see these influencers lashing out, but as they say, a hit dog hollers or whatever. Clearly they feel put on blast. But let's be honest here, and let's all work towards getting dark money out of politics. Since my article came out yesterday about the 1630 Fund funding a bunch of these Democratic influencers, powerful liberal dark money group is secretly funding some of the biggest Democratic influencers on the internet. After the Democrats lost last November, the party faced a reckoning. It was clear that they had failed to successfully navigate the new media landscape. While Republicans have spent decades building a powerful independent media ecosystem, the Democrats have largely relied on outdated strategies and traditional media. But last month, a covert new program aimed at bolstering Democratic support on the internet began rolling out. The 1630 Fund, a dark money group, is working with Chorus, a liberal influencer collective, to secretly pay pro-Democrat online influencers up to $8,000 a month.
I gotta say, chat, she's gonna make some powerful enemies with this one. I mean, she's already got powerful enemies. Jonathan Haidt, Mark Van Driesen, right? She's already called out some pretty powerful people, but libs of TikTok, anyone? Yeah.
Have to attend regular messaging check-ins, but the program is being run in secret. According to contracts viewed by Wired, the influencers would be kicked out for even speaking about it. Influencers included in communication and an onboarding session for those receiving payment from the 1630 Fund include Olivia Juliana, the centrist Gen Z influencer who spoke at the DNC last summer.
Oh, now I remember her. Yeah. There's Barrett Adair.
Barrett Adair, a content creator who runs an American Girl doll themed.
Oh my god. I have never seen this Twitter before, but it looks cursed.
Pro DNC meme account. Suzanne Lambert, who has called herself a Regina George liberal. Aaron Parnas, who has been called
Regina George? Why don't I know? So somebody remind me who Regina George is.
The Gen Z Walter Cronkite, and dozens of others.
Hackman. Wait, let's pull that back for just a second. I want to see.
And dozens.
There's Booker Squared on the lower right. There's Politics Girl on the upper right. I don't know the content creator. Oh wait, I should know who this is. I should know who's on the upper left, chat. Is this embarrassing of me? Can you tell? I should know this content creator. They're pretty big.
Of others. The whole thing raises questions about independent media funding, non-disclosures on political content, and standards surrounding ethics and transparency in the content creator industry. Head over to Wired to read my full story.
All right, so let's look up David Pakman, and then I promise you we'll get to the thing after this. I don't know. There was a she went on the Hill for some reason to talk about this. I don't know why the Hill. The Hill seems like very not relevant now. Applying to Jeff. Oh wow, David Pakman is response to the Wired article. Here we go.
I was named in an article in Wired yesterday, and the article is about a so-called dark money group on the left called Chorus. And I'm named in the article along with other creators.
David, I'm sorry, if I was able to interview him, I'd ask him to define dark money, and then when he says dark money is money that that is not made public, there's no transparency, and I'd be like, all right, is Chorus transparent? No. So how is that a so-called dark money group? You could say that's a dark money group, but the Democrats need to start fighting fire with fire. You could make that, argument. I mean, that argument certainly has some merit when it comes to redistricting. I think most of us agree. But he's just doing obfuscation instead.
As being part of the group. And since this article came out, I've heard from a bunch of you. David, did you sell out? David is the DNC telling you what to say. How could you do this to us? I knew back in 2021 when you had the following to say that you must have been getting paid by someone, and here's the proof. And I was not even going to give this the time of day, but my relationship with you, my actual audience.
Oh, thank you, God. Yeah, Regina George. Wait, is Regina George one of the plastics on Mean Girls?
Most important thing. And so I decided to do this segment. I also was told that other creators, like a Twitch streamer named Hasan.
Named Hank Packer? A Twitch streamer named an apolitical Twitch streamer named Hank Packer?
Piker, were covering this in ways that don't reflect the reality of the situation and are perpetuating falsehoods about what is and isn't going on. Now, I can't speak to the motives.
Also, I gotta wonder, chat, can somebody check for me? Did David Pakman do a video on this on YouTube? This is like a 7-minute video, right? This would be perfect to address on YouTube unless you were afraid of your YouTube audience finding out about this stuff. Like if you really want to, adjudicate this, right? The thing to do would be make a YouTube, like his YouTube, I think is bigger than his Twitter, his TikTok.
Of the people that wrote the article or those that are reacting to it, I can't get in their heads. All I can do is tell you what's going on. And then you can judge and you can make an assessment of me. Now, I also want to mention, I'm aware that many of the people I'm hearing of aren't even part of my audience. They're doing well, now I'm unsubscribing, and they mostly were never subscribed. And so I'm aware of that, but it doesn't matter because I want to make sure my audience hears from me about this. Now, the most important thing to say is that the idea behind this group is exactly what I've been advocating for years. For years I've been saying, the left needs to organize independent media in the way that the right has been doing. The left needs to fund independent creators the way that the right does. The right has won even arguably presidential elections.
I don't think David Pakman understands or is maybe even capable of understanding where the power of independent creators really lies, right? It's in their authenticity, something that David Pakman has always lacked.
Because they're organized with regard to online and independent media. They're killing us. We've been so behind. And this kind of support for creators
I gotta say it, chat. Gavin Newsom, BTC, David Pacman, like these Democrats, these liberals come off as slick, come off as polished. I mean, look, like I said, there's good points to, I mean, David's done some good work, BTC has done some good work, but this is not the way forward, right? And I'm more worried about Gavin Newsom. Did you get my Soros check yet in the mail yet? No, but funny you should mention it, Omega Star. Soros is one of the donors that is open. That has disclosed, and in terms of the donors to 1630, which funds Chorus. So yeah, Soros, literally Soros money is tied up in this story.
Is exactly what I've been advocating for. Now, the article is riddled.
But look, it's fine. Like some people are gonna like this, right? Some people, obviously, David Pacman, he's got a viewership. BTC has got a super large viewership, right? So whatever. If this is your cup of tea, I'm not hating on you, right? But I gotta say, Gavin Newsom is more likely to give the presidency away to a Republican than he is to win the presidency. All right? He comes off like a used car salesman, or like a corporate PR guy, right? I'm just talking about his aesthetic, right? That I'm not trying to imply anything else, although you could imply a lot from the fact that he's a co-founder of Chorus here, but this is not the way. This is not the way forward. This is a huge disaster. This is an iceberg, as Jink Uger would say. Iceberg up ahead. It's a huge iceberg, and we cannot sleepwalk our way into a Gavin Newsom candidacy, even though he does seem to be the one with the motion behind him at the moment.
With inaccuracies, and they're not minor inaccuracies. First and foremost, this group has nothing to do with the DNC. People writing saying...
Wait, there's David VG chat. Do you mean Vanguard chat? There's Pacman fans in the Vanguard chat? Those two are like opposite sides of a... I don't know. It seems like a weird cross, it's a weird overlap, right? To be like, yeah, what content creators do you like? Oh, I love the Vanguard, but also I really fucking like David Pacman. David Pacman's cool as usually from T. Oh, so they're like haters or something? Are they like Vanguard haters that are over there?
The Democratic Party is telling people what to say. At its base, the group has nothing to do with the DNC, period. Number two, I do not get clearance for anything I say. I do not.
It doesn't matter. If they've got even the same mentality as the Democratic Party, they're not going to spend their money well. This is going to be a wasted effort. And again, chat, I'm not necessarily against the idea of fighting fire with fire, and I do notice, and I did point out the fact that the organization Chorus seems to be against the kind of money in politics that allows an organization like Chorus to operate the way that it does. So good on them for that, right? They're not, they're not completely sinister, at least.
Run interview questions by anyone at Chorus. I don't tell Chorus when I'm going to be doing an interview. Not a single segment I have done, not a single question I've ever asked a guest has anything to do with Chorus. They don't tell me what to talk about. They don't tell me who to interview. They don't tell me how to cover a story.
And honestly, David Pacman may be the only one. He may be the cleanest hands in all of Chorus, right? Because the feeling I've got about David Pacman is that his values are already in line with Chorus, right? He already is this guy. If he says his content doesn't change at all because of Chorus, with him, I believe him, right? With some other people, I've got some questions, especially with TikTokers. And this is the real scary thing, right? The Democratic base got away from the Democrats on the issue of Gaza. And you can see that very clearly in the, you know, the in this perspective of left-wing TikTokers, right? And for them to come in with all this money and basically, you know, buy up these influencers may be a way to try to keep, you know, it's like the Democratic Party very likely thinks that their base went away from them because of the influencers, because of the TikTokers, right? Rather than the other way, rather than maybe I don't know, these people, you know, were influenced. They're members of the public themselves, right? Rather than that this organically happened, they want to think that, oh, geez, we let the TikTok screwed us, basically, right? This is very much in the line of thinking with the Democrats that think that 2020 was the original sin of the Democratic Party. The fact that people were, you know, unabashedly progressive, and that you had to be on some level unabashedly progressive, or at least signal in that direction, you know, or in the primary, right? This is very much in line with that. So yeah, Pacman may be the only one who has not changed a thing since getting this money. The TikTokers are honestly who I am more worried about, right? They're more likely newer content creators, younger content creators. TikTok does not monetize very well, so they may be the content creators that need that paycheck the most. These are the people whose you know, what they say very likely could be changed by virtue of that. Oh wait, yeah, and good point, Burple. Money for nothing sounds wonderful. Yeah, what are they getting out of it? What is Chorus getting out of it? If nothing changes, like why donate to Pacman?
There are no restrictions of any kind on my content. I've never covered a story because Chorus.
And honestly, to Pac is $8,000 a month that big of a deal to David Pacman? He's a pretty big content creator. I don't know.
Suggested I do it. I've never not covered a story because Chorus suggested I not do it. There is no content relationship of any kind. So what does Chorus do?
He may be like the only guy in Chorus that can honestly say that. I don't know. I'm not necessarily disputing his claim here.
They run technical trainings, how to produce content, how to make your operation more efficient. How do you take a small shop of 1, 2, or 3 people and put content out on multiple platforms the way I've been doing successfully for decades? They set up mentorship relationships between larger creators like me and small up-and-coming creators who are looking to do content, which is something I've said for years we need to be doing. They do advocacy trainings. They do media trainings. How do you deal with adversarial media, reporters with bad intentions,
people asking you questions about Gaza,
who contact you? They do
like Taylor Lorenz, yeah,
training, so we understand how is the right-wing machine potentially going to come after us. How do you organize your business to be protected? That's what they do. And I want to make this really clear, and I know that 99% of my actual audience knows this. If this was a group or an organization that required me to get permission before saying things, or fed me talking points, or told me, David, talk about this and not about that, or anything like that, I would never be part of it, period. Anyone who knows me would know that. Now, I'm one of the larger creators in the current cohort. I want to help others grow. I want to mentor people.
Ooh,
I want to grow the
I don't like the idea of David Pacman mentoring TikTok creators that are probably much better on issues like Gaza than he is. I don't like that idea at all. I don't. Yeah.
Media space. That's something I've been advocating for years. And now the circular firing squad is getting going.
Look on like content strategy and on the, you know, how to do you know, how to grow your channel. Sure, his advice might be good, although maybe probably a little bit dated. This guy came up in YouTube a long ass time ago. I don't know how much of David's knowledge is even really, you know, applicable anymore. But you know, on policy itself, that's going to have a bad effect on these TikTokers.
You look at TikTok, you look at these different platforms, people going after each other, most of it based on misunderstandings or misreporting about what's happening. Now,
Omega Star, thank you for the gifted sub to More Talk. More Talk, you just got jellyfished, and that's a good thing.
Go to another aspect of this. I've seen messages like, oh, David, when you said X in 2024, that must have been because they told you to. Oh, David, this explains your take on Bolivia from 2017. Now I get why you said that. Or when you did that interview in 2022, it must have been because Chorus told you to. Even if you wrongly...
Also, think about the name. And look, I'm going to show you one other content creator to give you a sense of the talking points that they seem to be. See if we think that that David and this other creator have gotten like the same talking points, because the most disturbing interpretation of why did you name this Chorus is that we want to get everybody saying the same things. We want to take our talking points and put them in the mouths of these influencers, right? They seem to think that the Fox News technique of everybody singing in the same chorus is what the Democrats need to succeed. I think that's I think you're misreading things. I think you're fighting battles from like 10 years ago, and I really question. That's the problem with the problem is not that there's like people with money that want to spend it to push the envelope to the left, right? That is not the problem. That is that's probably a good thing. The problem is that the people that are doing this don't know what the fuck they're doing. And to the extent that they do, yeah, it's like to pull everything back to the center, which is not going to be helpful at the end of the day.
Believed that I was now completely compromised by my participation in this group. This thing is brand new. It's like 8 weeks old or something like that. Maybe 10 weeks old, something like this. So the revisionism of going back and going, now I understand.
I mean, yeah, Shoki, I agree with you on somebody like David Pakman. Like I said before, I think that he's already there. I think that he's already in line. I think that he signed up for Chorus because he's a very like-minded person to the organization. But for some of these newer TikTok creators, right, that he's going to be acting as a mentor for, they may just see, again, TikTok, you don't get paid shit on TikTok, right? Most people, they gotta run a Patreon, a Ko-fi. They gotta do content on another platform that is monetizable, like YouTube, just to survive, right? So these are the people who I would say their overall takes are going to be a little bit more in play. And again, what does this achieve? This kills the golden goose, right? They want influencers because influencers are trusted by their communities. Why are influencers trusted by their communities? Because they're honest and authentic, right? You take that group, you get fucking David Pakman and Brian Tyler Cohen to mentor them, and you may very well kill their authenticity, if not their the trust their audience holds for them. Like this is very much killing the golden goose. And this is the problem, is the Democrats don't know what the fuck they're doing. And the organizations that support the Democrats do not know what the fuck they're doing.
Hi, David. Not only are they not directing content today, this thing is brand new. So that's just like impossible. One other thing I want to mention. The article identifies my friend Brian Tyler Cohen as the co-founder of this group.
Is that wrong?
And now he's being attacked as well. His motives being impugned. Brian worked on this as a volunteer. He has spent hundreds of hours for not a penny on this project, solely because he, like me,
I still haven't heard. Is he not the co-founder? Did she get that wrong?
Believes we need this type of organization on the left. They're killing us on the right. He doesn't need to be doing this for himself. He's trying to do this to build up left-wing content creators, as am I. And so the framing of Brian
Look, again, I'll repeat what Chapo said in 2016, all right? When they were getting a little cocky and they were feeling like Bernie had a really good chance of winning the primary, right?
Davy Cliff super chatted $9.99. Did I hear David Pakman say Horus as in Horus heresy? Does David want to see the skies burn and the seas boil?
Possibly. I guess we're gonna find out though. Chapo said that they are not against the idea of working with the Hillbots, right? But that the Hillbots, that the centrist, conservative part of the Democratic Party needed to be the ones to bend the knee, because it was always the other way around. Ever since the 80s, the left, the center, the core, the base of the Democratic Party has sublimated itself to the third way, the Democratic Leadership Council. Have this group of people that are convinced that what they need to do is be Diet Reagan. Diet Reagan is going to kill. We're going to fucking kick ass with Diet Reagan. And they win. They win sometimes through Ross Perot running as a spoiler. So it's not like they always lose, but it's not because they've, made their party more Reagan-esque. My boyfriend was a Hillbot in 2016. I know a lot of Hillbots as well. A lot of people near and dear to me were also Hillbots. But yeah, I mean, like we'll work with you, but just like this time, you got to bend the knee because your politics is not working, David Pakman. Chuck Schumer, Richie Torres, if you haven't noticed, your style of politics is a big fat L. And so you need to start taking the lead from somebody else, all right? Anyway.
Some kind of villain in this entire thing. It's just farcical and pathetic. So the bottom line is we need more of this on the left, not less. We need more organization and infrastructure and people understanding how do you build a content machine? How do you produce a podcast? How do you grow an audience? How do you distribute it? How do you organize your day? What's your YouTube setup like? The article is designed to attack and degrade. I can't speak to the motives of the people behind it, so I won't even speculate. My involvement
I'm sorry, you got yourself involved in did he just say he got himself involved in a organization that he doesn't know the intent of? That he can't speak to the what? Like, this doesn't make sense, David.
I've described it here. There's nothing more and there's nothing less. It's up to you to decide whether you trust a particular creator. It's up to you to decide what sort of structural organization the left should pursue. But what I can tell you is that the circular firing squad is how the left loses, when we start turning each other over what at the end of the day. So I'm sick of the
You're losing. We don't want to shoot you. Okay, we might want to shame you just a little bit. Is this not far enough ahead of an election for us to take exception to your strategy?
Losing. I'm trying to win. Join me if you also are trying to win.
You're fucking loser liberals. God damn it. They will never learn anything. They will never fucking learn anything. They are bashing their head against the wall time and time again, saying, this time it's going to work. This time will be different.
And then maybe we can have some better outcomes in future elections. I was named in an article in Wired yesterday.
Okay, so that is David Pakman's statement. I'm going to give you one more content creator if I can find her. It is, I believe her name is, I could be wrong. This might not be her TikTok but hopefully it is. Yeah. Okay. So she also is involved in Chorus, and she also had a statement. Wow, I thought. Wait, Booker Squared, yeah. Okay, let me see if I can find that's a pinned. Where does she talk about chorus? There's Kamala. 45K. Yeah. I mean, I guess she's a pretty large. I mean, that's, you know, a decent size on TikTok. I don't even know if this is her main platform.
So DC residents are like, fuck the federal police, fuck the National Guard, and fuck you.
I mean, that's no disagreement there. I'm trying to find her response. All right, let me see if I know she's on Instagram too. Oh, here's her Substack. Let's just use her Substack. Was she, correct me if I'm wrong, chat, but was she at the DNC? I thought I saw did she interview Kamala way back in the 2024 DNC? I feel like I've all right, so anyway, this is the it's the video I was looking for.
Is the way that a bunch of white women will revert to their default settings, and we're never going to get out of white supremacy or fascism because of it. So I woke up today to this article in Wired that was sent to me by some folks that says that I'm part of this creator cohort getting dark money in the form of $8,000 a month to push the Democratic Party line and keep a secret. I'm confused. I open the article. I see it mentions chorus. Now I'm even more confused. Chorus ain't no secret. I mentioned months ago to my followers that me and some other creators who are on the left were trying to work with a PR firm to figure out how to get funding to more progressive creators, because this shit is hard. The right already has a ton of funding. Under this fascist regime, it's going to be even harder. We get death threats like that crazy MAGA dude who tried to fight me the other day in the restaurant. Like, we get crazy shit at us. So, like, we need to get some kind of funding. So,
I mean, yeah. I mean, it is an uphill battle. It is an asymmetric, it's asymmetric warfare here. Especially given the, anti-democratic inclinations of Donald Trump, or even Republicans in general, even before Trump.
chorus, I'm on the website. It's been linked in my bio for I don't know how long. And I even did the DNC chair forum with chorus. It's not a secret. But then they also said in the article that they control my content and
Wait, sorry, the DNC chair? How long has chorus been active, I wonder?
We're trying to work with a PR firm to figure out how to get funding to more progressive.
Okay, wait. Let me just rewind this. She's talking kind of fast.
One thing that will never cease to amaze me is the way that a bunch of white women will revert to their default settings, and we're never going to get out of white supremacy or fascism because of it. So I woke up today to this article in Wired that was sent to me by some folks that says that I'm part of this creator cohort getting dark money in the form of $8,000 a month to push the Democratic Party line and keep a secret.
So the one thing that's kind of set me off already is that she's personalized this, right? Taylor wrote an article about 90 plus content creators, right? Not just about Booker Squared, right?
I'm confused. I open the article. I see it mentions chorus. Now I'm even more confused. Chorus ain't no secret. I mentioned months ago to my followers that me and some other creators who are on the left were trying to work with a PR firm to figure out how to get funding to more progressive creators, because this shit is hard. The right.
Okay, so she said that she mentioned she was trying to hook up with a PR firm to try to get money to creators, right? Did she
already has a ton of funding. Under this fascist regime, it's going to be even harder. We get death threats like that crazy MAGA dude who tried to fight me the other day in the restaurant. Like, we get crazy shit at us. So, like, we need to get some kind of funding. So
I'm not sure how the funding is going to help you with a death threat, with right wingers threatening to fight you. Are you going to get a mech suit? Like, what are you going to do with the $8,000? Right? What do you like? Do you need to arm yourself? Are you gonna use it for a bulletproof vest? Like, what's
Chorus, I'm on the website. It's been linked in my bio for, I don't know.
I mean, that is very real. If you're like a left wing creator of any prominence, there definitely are. The right wing is will send you death threats from every direction.
How long? And I even did the DNC chair form.
So wait, it's in the link. It's in the link tree.
Chorus, it's not a secret. But then they also
the DNC that just came too fast. I did the DNC chair interview with Chorus. Is that what she said?
He has a ton of funding. Under this fascist regime, it's going to be even harder. We get death threats like that crazy MAGA dude.
This is like a we got a fight fire with fire argument so far.
You tried to fight me the other day in the restaurant.
And also an argument that maybe Taylor is racist, right? Maybe she saw that Booker Squared was part of this Chorus thing, and that set off a
like, we get crazy shit at us. So, like, we need to get some kind of funding. So Chorus, I'm on the website. It's been linked in my bio for I don't know how long. And
linked in the bio.
I even did the DNC chair forum with
DNC chair forum. Okay.
Chorus, it's not a secret. But then they also said in the article that they control my content and restrict it. Now I'm even more lost because I'm like, since when? Because they ain't paying for no content. And my content's been the same. I control what I want to say and when I want to say.
Content's been the same. David Pakman said that also.
It. And they're just paying for us to be part of this training so we learn how to use platforms better and grow on YouTube. We get to help each other out.
Chat, are David Pakman and Booker Squared singing in the same chorus here? Are they singing in the same chorus? It seems like they're reading from the same they're singing from the same hymnal here. This is
share tips and tricks, and they're paying us a stipend. This is no different than any other professional training program that pays folks a stipend so they can be better at their jobs. It's really no different. So we do this for 6 months, and then they also,
are you really going to pretend that the paying you a stipend as a TikToker, that's not gonna have any sort of impact on, like, I don't know. There's no power relationship there. There's no leverage attained there. If your stipend that's making you, viable or maybe, $8,000 a month, chat, is not anything to sneeze at, right?
Said in the article that they were like controlling our access to lawmakers. That's not true. I set up all my own interviews. You can go ask the lawmakers yourself. I don't even know how Chorus will manage that, but they don't know what I'm doing 9 times out of 10 unless I choose to share it in a chat and be like, oh, guess what cool thing I'm doing. They don't have any control over it. So that was weird to me. And then to try to insinuate that like they're restricting our content so we can't talk about certain things. Like, one of the creators mentioned in the same paragraph as my name in this article, she was just laying into the Democrats' ass like not that long ago over the way that they are not handling the genocide in Gaza correctly.
See, now, and that's my fear. That's my fear, right? It's not with them, of course, changing what David Pakman says. He's never going to talk about the genocide no matter what. It's content creators like that are doing good work. Now they're on the now they're on the payroll to Chorus, and that's going to be some level of leverage, right? And you're getting mentored. You're learning new skills from who? Oh, from Brian Tyler Cohen. Like, who are the successful content creators that we've seen so far? Brian Tyler Cohen, David Pakman, both of whom actively avoid the talking about the issue of Gaza, right? And when it does slip out a little, when you do hear them say a little something about Gaza, it's not good. Okay, my button doesn't work on TikTok. Let's try pressing it manually.
Up it is how they've been voting. Like, she was laying into them, Cory Booker and all of them. So I'm like, How the hell are you going to say that when you can go to the pages of the creators in the article and see what we're talking about? That's weird. And I'm just so lost because as a black woman who does political work, already there's a target on my back. This is already fucking difficult. I don't know why this person would like make up a bunch of stuff. I don't know why. And it's really unsafe. It's not helpful. And it's just flat out false. And then I find out that the journalist who wrote it, she's in her own cohort.
I'm sorry, it's all just flat out false? How is this different than Trump calling something fake news, right? Like, please tell me what she got wrong. Like, show me your contract or something. I don't know, maybe you can't. Maybe Chorus won't let you. That's the problem is that there's no transparency. The problem isn't that there's like money going towards like left-wing creators. That's a good thing, right? But if it's being used for leverage and if it's not transparent, then that's a huge fucking problem. And the more people, you know, like your friend that are actually doing good work, that are actually saying the things that are difficult to say that the Democratic Party doesn't want to hear, the more danger there is of losing that, right? We're worried about like, you know, you've got authenticity, you've got independence, right? The issue is this an effort to subvert that? Not that you are like a bad person, or that everybody that took money from Chorus is like people need money. I absolutely fucking understand that. Even if there's not a right winger trying to fight you in a restaurant, you need money just to make this fucking content, just to keep this going, just to stay in the game. You absolutely need money. I totally understand that. There's a ton of money. There's like just slushing around on the right. They've got no problem with it. Ridiculous right wing content creators are sustainable because there's just so much money out there. I absolutely disagree with this, but the question is, will the authenticity, will the independence be undermined by the fact that now your biggest, you know, the thing that's you know, that's pulling your budget together is this dark money group that is not transparent by its very fucking nature.
Of journalists in residence with the Omidyar Network getting $8,000 a month herself. And the Omidyar Group, that's one of the people who has donated to 1630 Fund. That's the same organization that she had.
Omidyar donated to 1630. Please, was there a receipt on this? There's the benefits for Chorus and the eligibility criteria.
And the Omidyar Group, that's one of the people who has donated.
Okay, other major. Oh my God, it's a tiny little. Can I make this bigger? Other major known donors to 1630 Fund in 2020 include tech billionaire Pierre Omidyar, who has said he and his wife gave $45 million to one of the group's projects. So what they've got is the funder of the group also donated to 1630. Like, my understanding of the Omidyar group from Taylor is that it's not partisan, it's not political, it's literally just like a fund for reporters.
Donated to 1630 Fund. That's the same organization that.
Shit, let me rewind it. I want to look at all of her receipts here. Most of the group's backers still remain shrouded in mist. Wait. Most of the groups. Yeah, this is about 1630. The most of the group's backers still remain shrouded in mystery refers to 1630. And all you've shown us is that the the eponymous, is that the right word? The person the group's named after also donated to 1630 Fund in 2020, which apparently, everything you did in 2020, everything any of us did in 2020 was an awful sin. We will be begging forgiveness forever.
That's the same organization that she highlights in the article that is helping us with our nonprofit. It's the same. So I'm trying to figure out how that's like dark money.
So either she's really, really stupid or you're misrepresenting the fuck out of this. I don't know. Which one do you think, chat? Do you think Taylor Lorenz is just like...
for us, but not for her?
I think Taylor Lorenz has like, moss flying around in her head?
Like, I'm trying to figure out why it's okay for her to be funded as a white woman journalist, but I'm not allowed to get paid for my labor. And I'm
again, why? How the fuck are you making a story about 90 TikTok influencers about you? How the fuck are you claiming to be singled out here? Like the Taylor Lorenz wrote this article just out of like, I don't know, be some kind of, you know, Karen rage about Booker Squared getting funded?
just so confused. And this is really showing me that I don't care if you are a white conservative, liberal, leftist, y'all just really hate black women. Really do.
I mean, there's no denying that, you know, we live in a racist society. Yeah, that's, you know, and a lot of that racism is unspoken. I would, you know, a lot of that racism is implicit. But Jesus Christ, does this ever seem like a fucking deflection? Like it feels like she is crying wolf on this shit. US and UK politics make me realize how much better the Australian Labour Party and its machinery really is. There's historical reasons for this. Yeah, people always say that the politics of a colony, of a empire, are sort of frozen in time to when the colony emerged, and United States emerged during a very Victorian time in British politics. Australia, maybe there was more like kind of anarchism in the wind, or anarchism is probably the wrong word to use for it, but more of an anti-hierarchical sentiment, coping hard, and it does look, a lot of this shit is very similar to what we heard from Pacman. Omayar was the eBay guy and the money behind the Intercept, is that right? Look, I mean, I don't know. I don't want the message of this to be like that these people involved in Chorus are scumbags. That's not what I think. If anything, I think the oh my god, what was his name? Keith Edwards, is that his name? Like, I think Keith Edwards' analysis of the situation, and that there's something predatory of the relationship, that is how I describe it, right? And yeah, the fear is that, like, there's people out there on TikTok, independent and authentic, doing good work, and that's going to get undermined by this fund. So yeah, not to go too hard on Booker Squared or anything, and I'll look more. I'll look deeper into this. The Omayard thing, and see if there's substance to it. But yeah, we should probably get to the bonus content now. The ALP, Australian Labour Party, is one of the oldest and most successful worker parties. Liberal Party here was literally created as a compromise to keep labor out. Yeah. And yeah, the Democratic Party is kind of famous for having de-radicalized labor, and yeah, Taylor's just racist. Yeah, she's so racist that she would write an article just to fuck Booker squared, right? The other 90 content creators, David Pakman, Brian Tyler Cohen, they don't matter at all. They don't matter at all. She just focused in on this content creator, right? I don't know, chat. It's hard out there. I don't want to, you know, again, I don't want to cast, you know, too many aspersions on anybody that's caught up in this, because I do think of the, you know, I do view the creators receiving money from Chorus as victims as well, not so much as perpetrators. But let's see, what do we got? Hasan reacts to Ethan's burner. Let's go. If I can find it. I swear to God, did I have, I think I had this. I thought I. Okay, there it is.
It's just hypocritical. Like everything he has said.
Also, chat, I gotta notice something. All right, this font, it looks a little too much like the bot channel. All right, now I'm not saying anything just yet. This is a new Hasanabi, you know, industrial complex channel called Hasanverse. The rest of the editing doesn't look like, you know, doesn't look like the bot channel. But I don't know. It kind of like I've been wondering about this channel.
Everything that both Destiny and Ethan has said about me, they've done tenfold, and significantly worse, and consistently do significantly worse shit. But in any case, what is this, man? Please read, bro. It wasn't D's fan base who found.
I just want to see if we, yeah, there we go. It's the same story. I don't know. I don't know if that's the bot. I don't know if that's like the bot channel.
Twitter users.
I don't know if that's like an alt for the bot channel, but because their, you know, font is similar enough, I think we're probably better off just watching this on Hasan Daily.
Found Ethan Klein's old Reddit profile named user troll from 2010. For those of you who don't know, Destiny and Ethan started duking it out. From what I understand, Ethan is like trying.
Yashoki says that's the IT channel rebranded. Wait, IT? That's the bot channel. Yeah. Well, the bot channel still exists, right? Did they get taken down temporarily? Is that what happened? Yeah. So if you don't know, the bot channel is Hasanabi Archive. It is AI edited and maybe even AI cut, right? The videos go up the second that Hasan's streaming these segments, and so they basically beat everybody else with every story. Their video is up first, and you know, they've got like almost every single segment Hasan does, and so the bot channel, you know, does pretty well, but it is you know, botted. It is it edits with AI. That's everything is automated basically, right? It is a clanker channel.
To do another like Ethan a while back got very offended in the GQ article when the journalist asked me directly to my face whether or not he was psychosexually obsessed with me. Okay. Ethan responded no, and then leaked a Google document that he was putting together with a bunch of Destiny associates, okay, including the guy who sponsors the stream, Redact Dev, Dan Saltman, who is, you know, Destiny's podcast co-host, best friend. Anyway, and the document he leaked was just like a sequence of different clips taken completely out of context from my stream with like my friends looking at my phone or something to make it seem like fans sending me unsolicited news or my friends looking at my phone and like making a joke is actually me. Like he was just slut shaming me basically, which is really funny because that all happened in the same timeline where he was like, I'm not obsessed with him sexually. And then he ended up accidentally revealing that thing that we all know.
Megastar, I'm not obsessed with you. I just think about you all the damn time, especially that picture of you in the bathtub. And I don't know how they reverse the cam, but it's just an IRK. Wait, on this channel, Burple, I think they just flipped the image.
Right.
Like it's a great trick. I mean, the only time it doesn't work is if you got text, right? Because it'll flip the text too. But I mean, you could cut out the text and just flip the top of the image, right? And it's a way to make it look like you're cutting to another camera without cutting to another camera. But Hasan does have multiple cameras, right? So he could on Hasanverse.
And I think in the process of this happening, he wanted to.
Do they still DMCA other fan channels on Hasanabi archives? I don't know. Wait, they upload denims now too? Jesus Christ. Oh my God. Funny enough, Australia bucks the trend of conservative Zoomer men. Nice. Australian men are some of the most progressive voters in the world. Also, like Australia never got psyoped on believing that climate change was fake, right? They if I'm correct, right? There was never like in the US, like for a hot second, people were really concerned and wanted to do something about climate change. And then this just fucking bullshit spread that like, oh no, it's a bunch of rich people who are somehow getting one over on you by making you concerned about carbon. Oh my God, this thing killed my the connection between my butt. I think of the tick. It keeps on trying to go back to the TikTok.
To make sure that he like shed the you're getting all of your notes from Destiny reality, and by that he had to do this thing that he definitely didn't want to do, which was to basically talk about Destiny being outed as a for trying to procure CSAM from a 17-year-old. It was a real thing that took place. Then he made a video, and then Destiny, of course, understandably got very mad because he was like, what the fuck are you doing? Well, we had a deal. We've been working together to do
climate denial is a huge issue for the conservatives.
Hasan videos this whole time, and now all of a sudden you turn the crosshairs on me. What the okay? and then they may have a deal again. Destiny declared a ceasefire. Oh, that's why he immediately went back to making fuck Hasan videos. That makes sense. I like that they declared a ceasefire so they could fight back against their number one enemy. We're pedos in bond, they said. Anyway, what ended up happening is, of course, all of the things that he had accused me of doing to him, like calling CPS or sending skulls to his house, or like my community doing to him, or justifying these things happening to him, which I had never done, Destiny immediately did do because, you know, he doesn't give a shit. He's a psycho. So he just actively started going through all of his profiles, and I think someone in his community instantly found his old Reddit account with the username, and I can't believe this, _troll. Yeah, from 2010. I don't know what compels someone to make like jokes like this, especially with this frequency, but most of the greatest hits are what you expect, talking about eating shit, just like fetishizing poop for some weird reason, and also simultaneously making a lot of really gross statements about and being a and I mean it's clearly like a troll account. I just don't understand why you would troll that way. Like I don't understand who it's for. In between a sea of posts about, you know, StarCraft 2, even I think he even like was in Destiny subreddit back then as well. And of course,
here, let's see what the
oh no, like you can't criticize the
let's see what the
You're
armistice
actually a piece
looks
of
like.
and also the H3 community for doing this weird cringe they do where they're like, oh no, like you can't criticize the crew or whatever the else. That's this AV dude is Ethan up a lot, and a lot of the crew Ethan really hard on this show. So no, you guys, these guys deserve a lot of criticism for that. Okay, listen, all right, it's been a fortuitous, is that a word I could use here, happening by accident or chance rather than design. Could use it, but that's not what I'm looking for. Okay, the last week been a lot of stuff going on. Okay, we've been
It's like, I just want to use a big word to pretend I have a large vocabulary.
fighting in the trenches. There's been a lot of stuff that has been happening and everything else. Okay, I would like to reiterate, I'm pretty sure nobody involved here is an actual child anything like that. Okay, I feel like my point spoke strongly enough the way that I intended them. I think enough people have understood what I'm trying to say. Obviously there was some more anything like that. Okay, I feel like my point spoke.
Oh my god, that looks like a better version of my thumbnail. Kind of.
Strongly enough the way that I intended them. I think enough people
I didn't have nukes, I just had lightning.
have understood what I'm trying to say. Obviously there was some more meme stuff that was kind of dug up yesterday that people are running through. I'm going to reiterate something I said. I think I said this at the beginning of my thing. What did I write down? I don't like doing this content, okay? As much as I used to. All right, it's a little bit fun to indulge every now and then, I'll be honest.
So this is what Hasan is talking about with the ceasefire. I don't know if Ethan Klein has agreed to the ceasefire, though. That's a real question, isn't it? Omega Star with the 100 bits. Wiki Sex Pestiny.
Honest, okay?
Wickety wild sex pestiny.
This is not what I want to do. This is not my current forte. I think that I have other stuff that I enjoy doing a lot more now. I don't particularly like doing the whole back and forth nuke after nuke after nuke bullshit. It's just not, this is not the kind of content I want to do. I've been sucked back into it, okay? Because they killed my dog, all right? I'm sure that Ethan and the crew are probably getting a lot of attention, negative, whatever. My community is not supposed to brigade or harass. I think I told all my mods, okay, we're done Ethan posting, we're done H3 posting. I'm not looking to pile on for the next like week or 2 weeks. If you understand how like the waves of the internet shit work, obviously we had our stuff yesterday, and there's probably going to be the ripples from, I'm sure, Hasan and others.
Ethan's community's already settled it with it was a different time defense for him, so I doubt they will have any interest in this ceasefire. Ethan got cooked by Destiny. This is madness for him to want to continue.
Today, if they haven't already.
Although I keep on forgetting, it wasn't Destiny that dug up the pedo troll account. It was just what was it? Just like, was it Reddit or was it Twitter? God, it still doesn't want to accept my button push.
Ready, or people around him, and then the commentary people will pick it up and they'll do all that shit. So I'm good where I'm at. I don't care. I don't mind if people make like measured criticisms of me. If somebody wants to say I'm a coomer, or if somebody wants to say whatever, you know, I don't care. But if you're gonna go hard into the paint and say I'm like some creepy predator pedophile who has a history of doing all this shit, and you're gonna continue to lay on that point, then I'm gonna obviously lay out my points as well. Then if that's what we're gonna do, we could do that. I don't mind it. I think I can still do it. I feel like we've shown that we can still do it. I just am not interested in that per se. But okay, so Did you offer him a ceasefire? No, because I don't have any direct communication with him at all. I don't communicate with him directly. We have still not don't communicate directly. I just see him shoot Instagram stories at me, and then I launch tweets at him. Yeah, I'm just saying, like, I'm done talking about it. My communities are going to be done posting about it. Yeah.
Wait, who made a video eviscerating ground news and American liberal wine moms?
That's it. This includes the Willie Mac stuff. For the rest of the commentary people, I don't give a fuck about them. I don't care. If you guys want to shit on them, go for it. I don't care.
So the Willie Mac, Hasan said it was a snarker. Oh, like a leftovers H3 Reddit member.
In my mind, I think one of the most upsetting things about everything that happened, there's two really upsetting things. One is that it gave two huge communities this whole kind of weird lefty apparatus, and then all of the snarkers / anti-fans / Kiwi farmers, this was like their gold mine of attention.
Friendly Jordies made a video eviscerating ground news and American liberal wine mobs. What did we see from? What did we see? Did Friendly Jordies mention Ethan Klein or something? I feel like we watched that.
Shit. And while I'm sure there are some H3 snarkers or leftovers people, I'm sure there are a whole bunch of people who are probably happier with me or enjoy me more than not right now because of everything that happened. I don't like those types of people. I don't want to foster those types of people as an audience. I don't want my audience to know those types of people. So I don't give a fuck about those people, okay? Fuck them. I don't want that audience. I don't care about them. I don't care if they like that I did this or whatever. I also don't. Well, I would imagine that Ethan probably doesn't want to engender too much Kiwi Farm support because that also leads to a bunch of like weird, horrible, stupid stuff happening. Yeah, so that it sucks that like the weird lefty communities and then the snarker communities all have their stuff. They all have their day in the sun, which is annoying. It's also annoying because I think that me and Ethan's content is pretty different in terms of what H3 does. I think that their audience, I've said this before, their audience is like heavily women. I think it's actually 60-40 woman versus man versus woman.
40-60, but whatever. And I don't know if that's true anymore. That was the old Ethan community, right? That was Girly Pop Nation. I don't know how many of those people he's driven off and how many like DGGers they were replaced by, but I don't. And what does Ethan's community look like with like the Destiny fans withdrawn? Right? If the question is like, which of them are Destiny fans, right? Ethan's obviously making a play for Destiny's audience in some way. The people that don't want to be, part of a pedo community anymore. I think Ethan's trying to, pull them over, but obviously the diehard stands, the Destiny stands, they're not going to want to fuck with Ethan anymore. I don't even know what Ethan's audience looks like anymore, but I would suspect after all this shit, it's going to be much smaller. I could be wrong. People are saying that they've already gotten over the fact that he is pedo troll, that Ethan has admitted that he is pedo troll. Friendly Jordy's targets got targeted by anti-terror police, got sued. Was that the house burning? Real death threats and event. Yeah, had his house firebombed. Yeah, by the country's biggest crime family. So they figured out who did it. He got threatened by war criminals with links to black ops and organized crime. God damn. God damn it. And I thought my ops were bad.
I thought it was 40-60. I think it's 60-40. And I think my style of content and everything else is it leans much more masculine or whatever debate, bro, whatever the fuck you want to call it. So I understand there's not necessarily an organic crossover there, but I think we were like the only two like left-leaning places on the internet that was still not hardcore fucking anti-Semitic, all the Jews in hell, every single Jewish person, which every other fucking left-leaning community.
If you feel like the left is what, 80%, 70% anti-Semitic now, if you take everyone who's saying free Palestine is, that's an anti-Semite, that's a Nazi. Why would you be a member of that? Why would you support that party? Why would you want to have anything to do? If you really believed that, why would you want to have anything to do with them?
Go on that direction of. So I think it's like a little bit sad if our communities are literally trying to destroy each other's, which my community is not going to be destroyed. So I just think that's like really, it's a bad fight. I think it's a stupid community fight to have. I think that there are I think I've said this before, even before today. People are, what did I say before today? Oh fuck, I read something in chat, my mind hopped on something else. Oh, I think I said before today, I know I did, I don't know why I think I did. I know I said this before today, that I think Ethan and I were two of the only people to make the jump from being very edgy in the 2010s to being like pretty progressive-y and wokey in the 2020s without being soy as fuck. Like,
soy is not a political ideology, my friend. Soy is an aesthetic. All right? And it is possible to, yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's possible to be both. And also, it's not the worst thing you can be. Like I said, it's just an aesthetic. Like, if it bothers you, it bothers you. But
like, a lot of people failed that jump. They either quit content creation or they are still edgy and they turned into lolcows. So your Keemstars and your boogies and all that.
Soy de los Estados Unidos.
Or they became woke, but they also lost their comedic edge, right? So like Ian is a really great example of that, who became super fucking soyed out and is no longer funny or entertaining to watch, even though he became ultra woke progressive. So yeah, I just feel like it's so stupid. I just feel like that conflict between me and Ethan, especially over something as stupid as like, are we pedophiles? Like, there must be.
Yes, you are, both of you.
Something better to fight on. I'm not saying nobody can criticize me. If you didn't think I give a dumb take on something or do something stupid or whatever, I think that's totally fine. I've called out Ethan for doing stupid things. I think ironically, I guess, or not unironically, I guess, most of his like call outs when he's trying to get people like fresh and fit or even the Noah Samson thing. I think the pro Jared thing, he tends to miss the mark on that sometimes. And I'll call him out when he does dumb stuff like that, okay? But the ultra unhinged, like, this person is a murderer, pedophile, predator, like, I just don't. Unless you want to go like full fucking snark coded, I just don't see the purpose for that. But what happens if he makes 3 more videos about you with the worst case? Oh, if he keeps making content on me, I keep making lots of content. If you want to keep making content, we can do it. I mean, who's your audience at this point? Like, who are you making the content for? Like, if we want to become snark Kiwi Farm streamers, we can do that. Like I said, I don't mind. If you want, we can do it. I just feel like it's not a productive use of either of our times, but yeah.
Yeah,
Wait.
Go ahead and Ethan Ralph each other into oblivion. Good. Is this the bonus content? This is just Hasan mentioned the ceasefire between Ethan and Destiny. I wanted to see what that ceasefire looked like. I don't think Ethan has accepted the ceasefire. Destiny's basically implying that he's got Ethan exactly where he wants him, and if this conflict continues, Ethan's going to be on the losing side. He's probably right about that. But that he has no interest in keeping it going, and that if Ethan will shut up about him, he will shut up about Ethan. So, it's at least out there as an offer, I guess.
So Ethan's old Reddit account was found right after beefing with Destiny? How crazy. He's had beef with Snark for years, but immediately after beefing with Destiny, his old Reddit account was found using the same method that was used to hack mine. I don't know who hacked mine for sure, but don't play stupid when I say I think it was someone from the DDG community. This isn't me defending Snark, by the way. Fuck Snark as well, smiley face. So the only reason why people knew, AB, that you were posting on that subreddit, because that was your account, right, which you admitted after people forced it out of you, but then you said, well, it was because it was hacked, is because you are also friendly to Snarkers. You said it over and over again. You had them all over your fucking stream chat, and you literally said, I don't remember if it was on an H3 show or what, but you were like, oh, I think most of Snark is actually okay, except for like one unhinged person. You are actually a piece of shit. And also, fuck the H3 community for doing this weird cringe shit they do where they're like, oh no, like you can't criticize the crew or whatever the fuck else. That's fucking bullshit. This AB dude is like fucking Ethan shit up a lot. And a lot of the crew fucked Ethan really hard on this show. Like, put the fries in put the manifesto in the bag, okay? You guys are the ones doing the research on all the hit pieces on me. You fucking are the ones that literally hung Ethan out there to dry on the slightest bull.
He's convinced that the crew did their Destiny research like with more vigor and excitement than the Hasan research, right? That he thinks the crew is secretly, maybe with the exception of Zach, is secretly on Hasan's side. And so when they finally got a chance to go after Destiny, they were like, hell yeah. I don't know if that's true or not. I don't feel like there was like that much effort put into Ethan's Destiny video. I think that it was mostly just him ripping off. He was writing off of the Ryan Beard video, right? Most of what they brought forward was from the Ryan Beard nuke.
Bullshit ever that you could dig up on Kiwi Farms threads. You guys couldn't even fucking watch the original videos that you handed this dude to roast me. Also, you could sit there and giggle that some pro-genocide Israeli supporter or pedophile predator or whatever the fuck Destiny, whatever you think I am, could go down. So, no, fuck you guys. These guys deserve a lot of fucking criticism for that, okay? Yeah, that's all I'll say. You guys are really lucky.
Look, in some way, like whether or not Destiny, is attracted to minors, whether or not Destiny, which, it seems like he kind of is, whether he's ever, harmed a minor, he's something a little bit more dangerous, right? What he's doing overall has the effect to normalize pedophilia, right? The danger with Destiny isn't just like what he might think about a minor, what he might do to a minor given the opportunity, but rather what he might do to the culture. What the effect of people like this, like himself, like Mr. Girl, like Food Shops, is on the overall culture in terms of normalizing this thing. And like his whole defense is like, hey, relax, guy. Relax. This is the Saddam defense. This is the right. It's he's normalizing it.
To have the jobs you have, you guys are really lucky you still have the jobs you have. That should reflect more, I think, in your candor, I would say. Oh.
In my society, that shit would be a crime. All right. You'd have to stand in front of a firing squad of people with hardcore misophonia, and they've all got super soakers, and they can fill the super soakers up with whatever liquid they choose.
Oh, he deleted that tweet also. Good job. Good one. Wait, did we ever make up a name for this? Did we make up a name for this way of debating? The I'm tired. It's where somebody's like super hype and super excited to get into shit, and then as soon as it starts going bad, they're like, I don't know if I want to argue this right now, actually. Well, I don't know. Actually, I think that I'm not in the mood. This has gotten cringe now.
All right. Well, that is Destiny's. That's what the ceasefire looks like. We'll see if Ethan is interested in said ceasefire. It kind of sounds like maybe not.
Defenses of the state of Israel. Now, he was 2017 at the time, I believe. He's fine. I mean, it's a long time ago. It's like 14, 15 years ago. He's like 25, 26 years old, which is ironic because like saying the N-word, all this shit, right? Ironic because he constantly brings back my classic number one thing that my ops love posting, my classic satire attempt that was so embarrassing and so bad, bro tips, which is what I was doing at the time, nowhere near as bad as this shit. And also, I was even younger. I was even younger than he is here. It's not just a troll account. He shared his opinions frequently. No, I know. But of course, all of this came out because Destiny's community has no filter. They will dox you. They'll dox your whole family. They'll dox your whole lineage. I know this from...
They'll dox your pets. Okay, I'm gonna take a pee break. I'm gonna be listening though on my phone, so I'll be back in just a bit.
The past 6 years of active cyber stalking that they've engaged with against me, and the consistent smear operations that they engage, which has not necessarily worked, partially because they just can't really make anything stick because there's nothing like super serious in there. But basically, it's just hypocritical. Like everything he has said, everything that both Destiny and Ethan has said about me, they've done tenfold and significantly worse, and consistently do significantly worse. But in any case, this post has some of the worst. What socially inappropriate thing are you frequently tempted to do? Touch little boys. Great post. Reminds me of the time I was in my friend's pool using the jet to masturbate. It was funny because my friends were doing this on the other side of the pool. His little sister was just sitting there watching me. Kind of weird, but looking back, it makes me laugh. Thanks for the memory. Trying to do a good deed. True story. I think this is true, actually. If my neighbors think I'm a pet, why shouldn't I molest their children? It's not that I'm a pet, but I think it's wrong to judge people. So what's the what the I feel like I need bleach from my eyeballs, bro. Anyway, listen. I don't know why he did this. Okay, I don't know. This is the one I saw, the Israel defense one. So yeah, it's just like a bunch of defenses of Israel, and also consistently joking, I guess, about like wanting to molest children. In any case, I don't understand who would do this for a troll. Like I don't get it. I am Israeli and this is my comedy. Okay, listen. The vibes are okay. The vibes are unimaginably but apparently in a sea of like posting, he would also like promote his YouTube channel before it had like 1,000 subs. I don't know what to say. What the but it was already confirmed because apparently someone like traced it back to his username and also his email. Okay, he uses his like full government name in the email on an account that is associated with _troll, and this is apparently his Twitter account. At White House, Mr. President, would you send Michelle, Sasha, Malia through TSA screening? Naked photos or invasive genital groping, you choose. Don't know why that was. I mean, so we had a Twitter as well. He didn't just have a Reddit. He had a Twitter account associated with the same name. He was like, man, troll is such a good name. I gotta go and open up a Twitter account with this name before someone else gets it. He was like, I have to. This is such a good username that I must be the first one to this username. He's what, 25 or 30 here? I think he's like 25 to 27. He trademarked it. He trademarked _troll. Anyway, you're not ready for this yet, but your kids are gonna love it. It's crazy. So I mean, he's I don't know what to say. But basically, it's a target-rich environment, okay? And all of this stuff he did, I don't know why Dexternox posted this photo of him. But then, yeah, last night, every post and comment on the Reddit profile was deleted after no activity since 2013. All posts and comments are still accessible through archiving services. They describe having Tourette's, live in Israel, sketch comedy, and link to H3 videos. The final post in the account in May 2013 was the post in the subreddit drama community to complain about being banned from our YouTube haiku for self-promoting. No posts were made to the troll account after this. The H3 Productions account was made in April 2014. If you did this, he would talk about it for 2 years and make a video on every single post. Oh, for sure. For sure. Okay? For sure. But again, that's the whole point, is that because I don't have shit like this, that they have to like desperately grab on to whatever the they can, or just like create controversy where no controversy exists. But apparently, he then turned around and admitted it. H3 podcast host Ethan Klein confirms an Instagram story that _troll account is his. I have nothing to hide or apologize for, he wrote after deleting everything on the account last night. Oh, my friends, I have a terrible confession to make. Yes, it is true. My 15-year-old Reddit account was identified by using a doxing website that lists a history of all emails and passwords that have been leaked in illegal data breaches. A post last night was made on the Snark subreddit by the person who obtained this information. With Reddit's help, this person was able to disseminate this illegally and maliciously obtained information to a community whose sole purpose is to harass me, my family, and my employees. In doing so, some terrible revelations were made. I think he's talking about Destiny, I assume, right? He's not going to blame this on me, I hope. is he going to blame this on me too? Am I responsible for CPS, the skulls, and the reason why half of his community left, and then his community got overtaken by Molestini's community? All of this is me. I did this. Did I do this too? Chat, have I done this? Does he think I did this? Anyway, you made him do the Reddit account? Probably. Okay. Post last night was made with Sark subreddit by the person who obtained this information. In doing so, some terrible revelations were made. What is this? H3 Podcast is edited out this segment where we learned that a rabbi convinced Ethan Klein to believe in race science. That sounds also insane. Okay. In any case, yes, my username _troll made a few bizarre and edgy attempts at being funny. It was common on Reddit 15 years ago to create a thematically named troll account to post silly things from. The method was to have Redditors read something crazy, then check the username and realize it was a goof. You can see evidence of this on most of the posts made in character. These troll stories include anecdotes that clearly never happened, including a story that references my children who were born 10 years later. Further evidence of this is simply that I was self-promoting my YouTube channel while doing these.
The story about the kids that were not born yet is the one where he's talking about powerlifting, or what was it? He was doing a power squat and he was naked and his child was behind him playing Legos, and somehow he had giardia laden diarrhea all over I don't know. So, I mean, he didn't say giardia, but that would be very telling though if we found that he did post about shit a lot of that account's posts were about shit. I would say there was more shit, literal shit posts, more posts about shit than there were posts promoting the H3 channel. And I mean, they did a lot of weird little like 6-second videos and stuff. So yeah, shitting on the kid's face, I think, is what he said in that one. Yeah, that's what he's talking about. Like, by the way, I didn't have kids at the time, so I did not shit in my kid's face. Thank you for your what is it that Trump says? Thank you for your attention to this matter. Is that what fucking Trump says? Is that the thing? Chat, that's a cool emoji, Omega Star. I'm sorry, I got distracted by emojis sometimes. Is that thank you for your attention to this matter? Is that the Trump phrase?
These parody posts. I knew I was personally identifiable the entire time. I was trying to be funny so people would look at my account and discover my YouTube channel. I was not ashamed of it then, and I'm not ashamed of it now.
I knew I was easily identifiable, then why not post as H3 Productions? If you're doing nothing wrong, yeah, like seriously. If you're easily identifiable, why would you be using a burner? Was that part of the joke? To pretend that you thought that you weren't easily identifiable? I don't know. How deep does it go?
Embarrassed, yes. Not ashamed, but embarrassed. On par with cringing at my old YouTube videos. Yes, there are a few posts of me being a Zionist Jewish supremacist, which includes me mostly arguing with someone calling Israel Nazi Germany. Well, some things never change. In totality, I guess nothing ever really changes.
What? So the post in question there is the one that shows, it says Europe on top. It shows the evolution of the, a chimp to like Homo erectus to a Homo sapien to a Homo sapien to a modern human, and that says Europe, right? It goes, time lies, it evolves, right? And then he says Israel, and it's a bunch of those the stages of evolution, but they're all like walking together. And I thought that this was like I don't know, I almost thought this was like I don't know if he was just being racist to Palestinians with that, or if it was like I mean, there is like a, sort of racism, I guess you'd call it, against like non-Ashkenazis in Israel. And I thought maybe it was that, but maybe I don't know. I'm probably reading too, deep into it. Wait, the answer is 3 inches. Wait, what? That's what she said? Oh my God. Wait, what are we doing, chat? I look at chat as a second and we're all like, I don't get the Israel one, to be honest. I mean, I feel like it's probably good that we don't get the Israel one. I'm legitimately confused, like, right? Because, the people that get it are the people that are like, think it's funny or agree with it, I guess. But yeah, I don't even know what he was trying to say. All I can tell you is that shit was racist as fuck. That shit was that was definitely some like extreme racism. I can tell you that with all certainty. Who the racism exactly specifically was directed towards, I don't know. It was too racist to be able to really discern. So yeah, Ethan, God, dude.
In totality, about 95% of the posts were about StarCraft 2 or promoting my YouTube channel.
It's because I asked how deep it goes. Oh my God.
I have nothing to hide and nothing to apologize for. And remember, folks, joking about is not the same as having it on your computer. Okay, so he admitted it, and he said he's not apologizing for it, and he's got nothing to shame. He's got nothing to hide, nothing to shame. What am I saying?
Nothing to wait. Isn't that like a song lyric or something, chat? What? Nothing. I can't remember. I swear to God. I swear to God, that's gotta be some kind of weird joke, right?
What's common is being edgy at 12, regardless of the age of the internet. Such a bad faith argument blaming one.
You're a grown ass kid. I'm eating cantaloupe like a popsicle.
Environment. I mean, I just don't know. I don't know why what compels a person to do stuff like this, but I guess he's back to doing new videos. Hasan's most embarrassing confession. Yeah. Oh no, they found my old Reddit account where I constantly make jokes. Better post a video about Hasan. That should work. Honestly, it might literally work because a lot of these guys don't give a they themselves are. They don't give a fuck. They only care about taking me out somehow. And one day, if you make is it
Soundgarden?
Make enough YouTube. Wait, what? The Western Wall? Why is he pretending he cares? Wait, what is this about the Western Wall? What? He made a YouTube video about me saying I don't know anything about the Western Wall. He made it to the front page of the Reddit. Ethan Klein's old Reddit account was clearly leaked.
Not Spencer is an online sewer. I almost read that as Sweller. Diver. It definitely, I'm glad you're wearing a wetsuit, at least. It definitely felt, if not a hazmat suit, perhaps. It definitely felt like a race mixing reference. Yeah, I guess that, they're all mixed up together. I guess that's what that was trying to say. I guess.
Or recently leaked, to which posts were found Ethan comparing Palestinian people to monkeys, making extremely disturbing comments about sexualizing children and much more. So he made a YouTube video about me being like, I don't really know enough about he didn't understand the wailing part of the wall. No, so it's something that I said personally that I don't like understand the wailing wall thing. Like I don't understand its significance. And that's it. Okay. Yeah. I didn't understand the wailing wall. What is it anti-Semitism to not know? Am I supposed to know? What's the argument that I'm supposed to know the Wailing Wall? If I want to talk about Israel, I have to understand the significance of the Western Wall. Is that what it is? Or is it anti-Semitism? Anyway, it's obviously clearly a distraction, which is crazy.
Wait, what's Sewer Dwellers from? Chat, is Sewer Dwellers a reference to Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles or to Chud?
They said you claim to be the expert of Israel, so you should know. I mean, I know a ton more than he does about Israel, Israeli history, Palestinian history. You can know all of that without knowing the historic or religious significance of the Western Wall. I just know it is the wall that like Western leaders go and kiss. The wall before I learned more about it. I guess if I had only downloaded the Western Wall pack I would have known why Israel's genocide is actually perfectly fine and Hamas kind of deserves it.
Yeah,
Hamas is the
that's why they always say come to Israel. That's why they always that's the argument. Like, no, come to Israel. All right. Then you'll understand.
reason why Palestinians deserve Israel's genocide. Yeah. Anyway, they're calling it the most kissable wall. Ethan was playing dumb about Israel. Now we know for certain he's feigning.
Well, I mean, this is coming from a guy that licked the bean. I don't know what's so weird about kissing a wall. He licked the bean, chat. He straight up licked it.
Ignorance while you were around is even grosser. So he's saying the entirety of the issue stems from arguments over the wall. It's a crazy take. Wait, what? Is he going back to the this is a religious conflict?
Did he really lick the bean and immediately got sick? I think this calls for a comfort triple layer sandwich.
Meta, is that what it is? That's why. You are right. He is attacking you for that. Anyway, we all know what the real reason.
Oh wait, I'm sorry. I wasn't talking about Chud logic. I was talking about actual Chud. Like, I wasn't saying that Chud logic is a sewer dweller, chat. I would never say that. I would never, never, never say that. All right. I would say that he's a British man with strange neo-Confederate allegiances that really boggle the mind until you go back to some of his old stuff and hear him talking about Roma people, and then it makes sense. And then it makes the connect. Oh, I get it. Yeah. Racist, recognize. Racist game. And when he sees a neo-Confederate, that's just, you know. A guy with some historical beliefs or something. I don't know. No, I was talking about actual Chud. Does nobody know what a Chud is? Does anybody? I mean, why don't we have a Chud emote? Chud is a sewer dweller. He is a pound shop. Wait, he's a pound shop the quartering? Wait, what? Wait, he's a pound shop the quartering? Oh, yeah, pound shop. I get it. I've never seen a pound shop, but I've seen a dollar store, and I assume it is similar.
Reason why he made that video, but it's pretty funny. It's pretty funny that he tried to make a video like this in between going back and forth.
Still confused about what the bean is? Here, let me see if I can. I almost said get it out for you. I really should not say that. Wait, her boyfriend kissed Hasan? Yeah. Oh, wait, did he just lick the bean? I thought he kissed the bean. I mean, I guess it's maybe a little bit more.
Don't just walk into people's photos, Hasan.
Oh, I'm sorry.
127 ass over here. Oh.
They were taking a photo right there.
The beans.
Chat, do you know whose video this is? Wait, could you even see Hasan? Oh my god, what the fuck? How is it so off screen? just have to type something to someone. Why did I think he kissed the bean? All right. I don't know if that'll work, but let's see the bean get licked. Wait.
How does it feel?
Not even as hot as I thought it would be.
Did you just kiss it?
Did you just lick it?
I did.
Did you stick your mouth on it?
No. Oh, you felt.
Don't just walk in front of people's photos, Hasan.
Oh, I'm sorry.
127 ass over here. Oh.
They were taking a photo right there.
The beans. How does it feel?
Not even as hot as I thought it would be.
Did you just kiss it?
Did you just lick it?
I did.
Did you stick your mouth on it?
No.
I mean, you only lick the bean as much as you have to say that you've licked the bean, right? It doesn't take a lot of surface area being in contact to be effective. And does that make sense? It's not necessary that a lot of surface area be contacted.
Destiny, but I guess now it's there's a ceasefire. They
Omega Star, thank you for the gifted sub to Arachno. Wait, Anarcho. I almost called you Arachno Anarchid. That would be a interesting way of mispronouncing your name.
were able to come to a reasonable conclusion. A cease.
Oh, also Squeak Eve, you just got jellyfished. You both just got jellyfished, actually. That's what I should say.
Fire between Ethan Klein. What is this? Oh no, I'm not logging on. What the? They're having a off. So it was 10 minutes on a 10-second interaction with Megaphonics about the Western Wall. He repeated the clip 4 times trying to reach the 10-minute mark. It's just obviously trying to distract the SEO. Okay. But yeah. Oh, another thing about the troll account that he had was that he was also in Destiny's subreddit back then as well. Megaphonics once again. Megaphonics once again getting me in trouble. Classic.
What did I say about Ethan? I called this chat. I feel so vindicated. Ethan was an OG DDGer. He was there from the get-go. Only in hog form. Or shall we say in pedo form? Is that a thing? Can we say that?
The video of... Wait, what? It's a video of him saying he flashed a little girl? What the... Okay. That's insane. This was the most heinous quote from the Reddit. Man, it's disgusting. What the... That child sure is elastic. Reminds me of when I stand in front of the mirror and twist my hips so my dick dances around in circles, usually stops like he did too. When it hits my 2-year-old in the face, lol.
Chat,
he usually stands
I am so glad we got the version of the video that's censored. That is so fucked up. That is so fucked up what Ethan is saying there.
me asking me what I'm doing, I just tell him daddy is dancing. So what I don't understand is like let's say he was trying to be like as edgy as possible, right? Which is crazy. Thank God comedy is legal now, you know? So comedy is illegal. Comedy is legal now. I am become troll. Anyway, thank God. But like, if this is the type of if this was the type of time you were on, okay, then why the is this guy literally actively trying to relitigate stuff that I have described, okay, in my like edgy, in my most edgy videos, which is, you know, doesn't reach whatever the fuck this is, right? That I deleted, that I made as an attempt at satirical humor and was a failure, that I recognized was a failure 13 years ago at this point, and deleted 13 years ago. And this guy is still turning around and being like, you know what though? Hasan, he's bad. What's the method here? Because like, ironically enough, he should have probably used the thing that he was sponsored by, RedactDev, which is supposed to delete all this stuff, you know? Owned by another one of my insane stalkers, Dan Saltman. Makes this whole situation even funnier, I feel like. And it was also Destiny's second in command and best friend. Isn't that weird that Destiny's second in command and best friend is one of the only remaining sponsors of the Ethan Klein podcast? All the entire time he was like, I don't know who Destiny is. I don't even talk to him at all. I've never met him. I don't know anything about him. Only to reveal that he was actually a massive fan of him after he called him a. Just a strange back and forth that has taken place. Destiny is showing some amazing plays with a new patched infestor right now. Why are you all crying about Imba already? Remember when Roach got +1 distance and everyone was crying Imba? Shut the fuck up and wait at least 1 week before you start QQing. Turns out he was at least being honest about that. About his about his love and admiration for Destiny.
Hi, Afroponics.
Ethan Klein Insta story Hasan? What the is this? X days since Ethan talks about Hasan. On the back foot of Ethan Klein's old Reddit account has been found. Lamount is wild, no mentions of Hasan. As Ethan Klein goes after Destiny, he still has to mention Hasan. Oh yeah, I guess
this is a niche meme account.
There was
this is literally what this account does.
2 days where I didn't.
This is like that account that counted down how many days after how many days without an announcement that like part 6 of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure was coming out as an anime. It was just like, it would every day it would tweet, it's been like this many days since part 5. Still waiting till the announcement. Would be nice to hear from you if there's gonna, yeah, but now the announcement, I think, wait, chat, when does this start? Part 7 is gonna be coming out. Steel Ball Run. Like, it's like if you've ever wanted to experience a JoJo's, but with cowboys and the Wild West and the body of Jesus Christ, not the bread, right, but the actual body, then, you know, that might be the anime for you. I don't know.
Wait, oh, never mind. Ethan Klein will not stop harassing Taylor Lorenz. It's embarrassing. What's the maximum distance? It's just every day he just posts 0. To anyone else, this would be career ending. I don't know. I think there is a lot of power that comes from being shameless. That's what I think. And these guys literally, like, they present someone as an enemy even if they haven't done anything wrong. And there are, especially if that person that you've presented yourself as an enemy to is like big enough, there's always going to be people that they've pissed off throughout their career. And I myself have certainly pissed off a lot of people, many of which have come out as sex pests, weirdly enough. And but
we need a scientific principle to explain that. Oh, thank you, Goodheart.
And I don't know what the vibes I'm bringing to the party, but it just like really seems to frustrate people who at least are curious, pedo adjacent, or pedo themselves. Anyway, but basically, I think people just had like outrage fatigue and cancellation fatigue in general. But it's not even that. It's just like there's always going to be people who hate others, and you can just kind of keep pushing through it, and you will have like a smaller community, and maybe you will.
Archer Bluth, also NCC, you were bang on the money about the Ethan spouting honest talking points, though it's likely he let it slip rather than inadvertently come up with the take. Was there more of that in the? Was there more of that kind of rhetoric in the pedo troll leaks? Is that what we're gonna call them? I really would rather not call them the pedo troll leaks. If I could call them literally anything else, the PT. If I say PT chat, will everybody understand that? And I don't have to keep saying the name of Ethan's Reddit burner, because I really don't like saying the name of Ethan's Reddit burner. It's not a good name. You should have chosen differently.
Never be able to reach the same the same lengths that you once were able to reach. But it's not dissimilar. Yeah, it's the lack of kick streamer public backlash you've been talking about in general. Exactly. I feel like we are so incredibly we just don't think that things that previously were totally just career ending are career ending any longer, you know? But basically there's a sense of shamelessness and yeah, I don't know how we like solve this problem in general. I just wish people would be like a little bit more normal, but
apparently YouTube has eased up on some of its rules about, you know, the words that you say. I think it's mainly like, you know, cursing. But I don't know. Part of me just doesn't like, you know, like when it comes to Vosh and when it comes to Destiny and it comes down to these kind of like allegations, this is like my least favorite thing to talk about. It's so gross.
They won't. And seemingly a lot of people don't give a shit. It just like makes you feel bad for a brief moment and then you just continue. The views on all his vids have fallen off hard, so there's that, I guess. I mean, you just like lose your core community in the process for sure. You lose your core community, you lose your actual fans, but you cast them aside if you don't care. And it's clear that he doesn't care. He just wants to like undermine his enemies that he's going to spend his whole life trying to undermine. Yeah, iDubbbz tweet. It's my character. I'm the pedo troll. I come out, I make pedophilic comments all over Reddit.
What did Danny DeVito do to deserve that? Wait, is that Danny DeVito? Am I tripping? Ew, the Vosh DMs. Yeah, I could not bring myself to cover that. And, you know, I don't know, it feels like, oh my God, I shouldn't say this. Like, the thing to cover with Vosh is not usually the, I don't know, the horrible or embarrassing thing that he does. It is the cope stream that invariably follows, where he tries to deny that the embarrassing or horrible thing is embarrassing or horrible at all. Yeah, I don't know he's done wait, no, he did. We didn't watch it, but yeah, I think he did address the subject by just saying that it was fake. And I think he said somebody made up or created screenshot. Were it not for short stack goblins, I never would have found you. No way. Short stack goblins. But I mean, that was the follow-up stream. That was the cope stream, right? That was like that's the fun part, right? Not the like what's in the folder, which how many streams, chat? How many streams like went into detail of let's do a like, I mean, because that's dangerous, right? There was, if you don't remember, in the Vosh, like the scandal started when there was a thumbnail in a folder that he accidentally brought up when he was trying to save a picture to his hard drive. And people, I guess, blew up the thumbnail to where you could see the images that were, some of the images that were in those folders. And yes, some of them were of underage depicted anime characters. Some of them were of horses, and some of them were horses with the. So, I mean, I wonder how many people did the detective thing where they're like, let's look at these thumbnails and see if this is TOS. And it's kind of like, I mean, see if this is, you know, loli or whatever. And it's like, well, you're also going to see if it's TOS, and you're going to see if it's TOS with a ban. So, like, you know, I was just like, I'm going to take other people's word for it. I don't want to look at that shit. I don't want to, you know what I'm saying? I feel like that's the kind of that's the kind of image you can't unsee. I'm pretty sure.
Oh, that's funny. It's all about the bag in the end. Nothing seems to matter outside of it anymore. No, dude, I think if it was the bag, if it was about the bag at the end of the day, he wouldn't be doing this shit. He would have had the wherewithal to like listen to his crew, listen to whoever is in his like immediate orbit that's like, dude, stop doing this shit. You're,
oh my God, chat. What if we've all been lied to and Vosh is an innocent man? We never looked at the pictures. I guess I didn't do due diligence.
Our careers, you're f***ing up your career, you're destroying everything that you built. Time until Hasan. Total minutes it takes to reach a mention of Hasan Piker's name during the H3 podcast. From October 16th, 2024 through June 20th, 2025. So there is at least one mention of Hasan, with the exception of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 episodes. That's not surprising. The only response to this situation.
Your definition of edgy humor is how you joke about how you like to touch kids. Please get the away from me. Please get the please, I will hurt you.
Wait, is this the same person? These Ethan Klein the screenshots are terrifying.
Again, all of
A
this
TikTok was hard.
now, but it is something. His username is that and this.
Yeah, you can't even say that. You can't even say that on TikTok.
I don't know. I don't know what the to say, dude. Oof. I just don't get why he like doesn't take some time off to just reconsider. You know what I mean? Like
they say that one of the hardest jobs is a job that you can do remotely, where you act as a content moderator for a website, and you're the one who has to look at stuff and be like, is this TOS? Is this CSAM? Is this, you know, pictures of people being unalived? Like, you know, pictures of animals being, like, I mean, just like the worst shit. I shouldn't even, right? That's a job. And apparently it's very tough on your psyche to do that kind of work, to just have to look at that stuff and judge, like, is this, like, what manner of horrible thing is this? And
to just like dial it back a little bit and maybe go to therapy or something.
'Cause I-
you know, instead of doing whatever the this shit
I
is.
frankly didn't have an answer. I said, why are Jews overrepresented in all these fields? There's all these conspiracy theories, but like there is overrepresentation. Why is that? And he says the best explanation I've heard for that was from a evolutionary biologist who said for thousands of years, 10,000 years, Jews lived in the Middle East. And at the time, all they did was study Torah. And it was in that culture, the rabbi, the scholars, the people who studied Torah were the desirables. Those were like the leaders, the guys who cleaned up and got all the wives and all the cuties and reproduced and had like a
I'm sorry, although what? Is this guy talking about cuties?
Okay.
So there was a...
I'm sorry, but the whole thing with this freaking Reddit troll account is that even if Ethan is not a PT himself, the meme is something that he is never going to live down. There are constantly going to be jokes about, like, anything that he says that's even slightly sus is now like confirmation that that Ethan actually is a PT.
So the guys who are the ones in studying all day, who are prone, who, you know, appeal to more kind of cerebral, intelligent people, right? Who are doing these analytical books, reading all day for 10,000 years, procreating. There was over time an
Emily French says Torah studies were from the end of the Roman Empire.
evolutionary.
I'm sorry. Did he say 10,000 years? This made a video making fun of me for not knowing about the significance of the wall that all the Western leaders go and touch. Oh no. He says tens of thousands later on.
A result of that is some.
Also, what's the argument here that like Jews are like they bred themselves by accident to being like higher IQ or something? This is literally just race science. There is no difference. This is unironically what Nazis also say. They both say, you know.
I feel like, though, because he's not like remembering it quite right, you gotta call it like not just race science, but you gotta call it race bro science. You know what I mean? It's not even proper race science, whatever the fuck that is, right? It's a misremembrance or misstatement, misrepresentation even of the actual race science, right? It's even one step removed from the wow, this is just, he's unbelievable. This guy is fucking unbelievable. Like, seriously, I'm starting to understand why Ethan Klein became famous in the first place and why cringe just seems attracted to this man. Everything he does, he's got to do it like one step further. Like the ahistorical, like unscientific race science is not bad enough to be, you know, what he's gotta like add a completely nonsensical element to it so he can just not just be like sounding racist as fuck, but sound like a racist clown. I mean, that's it. This guy is like a born clown. And not like on purpose. Wow.
Jews are weak and sinister, but also they say like they're devious, and that's the reason why they, you know, control the media and shit like that. Why is he doing race science? What is going on?
Well, it's made up, but then like he heard it from the rabbi and he didn't even remember what this guy was saying. He's got like he never quite, yeah, he's like, even, I don't know. He's too much.
Some bump in IQ or aptitude or something like that, right? There was like a selective breeding happening.
This is like another version of that clip where he says women are just made to be dominated. What was that thing that he said? Women are made to be taken or in the state of nature. This is like the racist version of that somehow.
Unintentionally.
To be conquered? Is that what he says? To be conquered?
Over tens of thousands of years in the Middle East. Obviously, that's no longer happening now.
Say that that whole theory of genetically people getting smarter over time is like, that's not true.
That's what okay.
Yeah. It's
how you don't think that it's possible for.
Yeah, we know that's definitely not happening now because Ethan is not the brightest crayon. Sorry. Oh, Jesus Christ. He's like, God damn.
Well, you can breed for anything, right? Like you see dogs, like how different dogs are. If you
He's like, no, I'm right though. I'm pretty sure I'm right. This is wild what he's like proposing here. Is like, Dan's like, hey, people, that's not true. That's been debunked. That's a myth. People, have not gotten smarter over time. And he's like, yeah, but maybe just Jewish people have.
Actively breed.
If somebody inquires of Ethan as to how genetics works, is he going to say that the genes get changed from reading the Torah? Is he going to say that the different and better version of the genes are? Is he going to give a Lamarckian explanation rather than a Darwinian one because he like low key like never understood? Do you know what I mean? Like when you meet somebody like this that picks up like bullshit and never realizes it is not only is it not true, but it is obvious to most people that you're going to say it to that this is bullshit.
Intelligent people, the kids will become more intelligent.
What are you doing, Kaya?
That's for sure true.
Kaya,
That's
please.
just selective breeding. I mean, intelligence is inherited. We all know that, right? If you have smart parents, they're gonna have smart kids.
Sometimes.
What? Intelligence is inherited? What is he saying? I mean, this is just like race and IQ shit. This is bell curve. He's talking about how like human beings can be bred in a similar manner to dogs. This is just straightforward eugenics. I don't even think he's aware that this is like what he is presenting is straightforward eugenics.
For the most part, intelligence is inherited, right?
It's probably more about the environment, would be my guess.
I mean, it's
nature
both.
versus nurture.
People in the background are like, no, it's that's not the case. Actually, come on.
I think it's both.
What?
You never heard nature versus nurture?
Dude, there's people that are just born dumb as hell.
Oh, for sure.
And you meet their parents who are dumb as hell.
I don't want to believe that. I want to believe that intelligence is a multi-splendored thing. I want to believe that Ethan is only ridiculously ignorant on certain matters and not on others, and maybe in certain like areas he excels, and I just haven't seen that yet. But yeah, he does seem to be the person he's describing. He does sound to be. You know what I mean? Like there's a certain type of irony I think that one picks up on in what he's saying. Everyone stares back at Ethan.
But yeah, I mean, I don't know. Listen.
Yeah.
I'm not talking about race. I'm just talking about how.
Do you think dogs can be bred to have certain characteristics? Yeah. The difference is human beings obviously require tremendous amounts of nurture, and it's entirely different. Like there are heritable traits that come along, okay? But more often than not, someone's IQ, I guess, or intelligence is far more beholden to its environment, the food that it's eating, like its dietary habits and shit like that, than some kind of genetic predetermined destiny. Environmental factors are infinitely more important.
Genetic.
Many biological aspects of intelligence are epigenetic rather than phylogenetic. Yeah, again, intelligence, kind of like we say this word and we assume that we're talking about the same thing, but I would posit that there are many things that we're talking about when we say intelligent rather than just like one set of quantifiable characteristics that are just, they just can get plugged into any sort of field, any sort of mode, any sort of existence that is possible, right? Yeah, also epigenetics, not the same as Lysenkoism.
That's it. That's all I'm talking about. I'm not in favor of it. I'm saying it was accident. I don't know that that's what happened. The rabbi told me, and I was like, that kind of makes sense. But like, obviously, that's how, I'm just explaining how evolutionary biology works. Look at the variety.
Does he not realize that that even in of itself is like a red flag? I mean, obviously, there's a study of evolutionary biology, but like that, it has a connotation at this point, and it's like a connotation, to the effect that Ethan is not beating the allegations here. This is not helping. He's digging a hole. He's digging it deeper, and he's crawling inside. This is
of dogs. Some dog breeds are smarter than other dog breeds. Like, I'm not saying other races are smarter than other races. I'm just saying that
now there are freaking communists invading.
That's smart. Yeah. What the? What do you want from me?
I don't know.
Why are you yelling? I don't want anything from you. I'm just letting you know I disagree with.
Why would the rabbi tell him this? I don't know. I mean, he could have found like a rabbi that somehow believes in race science. I mean, that's not impossible. But yeah, the version of it he's telling, I am pretty sure is not, this is like the guy from the show, the show that like the theme song is like used to be Cumtown's opening song. That's the Kahanist rabbi? Oh no. Oh no. This is the guy that also taught him about, oh no. This is the guy that gave him his history lesson too. God damn. We found it, chat. That's it. That's it, Trinipolo. We found the source of Ethan's Kahanist narrative of history. Huh.
I don't think that
You
that's
just
true.
you don't believe that intelligence is inherited?
No.
How is this literally not eugenics? It is. It's just straight up. That's what it is. It is eugenics. Anyway, good luck to everybody involved. It seems as though they are not going to continue this. It seems like there's a brief ceasefire between Ethan Klein and Molestiny. The pedo troll and
He said it, chat. He said it. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, epigenetics is a activation and inactivation of specific genes. You mean through processes like methylation? Yeah.
Destiny have decided to do a ceasefire so they can focus on the real target that matters. So congratulations.
Yo.
Really is do nothing win, huh? I wish that these guys would never talk about me. Okay? I wish that they would do whatever the fuck they're doing on their own time. I wish they wouldn't do this, you know? That's what I wish. My life would have been infinitely better for the past 6 years.
All right. So I still can't believe he said it. Like chat, he said molestiny. That's who he is now. That's who he's become. And that's who he shall remain. Yeah, so I don't know, look forward to more content. I wanted to do the state of play thing. I even thought about putting the state of play on the bonus content. If you don't know, chat, what a state of play is I think it's something that I saw Sunday do when he was drunk on stream, and he basically draws out like all the different streamers and kind of connects them to need a new super chat goal. I've never thought past the first like super chat, not Spencer. Like what do you do after that? Like I know that some people just like let it rip and be like, there's your confetti. That's the prize. Digital confetti. What I need now is to figure out how to do a state of play stream. You put like, you know, all the streamers like on the board. You kind of put like little connections between them if they're like friends or if they're like, you know, part of that group or whatever. And like so much has changed very recently that I feel like we need an update. We need an update of where everyone is at. Um, 10 blue super chat goals with a meaningless benefit. Do you mean like a meme benefit? Like some kind of a yeah, like a big spider graph mind map thingy of who is related to who and stuff. Yeah, yeah, and like the like I think he had what did he have happen? I think the like there was the Vosh sphere, but then it got covered in lava from Vosh releasing the folders. Anybody remember that? And I was on there too for a hot second before he consigned me to hell. You just want a super chat goal, is what you're saying? Is a good way to solicit money? I mean, I'm usually focused on soliciting content. Speaking of which, I have not heard back from Taylor Lorenz, as is to be expected. As is to be expected, but the offer is still on the table, and I'd love to, have her clarify some things about as much as she can about her sources and the situation. Because yeah, we were left with a few questions, but more questions about than anything about the Democratic Party. Like, I mean, the biggest disappointment is that, like, this is the kind of shit. Like, if they're gonna break the rules, right? If they're gonna fight fire with fire, like, this is the way they're doing it. Like, this is not an effect. I don't know. I do not anticipate this being a good value for their money. It doesn't feel like it. The amount of people who immediately defended explicit horse content and obsessed over it being AI. Oh my God. That's wild. Yeah. I mean, yeah. Also, I got a question that I don't know. If I got turned on by an image and then I was told it was AI, I think it would. The subconscious deterrent of donors. Oh yeah, the function of the X out of Y. Is it a concept? Like, I honestly, I'd never heard of AI prawn or AI corn, AI images of a sultry manner. Sultry manner? What the fuck am I saying? Sultry nature, I think, is what I was going for there. I hadn't heard about that until Vosh. Not everything derivative is necessarily bad. I feel like that's a Sonic. No, that's not a Sonic Youth album. Oh my God, how could I say that? That's actually a Blonde Redhead album. Let's see which one it is. We can't listen to the album, obviously, but yeah, it is called Fake Can Be Just as Good. Oh, deepfakes would count? Wait, what sponsors did Pac-Man have that are... No, I'm just afraid it would do something to me, like to my DNA epigenetically. I'm glad you put that in quotes, because yeah, we are really talking about LLMs more than any kind of intelligence. Fun fact, a member of Sonic Youth lives near me. Nice. I wish I could say the same thing about Blonde Redhead, but I don't know that. But yeah, this is the band that does the Evil Morty song. Do you know the Evil Morty song, chat? Like and oh my god, I'm making a Rick and Morty reference. It's because I'm very intelligent, okay? It's of course Magic Spoon. I saw a review. I don't know. Am I allowed to talk about that stuff? Am I allowed to shit on a brand that is, I mean, not like I would ever do a sponsorship. That shit, I would never eat that shit for a fucking million. That stuff has got to make you sick. It's like it's casein mixed with like whey. Like that's what it is. That it's like that's how they get it to be so low carb. Is it called, yeah, Vis-a-Vis the song? Oh, Vis-a-Vis the song, yeah. I used to know the name of it, but I can't think of the name of the Evil Morty song. I just know I'm very intelligent for, having thought of that just now. Fume is a straight up scam. Has anybody ever tried Fume as a way to see smoking? Like, I wonder, even with a shitty product, which it does, since I'm never gonna take a sponsorship from them, seem to be, I wonder if anybody has just like accidentally quit smoking via Fume. Definitely a marvel of food science. Yeah, you could call it that. And some of the flavors, the person that I watched said some of the flavors were actually good. The chocolate one. Wait, was there like a chocolate? Is there a chocolate Krispies one or something? Like Cocoa Krispies? Yeah, I think so. I mean, the Coda, yeah, it probably is the Coda. I mean, that's the magic in the Magic Spoon, not Spencer. The fact that they're able to make a cereal-like product out of whey and casein. But what I really want from Magic Spoon is for them to make a candy spoon. Do you get a spoon with it? Do they give you a spoon? Because it feels like for 60. Oh, that the other thing, chat. You gotta order 10 boxes at a time? Wait, is it 6 boxes at a time? Yeah, I think it's 6 boxes at a time, and it's $60. There is no spoon? The spoon doesn't bend? Are you telling me the spoon isn't real? What about me? Am I real? Oh my god, chat, I never thought of this before. I never contemplated the possibility of non-existence until just now. It doesn't come with a spoon? It's banned in a few countries, see? Like, I don't know, the person I watched, though, they tried it, there were 2 flavors. Was it the Fruit Loops? Maybe it was the Fruit Loops. The Fruit Loops was, like, decent. But these are not the flavors I even like. Like, I gotta be real, I never really liked Fruit Loops. I thought I would, and then I tried them, and I didn't. They're not good. I'm sad to say, and I'm sure this is breaking many hearts right now, but Fruit Loops are not good. Cocoa Krispies actually are. But the main cereals that I like are not even like that. They're like Corn Flakes or Raisin Bran or actually Cheerios are not bad. I mean, they're probably bad for you. So isn't there something fucked up with Cheerios? I'm gonna get sued by all these companies, right? She said our product was fucked up. Fruit and milk sound weird, like a weird mix. I mean, there's no fruit in Fruit Loops, right? It's artificial flavors and sugar, I think, or probably high fructose corn syrup. Wait, what is lumen? Lumen? Oh my god, I feel like I've heard of this. It should be like a prebiotic or a probiotic, right? If it's called lumen. That's what I would name lumen. My favorite cereal by far is Cracklin' Oat Bran. That sounds wild. Is that like the Wallace and Gromit cereal? Did they do that at one point? They're like Crackin' Oat Bran, Gromit. What if Cheech and Chong had a cereal? I feel like they kind of missed out there. Like, if they what do stoners want to eat? And everybody's like, oh, they want to eat brownies and they want to eat muffins. They want to, I don't know, eat desserts, right? But it's like, really, I think stoners just mostly want to eat cereal. I think most stoners would be happy with cereal. It's not about like, you don't have to eat something fancy. You just have to eat something. And a lot of it. Kix. Oh my god. I feel like I used to like Kix and then I stopped liking it. I wonder if they changed the recipe or maybe it was me that changed. Maybe I changed. I don't know. Your tastes do change as you grow. You become more tolerant of bitter flavors. So you're less able to taste them, I guess. If Wallace and Gromit ate it, that only makes me love it even more. I mean, what am I thinking of, right? Doesn't Wallace say like Crackin' Oat Bran Gromit? Did they go to the moon to get Cracklin' Oat Bran? Is that a thing? I don't know if cereal's even a big thing in England. Maybe they eat muesli. Wallace and Gromit did some kind of collab with Kellogg's back in the Close Shave days. They got little characters from the film in the boxes. Oh, from Wallace and... I don't know what cereal it was. Yeah, I didn't know that was a thing. And the Cheech and Chong's Dispensoria. Yeah, I mean, if only you could get the 2-in-1 with Cheech and Chong cereal. What would it be though? It would have to be like marijuana leaves, wouldn't it? Oh, Trump would ban that shit. He'd be like, they're trying to get the kids on the drugs. Why did only children eat cereal? They ate crackers and moon cheese. Wait, what was the Kraken thing though? Cereal big here? We just don't naturally don't have that Fruit Loop shite. I mean, it is I don't like it. I'm there are some defenders. Cocoa Rocks. Have you ever had Cocoa Ruse? It's like the off-brand version of Cocoa Rocks. I think. It's like a bag and it's got a kangaroo on it. It really is Cheech and Chong's? Is that chain? Wait. there is a Cheech and Chong's. I mean, I guess it's a. Wait a minute. You would think that somebody would have to license that, right? Like Cheech and Chong is like a comedy act, and it's also a movie or several movies. And so I don't think, could you just start up a place and be like, this is Cheech and Chong's? Or would Cheech and Chong sue you? Are they even alive? Didn't one of them die? Cocoa Pops? Oh, Cocoa Puffs? Or wait, are there Cocoa Pops? Oh wait, is that the one with, it's like Pops but Cocoa? What are those? Oh my god, I can't remember what these are called. Something Pops. What's the one where they've got to have their pops? Corn Pops, yeah. I have mixed feelings about Corn Pops. Like, I think they taste great, but I don't like their aftertaste. And like, I don't know, for me, a big part of a cereal is the aftertaste, because if a cereal has a bad aftertaste, I almost don't care how good it tastes, right? It almost just doesn't matter. Like, and that goes for anything, okay? Anything with a bad aftertaste, it's like, okay, it's just not worth it. It is not worth it. Oh crap, was I supposed to reset? Was I supposed to reset this? You have to try Cracklin' Oat Bran. It sounds tough. Is it one of those like really hard cereals that you have to let it like, you have to let it sit in the milk forever? Why did you why did I think that Snap, Crackle, and Pop were gnomes until today? Wait, what are they? They're Wait, what actually would they be? Cinnamon Toast Crunch. Yeah. I mean, that's in the tier of cinnamon of cereals that also give you like a good milk to drink afterwards. Right? It's not just the cereal, but it's also the what it does to the milk. I mean, I guess all cereals do something to the milk, but sometimes it's Just tiny people like borrowers? Cocoa Pops all about the milk? Wait, I feel like oh my god, this is so decadent, but I used to sometimes take Cocoa Pops and I would make oatmeal, and then I would put peanut butter in the oatmeal, and then I would sprinkle Cocoa Pops on top of the oat. That's fucking decadent, isn't it? That is, I didn't even realize till now how decadent that is, right? Speaking of decadent, I'm reading you into USA Hole if you're on Twitch. I should also read out the names of my Patreons before I end the stream today. Look for a state of play really soon. I'll try to make that work somehow. I don't know if it's going to be like a members only stream or if I can do it as like a bonus content type deal. But we need to do one, and I need to do some research because shit has moved around. Things are not the same. Everything's in flux, and I need to keep track of it so I know what I'm talking about. Yeah, and it'll be fun too because I don't know, we'll pull in pictures or something. We'll do MS Paint fun. Look forward to. Anyway, shouts out to everybody that follows me at the $5 level or above, at the Fancy Level Weasel or above. Fancy Weasel level or above. You get a fancy shout out every time I stream at the beginning and ending of each stream. Speaking of which, it's the end of the stream. Time to shout you out. Oral Ellipsis shouts out. Temporal Insanity shouts out. Steven Sayers shouts out. Funky Monkey shouts out. Sarah shouts out. Nadia Yvette shouts out. Moinoip shouts out. Jules K shouts out. JMB shouts out. Izzy Mandius shouts out. Infallible Fowl shouts out. Good for Gabby shouts out. Emily French shouts out. Direful Choky Buffy Geek shouts out, shouts out, shouts out. Big Al shouts out. Animus shouts out. And a fancy shout out to Zara Xerix, to Rachel K, to Crystal Saphira, and to Omega Star. With that, chat, I'm going to be signing off. Make sure... Oh, sneaking into YouTube chat post Twitch raid? Nice. With that being said, make sure to like on your way out, and thank the mods as I do right now. Thank you, mods, for keeping us safe during the stream. I will be back tomorrow. Maybe I will get the State of Play stream together by then. Or maybe I'll get distracted. Anyway, chat, much love and bye-bye.